Viewing the matchups, the tiebreak afternoon promised great excitement. In the open section, Vidit prevailed in his match against favourite Nepomniachtchi, eliminating the World Championship contender in the 10-10 games by 2-0 after the first two 25-10 games ended in a draw. With this result, Vidit joins ERIGAISI, GUKESH and PRAGGNANANDHAA in the quarterfinals, a really outstanding result for the Indian players. In the women's group, 3 matches went to a tiebreak, with the semi-finals in play. Probably the main surprise was the elimination of Shuvalova by Salimova. Although the Bulgarian was walking on very thin ice in the first game, she was able to convert and crashed through in the second after a nice counter-attack. Joining her in the semi-finals will be favourites Muzichuk and Goryachkina, who both overcame their opponents Betts and Harika in grueling up-and-down tiebreaks, in which anyone could have prevailed. Goryachkina will face Tanjongi, while Muzichuk will take on Salimova. In addition to the chance to qualify for the World Cup final, 3 candidate spots are up for grabs. Welcome to the playing hall of the 2023 World Cup. We're in round 6 and we're near the end. We have only 12 players left, 8 of them in the open section, 4 Indians, 2 American players, 1 local Azerbaijan player, and Norwegian Magnus Carlsen, the best player in the world. In the women's section, Goryachkina and Tanjongi rematch their last candidates match, and local Bulgarian player Salimova will take on Anna Muzichuk. Stay tuned to our YouTube channel and follow all the action with our star commentators Edin Crush and Edin Sukander.
I thought it was my turn. Welcome everyone to the beautiful afternoon in Baku, Azerbaijan. And today we will witness the first game of the quarterfinal of the open section and the semi-final of the women's section. And we can see on the camera it's 5 minutes to the game and everyone is starting to arrive on their board. Today we will have a very big matchup between world number 1 Magnus Carlsen playing against GUKESH, the current Indian number 1 in the live rating. And then we will also have an all-Indian match between PRAGGNANANDHAA versus ERIGAISI ARJUN. We also have the all-American clash between Fabiano Caruana versus Dominguez Perez, and also FIDE SANTOSH versus the only Azerbaijan player in the field, Nijat Abbasov. And we can see in the tournament table, everyone is going to compete a spot in the candidates. And in the women's section, the semi-final between Anna Muzichuk versus Nurgul Salimova and Alexandra Goryachkina versus Tanjongi. And everyone in the field, both in the open and women's section, will also be competing for the 3 candidate spots in the Toronto 2024. So today is going to be a very interesting day at the office. And yeah, I think I also have to make a big shout out to all my Indian friends to congratulate them on their Independence Day, which happens today. And I think they will also be celebrating a lot because today we see that there are 4 Indian players in the open section, 50% of the field. So it's something that they should be proud of. And we see on the camera, Anna Muzichuk is waiting for her opponent. Yesterday, she had a very dramatic tiebreak against Elizabeth Patz. even though Elizabeth was up in the rapid games, but Anna Muzichuk managed to make a comeback. And yeah, I think we will have the games very soon. And meanwhile, I also want to, I want to say a few things. That last night, I took a stroll on the boulevard, and it was interesting to see that even though today Pragnanandha and ARJUN ERIGAISI are playing against each other, but they still walked together last night. So it's some sort of like a chess friendship goals that everyone is admiring. What do you think, Irina?
Yeah, that's amazing that they're such good friends that even the competitive nature of this tournament is not interfering in that friendship. I definitely think it's kind of rare to go walking with your next round opponent, you know, and I think that, well, that's an unusually, I think, a close friendship, actually.
Yeah, and it shows that whatever happens is just on the board, and off the board they will be just, you know, friends, and then they've been having this friendship for so long, and we see on the screen that Arjun is trying to focus before the game, and Pragnanandha just arrived. So I'm actually very curious whether they will still walk together tonight. I'm sure they will, actually.
They think so, no matter what happens today?
No matter what happens,
Wow.
because they will just discuss about their game. Maybe they will find some nuances there that they find it interesting. So yeah, it's very interesting. It's so refreshing to see such a friendship.
Yeah, refreshing and certainly very unique. And by the way, Magnus, he's still not at his board, which is typical for him. He likes to come at the very last minute. And I guess I'm expecting the move e4 from Gukesh. Seems like he is more of an e4 player.
Yeah, I think so too. And everyone here is dreaming to play against the world #1. And I think Gukesh is also very motivated to play against Magnus Carlsen, even though their last games are not into his favor. But I think it was kind of expected, yeah, because Gukesh is just being introduced to these elite tournaments, and he will have so much time to make up for it, and I'm sure he will be a very dangerous elite player in the future.
Yeah, they haven't had too many classical games between them, but earlier this year they did play in Tata Steel. That game finished in a draw, and then they had another draw in the Norway chess more recently.
Right. Yes. And about 30 seconds left to the start of the game.
Yeah, we got Anna Muzichuk sitting across from Nurgul Salimova. And actually, you know, I was looking at Anna's game with Elizabeth Patz yesterday, and in that Blitz game, the one that featured the famous blunder, there was actually an amazing opportunity also
I
for
saw
Elizabeth.
this. Yeah.
You saw this one, yeah?
Knight takes b3,
Yes,
yeah?
exactly, yeah.
With some potential checkmate with the knight. Oh my gosh, that was so beautiful.
All right, so I think Anna is going to be going with her usual 1e4.
I think so too. So what do you think will be the potential outcome of today's matches?
Well, I think, the match that everyone is very interested in is definitely Magnus versus Gukesh. And I read some commentator online who was saying like there's a big difference in motivation between the players. But actually, I don't really agree with that, because I feel like, well, obviously his take was that Gukesh was going to be the more motivated one. And but I feel that Magnus actually is very motivated when he plays this younger generation to kind of make his point, you know, that he's not going to be dethroned so easily. I think he kind of follows that philosophy, you know, beat them when they're young. And definitely, by the way, he tried so hard to stay in his match with Vincent Keimer.
Right.
I mean, I feel like Magnus is not lacking any motivation, so I wouldn't really say there's a big difference there. And by the way, I think we have d4 on the board.
Yeah, we do.
By Gukesh, so it's a little bit of a surprise for Magnus. Okay, and he goes for probably his trusty Nimzo Indian with knight f6.
You know, I also saw some clip of Gukesh, I think when he was just 13 years old. He was very little back then, and he was like, well, if I got a chance to meet against Magnus Carlsen, I would definitely try to beat him. So, and I mean, this is not their first encounter on the board in a classical match, but it surely is the most prestigious one, because, well, we are playing in the World Cup, and this is like one of the highest tournament level in the world. So both of them are actually very motivated. Yeah, different motivation, like you said, but very motivated. So I'm expecting a lot of blood actually in their match.
Interesting that it looks like Gukesh just went for bishop f4 on move 2. So he's going for a London system, something that Magnus actually specializes in with the white pieces as well.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's see which line that Magnus will be playing as black against this London system, because we could tell that it is quite a surprise. Yeah.
Yes.
Even for the first move, it is quite a surprise that we would expect Gukesh would be playing e4, but instead he goes for d4 and not into like the main d4, but the London system.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Carlsen couldn't have really expected, I think, his first move and certainly his second, right? So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Magnus comes up with, given that he has like so much experience on the white side as well.
Yes, exactly. And what do you think will happen? There are so many, of course, there are so many variations here in the London system that black could employ. We could already see as well the game between, I think Fabiano was black and also Lee Kwang-lim was black. They're employing the same variation. We'll see.
Well, I want to point out something kind of interesting, because we have the exact same position on another board in this tournament between Vidit and Abasa.
Oh.
I mean, maybe Vidit and Gukesh, I don't know, preparing together, because it's quite a coincidence, right?
That
Out of 4 games that we're having 2 in the exact position, and they're both, you know, and both of them are played by the Indian players.
Yeah, they could have prepared together, and though the chance is quite slim, I think they walk separately, but somehow they have the same opening choice. And Vidit versus Abbasov are also playing on the stage, so you know you could actually just peek around and then see what's happening on the other board.
You know what actually is also quite interesting? I think we have another opening surprise in the game between Anna Muzichuk and Salimova, because this is not an e4 opening. So Anna has completely switched. She goes to d4, which she has, I mean, a lot less games in this with this move. And you saw yesterday in her match against Elizabeth, she never turned to 1d4 at all. So we have a Queen's Gambit declined. Okay, what's so popular these days? Bishop g5, bishop e7, e3, castles, bishop d3. And so Salimova was on the white side of the Queen's Gambit declined against one of her games against Shuvalova. Today she is taking the black side of this position.
Yes, and again, this position has been played numerous times, and yeah, we will actually see which line that she's going to go for.
All right, well, let's go back and take a look at Gukesh versus Magnus. Oh, actually, maybe Prague versus ERIGAISI. Okay, here we go. This is another match that is super interesting. I mean, I feel like, you know, in terms of having like a final match, you know, what would be like out of these 8 players, I think my dream matchup would actually, well, let's see if you can guess. What would be yours out of these 8 players if you could create a finals match?
I would, you know, even though, okay, the first board, Magnus Carlsen versus Gukesh, even though Magnus is the clear favorite, but I would root for Gukesh.
Okay, but I mean in terms of like the final, like
pick your final two.
Oh,
pick my final 2.
Oh, yes.
Oh my gosh, this is so hard. This is so hard. Who should I know? I like a matchup between like a more experienced player against a youngster.
Okay.
So should be one of these prodigies. I don't know. PRAGGNANANDHAA, ERIGAISI, maybe Prague. Let's say Carlsen versus Prague.
Carlsen versus Prague. Okay.
Although in this match I'm rooting for Gukesh, so I know it looks impossible, but
I think
it would be my dream
top
final.
two scenarios would be either Carlsen Caruana. That would be my number 1 scenario. I actually would really like to see this replay of the 2018 World Championship match.
Yep.
And I feel like Caruana is in really good form, and I just feel like this match, you know, the chess world would be happy to see again. And, you know, there's a lot of time for the youngsters to kind of come up and still have their moments. But, yeah, Carlsen Caruana would be very interesting to me. And my second favorite matchup would actually be kind of the opposite. It would be like Prague versus Gukesh. Just the 2 youngsters playing totally new generation.
No, if it happens, you know, wherever the match will be, which I'm sure is going to be in India. If that happens, I will attend for sure. I will be attending there just as a mere chess fan, because that is going to be wow, too interesting to watch.
Oh, look, it looks like we had, okay, let's go take a look at Gukesh versus Magnus. I think we had a little mix-up with the opening moves, and it actually maybe it was even mixed up with the vidded board, because now it's showing us that it wasn't d4, it was e4 played by GUKESH. Wait, does that make sense? Because we did see, actually on the actual chessboard, we did see d4. Okay,
Yeah,
so, all right, a
Then
little bit of a mix-up with the DGT boards.
We will come back to that board soon, and then
Yeah, okay. No, that actually is a London. No, the bishop's on f4. So, okay. So the actual, so funny how, it's very hard to figure out what exactly we're looking at here. It's okay, guys. Sometimes we have technical difficulties, and that happens. What we actually see on the board between GUKESH and Carlsen, just relying on our own eyes, it is a London, and there is an interesting move, f3 on the board. So actually, I'm going to play it out for you. d4, knight f6, bishop f4. I believe that Magnus just played b6, and f3 is on the board. Okay. So already they're reaching something that, let's say, I'm not very familiar with, this position. It's only been 3 moves. And Magnus is thinking here as GUKESH plans to build up his center with e4, so he must be thinking maybe about a move like even d5 here.
You know what interesting is, if you see it on the, if you see it on the screen that GUKESH played knight c3, so in a way this looks like a little bit of like a job of a London, but it's not quite, because we also have f3 on the board. So I don't know what kind of opening preparation that GUKESH has in mind, but this surely is interesting.
Yeah, so b6, f3, and also knight c3 is on the board. So what other, has Black played some other move?
Bishop b7.
Oh, he has the bishop on b7. It's hiding there. Okay, yeah, I was like, what's the missing move? Okay. So knight c3 and f3. Yeah, it's a very original position. And it's like, it's interesting that GUKESH decides to actually, completely avoid the theoretical continuations and just kind of get a game against Carlsen, which is normally Carlsen's own approach, right?
Right, yes. And, to be honest, this type of approach, you usually play it during rapid or blitz, right? It's a little bit unusual, yeah? It's usually something that you want to confuse your opponent and then get some time advantage in the shorter time control. But no, GUKESH is doing it in the classical match. So he surely must be very well prepped.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess there's always a limit to how well prepped you can be in, such unusual lines, because your opponent can just do something. Like, so here I'm thinking for Carlsen, like if he goes d5, is White going to be playing knight b5 and trying to get that attack on the c7 pawn like they often do in the Jobava London? Because if he doesn't go d5, like if he goes, well, c5 I think is just a very bad idea for a lot of reasons. I mean, White can play d5. But, I mean, if he doesn't do one of those center pawn moves, then, like, White is just playing e4 and building up, I think, kind of a nice center there.
Yeah, and then this position could arise also somehow after you play e4 in some sort of, like, modern defense, maybe. Yeah, with the inclusion of bishop on f4. And it's actually an odd square for the bishop to be if you're playing modern defense or perk. So Magnus has to come up with something that is quite flexible, because, this position could transpose to pretty much any other opening. So, yeah, he has to be tricky as well here.
Yeah, so if he plays d5 and then knight b5 happens, then Black is forced to go knight a6, put his knight on the side of the board to guard that c7 pawn. I think we got the game. We're going to have the game back up very soon, and we can do a little bit of analysis. So d5, knight b5, knight a6, and then what can White do there? Maybe White will just be playing pawn to e3 and then c4. Yeah. Okay, so now we have our position.
Yep, and maybe we can take a look at the camera of the All-American clash, yeah, because this position is still, Magnus is still thinking which fourth move that he's going to make, and also it decides the flow of the game. So maybe let's take a look at the camera of
Linear Dominguez
and Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. Actually, Caruana, in his interview, he was asked if he considers himself a favorite, given that he has quite a big advantage in score against Linear, I think, in Rapid and Blitz. And he said, you know, very humbly, I don't know, humble or objective, maybe both of that, that he considers this match to be around 50-50, that Linear is in good form here. You know, one thing about Linear, he lives in St. Louis, and so we get to kind of see him a lot at these American tournaments. And one of our dinners, we were just talking about how, you know, he has very few tournaments to actually play in throughout the year, like, because I guess now there's so many top American players that are even higher profile, right? There's Caruana, Nakamura, Wesley So, Levon Aronian, and, you know, generally tournament organizers, they don't want to have like half the field from one country. And so his tournament calendar, despite the fact that he's like a very stable 27-50 player, it was quite empty. It was like there's nothing for months up ahead. And that was, you know, that's quite, you know, an unfortunate situation. So I think this tournament, you know, it means a lot to him. I'm trying to remember when he even played the last time. It might have been, I think it might have even been the American Cup where we were talking about all this.
Yeah, back in April, right?
Back in March.
March, yes.
So March, and now it's like August, and I just can't really remember where else Linear played.
And maybe next will be just the U.S. Chess Championships in October.
Right. So, you know, for a top player like this, he doesn't have like a lot of opportunities at these elite events. And so in that sense, I mean, I'm certainly, you know, I'd be happy to see him do well. And he's a very nice guy. Both of them are, actually. So, but yeah, Fabi considered this match to be around 50-50.
I think at this point, even Magnus would also say that the match will be 50-50 because you never know. Players are getting exhausted, and their opponents are proven to be also very tough to beat, you know, but because they already come to this round and anything can still happen. So I would say that there shouldn't be any rating favorite anymore, but experience favorite. So I think experience would determine more than your ratings in this stage.
Yeah, but the thing is, both of them are very experienced,
Right.
although Linear is older. And actually, Caruana mentioned that I think it was his first World Cup in 2009 that he actually faced Linear in that World Cup. And at that point, you know, for Fabi, it was his first World Cup. Linear was more experienced. He was over 2,700 then. But Fabi managed to beat him, and he says like 14 years later, you know, they're playing again, so he feels like it's coming full circle. So I think, I mean, he's happy to get this match against Linear. I think he has a lot of respect for him. And also another interesting thing about these players we can mention is their seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, Fabi is here with Grigori Oparin.
Yes.
Yes, who is living in St. Louis now, or studying, or at least was studying there.
I think he's finished already.
He's finished studying,
Yeah.
yeah. You never know. It's like there's so many students
So
now.
many Grandmaster students that the San Luis University has. And we have the tournament road for Fabiano Caruana, how he got onto the quarterfinal. So on the second round, he beat Mikhail Michudishvili from Georgia. And on the third round, he defeated Mustafa Yilmaz. It was quite a nerve-wracking match as well because Fabiano was in the verge of losing the match. And after that, he defeated Ray Robson, another American compatriot, in a 1.5 score. And just 2 days ago, he defeated Dudayan Christoph, the reigning World Cup winner from 2021. So that's how he got onto the quarterfinal. What about Linear Dominguez? We can take a look soon how he got into this.
All right, so he first defeated Igor Janik, a name I'm not so familiar with, and then he won against Gadir Guzainov. He had only one set of tie breaks that he had to play, actually the same as Fabi, that he won against Radoslav Wojtacek, 3.5, 2.5, and then he also won quite a smooth match against Alexei Sorana. You know, my feeling, actually, with Fabiano. I mean, he's one of the top seeds in this tournament, but I feel like his road has been it's been very quiet, for at least since I've started watching in round 4, right? Because he hasn't been involved in too much drama, like the way Magnus has been. Like Magnus's match against Kmart created a lot of drama, a lot of focus, because everyone was like looking, is the #1 seed going to get knocked out? And meanwhile, Caruana has just been, slowly winning his matches, hasn't gone into tie breaks for the last couple of matches, and it's felt, fairly smooth, his matches against Ray Robson and Jan-Christoph Duda.
Yep. I think because it's because Fabiano got his so-called wake-up call earlier than Magnus Carlsen, because as I mentioned, his match against Yilmaz Mustafa, he shouldn't have won that. It was just a miracle.
Miracle.
On that round, how Fabiano and Wesley So on that round won their matches where they shouldn't have, actually. So I think after that, when you already had such a wake-up call and then you took the tournament actually more seriously and then more anything than you did before. So I think after that, the match has been quite smooth for him.
Yeah, well, it seems like he surprised Lanier a little bit in this opening. Let's take a look. It was an Italian game, so e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. I mean, e4 by Lanier is certainly not a surprise. d3, bishop e7, knight c3, castles, d6, a4, and then we get this move knight b4, which, I would consider a little bit of a surprising move, although, of course, the square has been kind of emptied since the pawn went to a4, and then he goes for c5. So has this been seen before? Irene, we can take a look. But
Not really.
It resembles a bit of the Chigorin variation of the Rai Lopez, where black goes knight a5 and then c5 to control the center better, but I haven't seen it so much in this position.
There was one game, but it was a correspondent games once again with this knight b4. So this idea is indeed quite a novelty.
Yeah, it looks unusual, right?
It looks unusual, and what I like about this type of tournament is these people sometimes, or these top players, they will always come up with something new or something that is unusual, and they try to revive it back and make it as a trendy line. So in a way, they're like the fashion setter.
Yeah. Well, the top players, yeah, they definitely do set the trend in the openings. And, I mean, I think black's idea is simply that if white plays c3, we're going to go knight c6. And, just have better control over the square. It's kind of hard for white to push for now because, what's funny is that white's knight is not on d2, where it normally would be in the Spanish, right? And so right now it's a little harder to push d4 because that pawn is hanging.
So the idea it should be the knight goes to g3, and then you may or may not put the rook on e1, but then eventually this d4 push is always an idea. You just have to find the right time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, white basically will have to play for that move. It's interesting to see what does Fabiano have planned here. I mean, I suppose the move bishop e6, right? I don't know how much of a threat it is to take the pawn, to take the bishop, but it seems like a reasonable move. And what did...
c3.
c3, yeah. I mean, it's just the most obvious move in the position. And Fabiano, I think, will answer knight c6 very quickly. And he actually did.
He already did.
And then, knight g3 is on the board.
Yep, we can just refresh the board.
Yeah, knight g3 is on the board, and Fabiano is thinking. So
yeah, so Fabi put the knight back on c6 voluntarily before c3. Yeah, because because I think his only idea is by playing knight b4 is just to play c5 and then put the knight on c6 toward the center. And now I think your move bishop e6 is one of the moves that we have to consider.
Yeah, it's kind of like the most logical move. I don't really see a whole lot else that black can do. Okay, there you go.
h6.
He did come up with something else. Let's try to understand this move. What is the point? Is it just to play bishop e6 without allowing some knight g5? I don't think that's the point, because I don't think that was the problem. Actually, well, maybe. Actually, like, there is some ideas of hitting these two pawns, right? on b7 and e6, and then maybe going knight to g5. But in general, like black always meets that idea by playing knight d8. So I'm not sure how much this square was a concern. There might be a different point to the move h6 that we need to figure out. And sometimes it could be an idea, well, I don't really see black going for those plans because white is really well poised to play d4. You can't really take your pieces out of the center and, you know, dream about these kinds of things. It's very hard to get that move in. So h6, I think I understand actually. Maybe he also wants to stop this idea of bishop g5.
And voluntarily give up your first bishop?
Oh yeah, voluntarily. I've been introduced to that idea in the match between Nepo and Ding. You know, Nepo was just doing that in every single game, going for that trade.
And also Fabiano's game against Duda, where he opted for a pair of knights instead of a pair of bishops, right? Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's the idea. But the thing is, though, if you go bishop g5, black, you know, might be able to just play knight d7. Right, he might not actually allow that trade to happen. So
yeah, probably the idea is to prepare bishop e6.
You think he just wants to go bishop e6 anyway? Yeah, but the thing, you know, I have to say I'm a little still mystified by this whole concept for black because it feels like, well, I guess you know what is the point? White can't really go d4 just yet
because there's bishop g4.
Yes,
yeah?
Because they haven't taken the time to stop this important move. Right, so d4 is not a threat, so I suppose h3 is going to happen, and then he's probably going to go bishop e6. And then d4 also is not going to be able to happen right away.
Right, yes.
But, hold on, I think we need to explore this position. After bishop takes, pawn takes.
Queen b3 and queen d7.
Yeah, but also, yeah, if we go there, that seems to be okay to defend things. But what I'm curious about is this structure. If I try to go in the center, and just as an example, like, could you be worse because of these pawns?
I think with the number of pieces that are being reduced, I think black should be standing fine in this position.
You think like you'll just trade, or I don't know. It's a little tricky because these pawns in the center, they can be a bit weak or they can be fine, right? So it's a question. But my feeling is like, of course, I would just, you know, just on instinct, kind of take white in positions like this because I feel like white's king is safer, pawn structure is safer, more ideas of creating some weaknesses. But, you know, I mean, it's possible with some accurate moves, black just neutralizes this, right? It's certainly possible. Even this position, I'm not ready to say is like a big problem for black.
Yeah, I totally agree. So, yeah, I mean, the position is still quite balanced at the moment. And since Linear here is being surprised by Fabiano's choice of opening moves, yeah, he has to decide which strategy that he's going to go for. And then, of course, taking into account what Fabiano has in his mind, how to continue this position.
Yeah, I mean, it's developing in a fairly quiet way, and I think maybe Lanier is just trying to figure out, like, what is really the point of all of this, right? Like, I mean, because it does seem like he has some natural plan, right? That obviously he knows Fabi is not going to be taken by surprise with. So he's taken his time. It's kind of typical for him. He does really like to think, and I think it's important for him to kind of not give up too much edge on the clock. So,
and I think we can also, while Dominguez is still thinking, we can also show the tournament info about the World Cup and the Women's World Cup. Yes, so in the open section, they are currently playing the quarterfinal, and there are 8 players remaining in the field, and whoever gets eliminated, they will bring home $35,000 US. And of course, our current rating favorite is world number 1 Magnus Carlsen from Norway.
Well, 35,000 is a nice consolation, I think, for losing. And we have in the women's, they're playing the semifinals. There are 4 players remaining. The winner will get $50,000. The runner-up, $35,000. And it goes down to $20,000 for fourth place. The current rating favorite is Alexandra Garyachkina, rated over 2550 FIDE.
Yes. Okay, and
of course, there's candidate spots up for grabs.
Yeah,
And I think actually the candidate spots are, even more interesting for the players than the prizes. Honestly.
I think they're equally
You think
interesting.
so? I mean,
they should be equally interesting
yeah.
too. Yeah.
When I was talking to Elizabeth last night, after her loss to Anna Muzicuk, she expressed the thought that it was like the candidate spot that was actually even more important than the money. But I think it depends for whom. Like, right,
Yes.
for example, for Magnus Carlsen, it's not the candidate spot nor the money.
Nor
Is
the
that
money,
interesting,
yeah.
right?
It's just the title of winning the World Cup itself. Yeah.
It's exactly.
And we have H3 on the board.
Okay.
So Dominguez is also doing this little move,
Yeah.
preparing for Bishop G4. Yes.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. All right, let's take a look at our marquee matchup between GUKESH and Carlson. So we got a few more moves on the board. D4, knight of 6. We said it was a kind of a London that turned into a kind of a Jabava London. F3, E6, E4. So Magnus allowed GUKESH to actually build up this center. He didn't. He didn't play the slightly ugly move D5 that could have prevented E4. But was also allowing like knight b5 ideas. So he went for e6, gave GUKESH the center, played a6 to make sure knight b5 never
And
happens.
by the way, this has never happened, this a6. So I think both of the players, of course, know that Bishop b4 is one of the most natural moves and the one that is most played. And I think Carlsen is doing it on purpose, like a6, like who would have thought? Out of any move, Bishop e7 could be played, Bishop b4, or even like d6 maybe. Or if you want to go for double fianchetto and then play Bishop G6, Bishop G7, but A6.
Yeah, but he's taking the game into a kind of French, actually. That's his concept, right? So white played Queen D2, then he goes D5, and you can see already this is like the French defense pawn structure. He's inviting white to push forward to play like an advanced French with knight D7, and then he's going to play C5, and I guess he thinks that in terms of how the tempo stacked up, I mean, obviously both sides have made moves that are not strictly necessary, like white doesn't need a pawn in F3, and black doesn't necessarily need the bishop on B7, but I guess he feels like that kind of position would be an acceptable French for him. Also, this bishop kind of stands strangely. So GUKESH was not tempted to play E5, and he just went for castle's queen side. Let's take a look at the tournament road of Magnus Carlsen.
Yes.
To the quarterfinals.
Or we can also see GUKESH first.
All right, let's see GUKESH, since he's playing with the white pieces. Let's see how the young Indian prodigy got here.
So, on the second round, GUKESH played against Misraddin Iskandarov, where he had a 2-0 performance. And in the next round, he had to play against his compatriot, Narayan and SL, and won with 1.5. And on the next round, Andrei Shipenko, where he also won, but in the tiebreak, and then where he also won very smoothly against Wang Hao. So his road to the quarterfinal was not easy at all. But he made it very smooth. You know, he made it look like it was easy, but it was not easy at all. If you see the games, they're actually very, very close. But GUKESH just prevailed to be a better player.
And I think his match against Esipenko was particularly close.
Yes,
and was decided
exactly.
by some big blunder by Esipenko.
Yep.
Okay, so right now, I believe Magnus just played the move c5. Oh, no, he played bishop b4. Okay, I saw something happening on the queen side. He played bishop b4.
So he delayed this move, yeah? He delayed it until white committed with the long castle, and then I think now he knew where he was going to attack.
Yeah, by the way, we really should point out that after d5, castle's queen side, I mean, there is a pawn sacrifice that GUKESH was doing, right? Because Magnus could have considered taking the pawn. And apparently, he decided against it. I guess he thought this was too dangerous. of course, he's a lot behind in development in this position, so I can see why he wouldn't want to just go grabbing that pawn and opening up the game like that.
I think it's just, okay, but let's try to be concrete. Maybe it's queen e3 or queen e1.
You want to push through
Push
that move.
d5, yeah.
Yeah, you basically want to, yeah, it's a typical idea. I mean, if the bishop goes there, you're going to go there, and then you also have, like, for example, well, this doesn't help because you always got c4, and if you go back somewhere, this move...
Yeah, also queen g3.
Yeah.
So white is given a lot of choice on how to continue with this pawn sack. How do you defend this, that c7?
Yeah, maybe queen e1 is even kind of nicer in a way because then there's no bishop c5 with tempo. And the queen can actually do the same things as from e3.
Right.
And kind of like maybe something like that. I mean, maybe it wasn't a big deal for the queen to be there either, but you can also have it here. And the point is basically that after c4, you're going to win. You're going to win a piece, most likely. Although
There's queen f6. Yeah, that was my. But I think you can still. I mean, this position is still better for.
Yeah, and even
white
this
anyway.
move, I would say, it's
take,
funny. I can just take your pawn
and rook d8.
Rook d8 is a big square, right?
Yep. So
okay, no wonder that Carlsen did not want to take that pawn on e4. I think we uncovered that mystery. And he goes bishop b4. And okay, at this point, he's already starting to think about taking the pawn. In fact, it might be his direct threat.
Right. Yes. And if you want to play easy move, e5 is always there. But I think as white, he has to preserve this confrontation in the center. But is bishop d3 a move in this position, or should you take on d5? So we have a few candidate moves, right? We have e5, we have ed, and then bishop d3. So let's take a look, maybe.
You want to take a look? Well, I think I think one of them we can actually throw out, because this one there's knight d5. And I very much doubt that he's going to want that knight to get hit with such pressure, right? So e5, I actually also, I don't know, I feel like this might be quite a decent French for black, right? Because white's already committed this way, right? Maybe that's what he was waiting for white to commit the king there, and then he's going to be going for this c5. And white has this kind of strange setup over here. And I mean, a3 doesn't really bother him. He just goes back and goes for c5.
Right.
And Magnus has been, enjoying the French defense for black in his recent, in a lot of his recent games.
And another move, maybe a3.
Right away.
Right away.
Yeah, a3 makes sense to me, actually.
Still offering the pawn sack on e4, but also c7 is under attack. So if you take on c3, queen c3, and c7 is still under attack.
Yeah.
But if you move back, now I can just protect e4 easily, yeah?
But the thing is, I think he will move back, and he's going to try to make the case that this move is somehow...
Like a provocation, yeah?
Exactly, that this move is somehow weakening. And, I have to say that I really like Magnus's opening play. Because, okay, he was surprised in the opening, but you see, he kind of picks up the challenge. You know what I mean? It's like he does his part for this game to be interesting. Like after bishop f4, right, there's so many ways that he could have played it. Like he could have played d5 going into more standard variations of the London. But he goes for b6. And he GUKESH obviously going in for an interesting game, right? And he allows him to build up this big center, plays some like offbeat move a6, right? And basically going in for like a French defense structure. I mean, I think, it's called picking up the gauntlet, right? Like he's accepting the challenge. He's like saying, you want to play an interesting game? Like I'm up for it, and I will do my part. And obviously, he's very confident in his, I think, ability to outplay people in unfamiliar terrain for both.
Yep. That is definitely one of his advantages, being world #1 for so long. He has this type of experience, not actually playing according to theory, but just bringing his opponents into the woods. And we can also see the tournament road for Magnus Carlsen, how he got into the quarterfinal.
All right, so Magnus, I think he played the most dramatic match in this tournament so far, when he was so close to getting knocked out by Vincent Keimer. He had quite smooth matches against the Georgian player Levant Pansulaya and his friend and compatriot Arian Tari. And again, I mean, he actually got a 2-0 wipeout in 2 of his matches, which is a bit unusual in these knockout tournaments. But yeah, he had one very tough match that he said cost him a lot of nervous energy. And his anticipated matchup against Vasily Ivanchuk, you know, one of the best players in the world for the last 30 plus years, unfortunately was not as exciting, I think, as the chess, you know, world wanted. But it did, I guess, allow Magnus to settle down after his stressful match against Keimer. And I feel like that was probably quite nice for him that he got a day off yesterday. And now he's back playing some interesting chess against Gukesh.
Yep. Well, yeah, it was not as interesting as we wanted, the match versus Ivanchuk, but the games themselves are very instructive for all of the chess lovers to learn. So, yeah, that's how he got into the quarterfinal. But I need to also mention that ARJUN on the second classical game against Magnus Carlsen, he almost forced the match into tiebreak.
He did have chances in this game. Yeah, he did. I saw that.
He missed some again, the pawn sack nuance, you know,
G6.
G6. It was pretty beautiful. Yeah. So we have actually saw a number of similar patterns in many games. Yeah, that we can very much learn from them.
You know, it's kind of funny in his game with Tari, right? He chose the Caro-Kann as black in a situation where he needed just to draw. And so he didn't go for his usual E5, right? Which is like the most solid thing in his repertoire, I think, for that situation. My feeling, actually, watching that game and the fact that he, you know, he gave Tari some big chances in that game. I was like, is this like Magnus's way of being friendly? Like he's playing his friend, so he doesn't just want to make that like that boring draw, you know, with the black pieces. He wants to play like a real game and give the guy a chance to at least beat him. I don't know. Like I felt like there was some psychology there because it felt like a friendly opening choice, you know, given his situation in the match. Like he was just basically inviting the guy to get a game against him.
Yeah. But I don't know, that could be it. But of course, they have their own reason. Maybe they just coincidentally walking into such a line. But I also need to mention that not only the friendship between PRAGGNANANDHAA versus and ARJUN ERIGAISI, that they walk together the evening before the match, but for Magnus and ARJUN, they even had lunch a few hours before their match.
Really?
Together. So,
really?
So, yeah, we see, you know, quite a heartwarming friendship here in Baku, actually. That
wow.
Yeah, you know, it's quite rare to actually dine with your opponent like a few hours before your match. Not, I mean, the Muzichuk sisters, of course, they dine together like every day, but because they are sisters, even though they're going to play their match for the quarterfinal. But I mean, it's because they're sisters. But for these two pairs, PRAGGNANANDHAA and ARJUN, and also Magnus and Tari and Ari, it's just
so were
amazing.
they dining together before the first game or after the first game? That's what I want to know.
I think they've dined both times, yeah, like even for dinner and lunch, and even yeah, it's funny, but
it is funny.
Yeah,
you know, it's funny because I kind of don't really see myself doing that. You know, I would like to just have a little bit of space between myself and my opponent. You know, I mean, no, I can see myself going to dinner with someone after a game, no problem. But like, especially in a match is not just even a game in a tournament. Like, it's a direct confrontation where you're not trying to knock the other person out.
Right.
So I do find this very unique. Like, I don't find that typical at all. So, all right, well, we got bishop b4 on the board, and Gukesh is figuring out what to do about the attack on this pawn, how he wants to react. So, like, I basically said that I'm not a big fan of this, and I'm not sure about e5 either. But your move a3, yeah, that's quite possible. Perhaps it's worth it to just kick the bishop back before figuring out how to deal with this attack. And even then, this looks already at least a little bit more reasonable.
Yep, I agree.
But obviously Magnus is going to be playing for c5 next, right? So if you go here, it's not like he's going to leave you alone, right? Those pawns are going to keep coming. And having the pawn on a6, I would say, is very useful in these positions. I mean, it can always help the pawn advance. So, and even having the bishop developed is quite nice. So I like just looking at this, I mean, I feel, okay, well, this is very, very promising for black, right?
Right, yes. Well, we will come back to this game while Gukesh is still thinking which approach that he needs to do against this bishop b4. Meanwhile, I think we can take a look at the game between FIDE SANTOSH versus Nijat Abbasov, because Nijat is the only local hero here that's still in the field. So
It is really amazing that getting into the top 8 is not the more well-known Mamedyarov or Rajabov, but like really relatively unknown Nijat Abbasov, you know, because I mean, Azerbaijan has a lot of famous players, but, you know, like there's Mamedov and Durar Bailey, who else am I missing?
Gusenov, yeah.
Right, and I feel like Nijat Abbasov is certainly like a bit like lower on the radar than these players, right? So it's very nice for this young player to get into the top 8, and let's see how he's doing today. It's a Sicilian defense, Rosalimo, e6. This is the move that Elizabeth Pats also chose in her successful rapid game against Anna Muzichuk. And actually, same move so far. Elizabeth played f6 here, which actually works out quite well for her. And I was looking at that game last night. I was thinking, like, okay, on d6 actually allows this stuff. And that's what happened. So d6 played by Abbasov, and white tries to break up the pawn structure, or at least force black to move this pawn up, which is going to be quite bad for his bishop on c8. But now something specific happens. There's double attack. There's only one way to save this pawn, which is not really what white wants, but they got to go back. And so basically, white has given up the bishop pair, and kind of a lot of tempos as well, right, in order to give black these weak doubled pawns. So it's going to be an interesting battle. Who am I rooting for in this battle? I guess I would say, in general, I'd like to see the bishops do well, you know me, right?
Right.
But pawn structure matters too in chess. So let's take a look at where they've gotten to. Okay, this is the current position on the board, and it's Vidit's turn to move. So, yeah, really unbalanced position. Excited just to see this on the board. And in terms of what's going on, well, first of all, both sides have bishops that point at the king. Both sides have nice dark squared bishops. Black has a pretty active queen that points at this pawn. A little bit of space, and there's basically a contest going on between this bishop and knight over that square, because obviously white, if white goes there, black will be making that trade. His bishop on a6 doesn't have anything else to do in this game. So basically, black's life, you know, would be, of course, a lot better if we could move that pawn over to b6. But it's the double pawns, right, that makes this a fight. And basically, it's a question of the strategic defects of these pawns and, like, maybe this bad bishop, right, compared to, like, you know, everything else in black's position, which is quite nice.
Right, yes. And judging from the time situation, wow, look at that. It's almost half an hour difference. So this is still probably Abbasov preparation, and FIDE has been burning quite some time to deal against this position, because I don't know, if I could choose, I would prefer to play white here, but I don't see myself playing knight c4, to be honest. So probably I would just move my rook from a1 to, let's say, e1, and then pull my knight back to b1, and then go to d2 or c3.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that you don't really want to let black clarify the situation with that bishop right away. In terms of, like, black's long-term play, it's a good question. I can actually see black doing this because of the way the queen is placed. I can see him kind of go with the h-pawn to try to induce some sort of weaknesses just to take some space. on that side of the board. I can definitely in this game also see him play like rook c7 at some point. You never know when there could be some good moment for like a rook lift. So let's try your move, rook ae1. I think it's very flexible and certainly cannot be a bad move because it is harder for black to come up with the concept. Although I'm sure Abbasov has it.
Yep.
Because, you know, when you only spend like a couple of minutes to get here, obviously you must have some plan for how you're going to arrange your pieces. But actually, Vidit surprises us a little bit and goes knight c4 and walks right into that trade, which I assume like Abbasov is going to do without much thinking because I just can't really see him letting the knight stay there and keeping the bad bishop on a6.
Yeah, he should definitely take it, or otherwise if bishop b8, let's say, you can actually put the knight on e5 and then have a very good opposite colored bishop situation when your bishop is just way stronger than the other bishop.
Yeah, well, we definitely don't need this bishop on the board, so I expect this trade to happen very
And you should
quickly.
take it back with the c pawn, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to take like this towards the center. And what is the nature of this position after that trade? I mean, what does white play for? I think, well, and one of white's ideas could be something like that. You know, the pawn should be going to the opposite color of the bishop, I think. But it seems kind of balanced, yeah? Except maybe the one little issue with black's position is that pawn that's getting hit in this annoying way.
Yep, and how long do you think
How long do I think? Not long.
Abbasov will take this
under a minute.
under a minute, yeah. He's taking his time. He's drinking his water.
Yeah.
And still pondering. Or
Yeah.
maybe not.
Yeah. Okay, so right now he just came back to the board, so that 1 minute that's on his that he's been thinking for so far, I think it doesn't count. It's more like it's been like 20 seconds so far.
Oh yeah, he's
There you go.
he did it immediately.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Bishop
mean,
takes
you
c4.
just don't tolerate
Yes, exactly.
intruders like this, do you? Yeah, so we're going to see this position. It's going to be quite fascinating. BC.
Yep.
And then the question is, oh yeah, by the way, let's take a look at the tournament road of Najat Abbasov to the quarterfinals. So he had this match that he just won 2-0 against Salim
Saleh,
Salah.
yeah.
So, yeah, that's very impressive. Actually, wow, I have to say, I mean, this might be the most impressive thing I've seen.
No, this is very, very impressive indeed. It's not easy to beat Laurent Fressinet, let alone Anish Giri and then Peter Spittler.
He's
and then,
beaten all like higher rated players, every single one of them.
yeah, and every single name here is a very, very strong player. And no, this is very impressive. I think he's having the best tournament of his life.
Yeah, no, this is like an amazing, I think, surprise for Azeri chess fans, right? I mean, wow. I mean, it's like it's hard enough to beat one or two higher rated players, but like beating Giri and Svidler, and I mean, even starting from Fressinet in like what is that round of 64?
Yeah.
I mean, that's actually a very tough pairing because Fressinet is a former 2700 player.
Yep.
Right, very stable at that rating for a while. I mean, now he's not as active. He's doing more coaching or seconding.
Or podcasting.
Yeah, I mean, you guys know he was the second for Magnus Carlsen
Right.
in his matches. I think Magnus famously said about him, what he said, too slow. Something about, there was something else and too slow. Too weak, too slow. That was it. I mean, yeah, Magnus is great with his compliments. You know, by the way, I think, you know, Magnus, we can give him like a nickname, you know, based on his interview a couple of days ago after his game with Ivanchuk.
What would you give him?
You know how we have like Ivan the Terrible and
Yep.
Peter the Great
Yep.
and all of that. I would call him Magnus the Unmerciful. I think it sounds
Unmerciful.
really good, honestly. It fits him so well. Yeah.
But we'll have to wait for this match first because No, FIDE took it with D pawn.
Are you serious? Wow. Okay. Okay.
So he's playing
Something
in the center.
new.
So you
Yeah.
play rook d1 and then possibly push e4, maybe at some
Yeah.
point. Maybe.
Okay. He definitely breaking the rule of capture towards the center. He captured away from the center, but there is a point. Like I cannot say that I find this to be some kind of a grotesque move. By the way, let's take a look at the tournament road of Vidit into the quarterfinals. So Vidit is just off of a very exciting match against Jan Nepomniachtchi, but before that, he had to go quite far in a tiebreak against Mastro Vasilis from Greece, and another tiebreak against Matthias Blubaum. Oh, that one I remember. It was
Yes.
super exciting, and he was a little fortunate there, I think. And then he defeated Etienne Bacro, the only match he played that didn't require tiebreaks, and then beating Jan Nepomniachtchi in difficult but also kind of smooth at the same time
Right.
tiebreak yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. His road here is also, I think, equally impressive. Yeah, because
Yeah.
it was not easy to beat all those players, tiebreak or not tiebreak. You know, those are very experienced and very strong. And now I think we're still waiting. Did Abasov play something?
No, actually,
Queen
Abasov
h6.
must have played something.
Yeah, Queen h6.
I was on the board, so Abasov played that quickly. Wow, okay, well, I guess threatening your opponent's h2 pawn seems like a good idea. And how is White going to guard that? He's going to go h3. I guess there's not a lot of choices. I mean, there's g3. Feels a little bit ugly. But actually, I mean, there's something a little ugly about giving up this whole diagonal as well. But let's say we start with h3. And now for black, well, he's weakened this square, so that's a bit of an accomplishment. Of course, white wants to play there next. You know what I'm thinking? Yeah, you don't want to do this move. Like, I would love to get my pawn there.
But
If
you
I
just
could-
push
if I-
e4.
Yeah, if I could do that, I would definitely play e5. but there's e4.
Yep, and
And then we've killed off this bishop, which seems a little unfair to him. Yeah, I don't think this is the way to play. But it's an idea that you can have sometimes. I mean, there's also this crazy g5, which hard to really see anyone doing that. It feels like a little too crazy, you know, opening up this diagonal completely. And what other move can we play here for black, Irene? What could be the point of all this?
yeah, I'm still trying to figure it out because I don't like leaving my pawn structure like that. It's just going to be like my forever weakness. It's permanent weakness there, and I don't like it a lot. But on the other hand, Abasov is playing very fast, so what could he have in mind?
You know, I have an idea. Like, what if once I attack you and make you play h3, what if I just go back? Because now this square is weaker in your position. Now when you go to the d file and I go to the d file and you take this pawn, well, now there's queen g3.
Also, Queen e3 is hanging.
Oh, yeah, queen e3 is hanging. Actually, this might maybe not so dangerous, right? Because there's queen f3. And the king can just kind of come out to f2. It's not that big of a deal. But there is a queen e3. So maybe the queen can just kind of go back to g5. Okay. So let's take a look at Prague versus ARJUN. We haven't really talked about this game yet. It's been a Reti opening. What can we say about this position? Like, definitely doesn't feel like white has very much.
Yeah, I think both of the players are still on their kind of like just getting out of their preparation. Surely something that is very familiar for them, this position, but they're just pondering what to do in this position. And meanwhile, I think we can take a look at the tournament road of PRAGGNANANDHAA.
All right, Prague had knocked out a very well-known name in Hikaru Nakamura, and I think chess world was very impressed by that match.
Everyone was impressed. Yeah.
Yeah, including Magnus Carlsen, who was the first one to congratulate him. Oh, and it's like funny because I forgot that he also won the match against Burkish. It's like in my mind, it's like Prague's road is just Nakamura. That's it, because Nakamura is such a tough player to get past. But he also beat Lagarde, and he also beat, who was the other player there? It was it disappeared. But anyway, he beat Ferenc Burkus in the most recent match, and that was also featured a very nice game for him with the white pieces, and he avoided the tie breaks there. But yeah, I mean, I think when I think about Prague's road, I definitely think about both of his games against Naka in the classical and in the rapid tie breaks were really good. And I'm sure that's what he's going to also really remember from this World Cup, unless he can continue making memories.
I think he will, but today's match and tomorrow's as well, it's not going to be very easy for either of these prodigies, PRAGGNANANDHAA and ARJUN ERIGAISI. And meanwhile, we can also take a look at the tournament road of ARJUN ERIGAISI.
Yeah, when I think about Arjun's road, I think about a lot of end games, because we've been seeing his games, and he's won some long end games, both against Sindarov and against Niels Grundelius. And wow, he only had to play one tiebreak. That's against Sergei Azarov. So it's been fairly stress-free for him. Yeah.
And three additional free days for him, because he didn't have to play all these tie breaks. So, well, but today's match is going to be very exciting, not only for us, but also for the whole Indian chess fans, because one of them will go to the semifinal and will be contesting for the candidate spot.
Yeah.
So I think it is time for us to make our first break before we move on to the ladies board. So yes, just don't go anywhere, because we will be back after a few minutes.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
FIDE World Rapid Team Championship 2023 inaugural edition is hosted by Düsseldorf, Germany, August 25th to August 28th, 2023. Brand new format. Star lineup featuring world champions Vishwanathan Anand, Vladimir Kramnik, Hu Yifan, Alexandra Kostyuk, world number 5 Jan Nepomniachtchi, world number 8 Wesley So, world number 10 Richard Rapport, and many others. Record prize fund of €250,000. Don't miss it. Watch unique event visiting Rheinterrasse Düsseldorf or live on FIDE YouTube.
Welcome back, guys, to the quarterfinal and semifinal of the FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup 2023 in Baku, Azerbaijan. And I think we can quickly take a look at the first board, the most anticipated matchup again between GUKESH and Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, so this game has actually transitioned into something very different from when we last saw it. And after A3, Magnus took on C3. And I figured out during our break why he didn't go for bishop E7, because actually then the trade on D5 is quite unpleasant because there's no more pin. You probably should take with a knight anyway. But if you take, like, going for this structure, the problem is, like, this attack, once the center is locked up, it's going to happen pretty quickly. And then this bishop is quite poor staring into the pawn. I mean, you should probably take like this, but now that there's no pin, white can trade. You know, if you take with the queen, they're going to go C4. And they just have a space advantage in the center. And basically, so you either have to, you know, take with the bishop or the queen and allow them to have C4, or you take with the pawn and then you close up the bishop, which is also unfortunate. So Magnus went for bishop takes C3. And queen takes, he took this pawn, and GUKESH went for this aggressive D5. It definitely looks aggressive for sure, right? Magnus just took it with the knight, allowing him to take on G7, and is basically forcing the queen trade because now the bishop and queen are under attack, so you must take. Knight takes, and bishop E5, king E7 is on the board, and I think GUKESH just took the pawn. So now we're not in a middle game anymore. We're in an end game. Both sides have 6 pawns. And, well, in some situations, white would have the advantage here. But the problem is that his pieces are not very well developed. Black is actually better developed. Probably going to be playing knight BD7 here to guard that pawn. Carlsen is. And also then rook c8 is going to happen. Black always has like d5 for the knight, rook g8. So black actually really doesn't have any problems with his pieces. We can take a look. Let's say knight bd7. I mean, the first move that comes to my mind is the check, obviously. And then you go king e8. So then white has to figure out how they're developing. I mean, you can't move the knight because you lose the pawn. You can't really take and let the knight in. So that's a dilemma, right? I mean, you might have to play some move, I don't know, bishop e2. It doesn't look particularly attractive.
But I think that's necessary, yeah, because then you have to deal with this pawn on e4. At some point, you can't just let it be there all the time because it will just give black some time to build up some attack. And Irina, what if we now see the ladies' boards and see how they are doing?
We got 2 matches only left in the ladies' side. Anna Muzichuk against Nurgul Salimova, huge time advantage. It seems to be the trend in Salimova's games is that she definitely takes more time than her opponents. I mean, I'm not shocked by that. She is playing people who are like a lot more experienced. And actually, you know, it's funny, I see now, this was an e4 opening, like Anna plays. It was not like Anna miraculously switched to d4. But, you know, we had this issue with the DGT boards in the very beginning. So actually, Anna stuck to her normal move, and we actually had a Caro-Kann. Right, not the Queen's Gambit decline. Remember, we were so shocked by that? Yeah, okay. So here we got a pawn of Botvinnik. Knight f3, bishop g4, and then there's this endgame line, but she didn't want to go for the endgame line, right? How does that go? Again, it goes with, there is knight takes d4, right? And then there's, no, it's not knight takes d4, or it could be. It's like I always get a little confused after queen b3, bishop takes f3. No, before that. After, instead of knight b6, because I know knight b6 is not the main move for black. Knight b6, it's a move, it's just not the main move. What's the main move? It's
bishop takes f3.
Bishop takes, and how does it go after pawn takes f3? The next move for black is
E6.
Ah, that's right. It's e6 to protect the knight, and after queen b7, knight takes d4, right? That's how it goes.
Yep.
Knight takes d4, and then there's like a check that we throw in, I think, with bishop b5. Right, the check is the main move, right?
Yeah, bishop b5, and then
Knight
takes
takes,
b5.
queen takes, and queen
Some people
d7.
Some people play queen c6 first because you want to force the king to go to e7.
You actually should throw in the check first, right? King e7, and then queen b5, and like this is a famous endgame line for the pawn of Botvinnik. So yeah, protecting the knight with the e6 and only taking on d4 after queen takes b7. But she goes for something a little less theoretical, but it's definitely still popular. Knight b6, d5, knight d4.
Oh, by the way, Salimova took about 13 minutes to play knight b6.
Oh wow! So she was kind of caught a little surprised by this line, yeah. Knight b6. Okay, so knight b6, d5. Then what do we have? We have knight d4.
Knight d4, bishop b5.
Knight d7. So she gave up the bishop. Obviously, white has this ruined pawn structure, but black is really behind in development. g6, castles bishop g7. I mean, just looking at it, I don't feel like this is bad for black, actually. Like, rook e1 castles. Black got to castle. White's kingside pawn structure is a mess. So I kind of feel like, okay, even if we lose the b7 pawn, it doesn't seem so bad.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's the end of the world, because the d5 pawn is also not too strong.
But Anna is playing all of this very quickly, right? I mean, there has to be a point where this preparation ends. And here we are. So rook f7 was just played by Salimova. And interesting that she doesn't even try to defend b7, maybe because it's just not that easy. She doesn't even try to go knight b6, right?
Yeah.
Because then we go c4.
And rook c8?
Oh, rook c8. Probably just rook c1. This knight stands quite awkwardly here. I mean, I definitely see the white advantage in this position. So Salimova decides just to play rook f7. I mean, I'm not sure about the whole... I have to say, I'm not sure about the whole bishop c3 concept. Like, that is not clear to me that that needed to be played. And I guess the main alternative would have been, like, bishop f6.
Yep.
What do you think about that move?
Yeah, bishop f6. Bishop takes c3 is the...
It's still a
second
theory,
best
isn't
line.
it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Oh, wow.
There are still games currently on the position that we're seeing on the board.
So bishop f6 seems to be like the more popular move in this position. But bishop c3 also, it's like the next most popular move, right? And then you have f6, which is, you know, looking a little less attractive because it blocks the bishop. But yeah, I mean, bishop f6, I kind of wonder what is the concept here? You know, I see that there's like a move like h4, but yeah, you're really in computer territory with this type of play, right? Like with this open king and playing h4 to, you know, support the bishop. I mean, it's not the most obvious. I mean, I can see Anna's, you know, computer preparation here, I think. But bishop c3 happened, and then f6. And that is still a lot of grandmaster games, even in this position.
Yeah. Solak Dragan is currently probably the highest rated player that played on this game against Igor Kovalenko. So let's take a look.
Yeah, so f6 and rook f7, right?
So the question is, what will black do if white takes the pawn on b7?
Yeah, that's the big question. Okay. So Anna is finally thinking. So she's got a lead of more than half an hour on the clock, which is quite a nice outcome from the opening preparation. And if she takes this pawn, what does black have here?
Knight c5.
Yeah, knight c5 is like, that's the first move you think about, right? And followed by rook c8. If the knight gets attacked, you'd like to win this pawn. So I like that.
Yeah, if you play queen c6, rook c8, but if you don't play anything that is protecting the pawn on d5, then yeah, the queen will just take it. So
Yeah, and
probably-
also, by the way, we should point out there's a fork. That is also a possible idea, right? Also could be unpleasant. So taking this pawn, it doesn't really seem like a great idea. And maybe white just needs to play a move like c4 or rook a d1 to kind of consolidate. I actually like kind of either of them. But okay, I know there's a rule, pieces before pawns. So the rook must go first into the center. And yeah, it's a very unbalanced position. It's just a question of how do we fight against white's initiative? Yeah, maybe we should even go b6 at some point. Why not? Why is b6 such a bad idea? I know it's a little ugly. I know we're giving up these light squares. I don't like to give up that light square. But at the same time, we kind of give the knight that square. I think it's possible to look at it. Well, let's try. We can try to figure that out. b6. Yeah.
Yeah, why not? I mean, there's always something that you have to give in order to gain something else too. So you have this strong square for the knight on c5, but also white has to prove whether the weakness over c6 and e6 is something that is that big.
And the rook is going to come to c8 next. The knight could come here. Well, I think anything can actually happen from this position. Let's take a look at the tournament road of Anna Muzychuk.
So Anna Muzychuk won quite, I don't know, I don't know how to explain.
Dramatic.
More than dramatic. I think it was like the most
Epic, yeah.
epic and ferocious tiebreak that I've ever seen in this World Cup, because
Yeah.
I've seen so many tiebreaks. Okay, some of them are very long tiebreaks, but the tiebreak that she had yesterday against Elizabeth Batts is just like, I think, topping the list of the most epic tiebreaks here in the World Cup. So
All decisive games in that tiebreak, except the final one.
yeah, except the
That
final
Elizabeth
one.
was not able to win to keep the match going, in that blitz game.
But even the final one, it was a decisive draw. So pretty much all the games that they played against each other, it was very decisive.
Yeah, and she had to beat her sister, Maria Muzychuk. She also beat, I remember, Diamante Cornet. Pretty smooth match. So, yeah, Anna's road here has not been so easy. Certainly the match against her sister was, probably a bit emotionally unpleasant, I think.
Yep.
Right, and then she also went through some tough moments in her match against Anna Ushenina in their first game that she was completely losing in. So, yeah, Anna fought her way to this point in the tournament, and she did just play rook a d1, following the principle of centralizing your rooks.
Yep.
Still has a nice time advantage over Salimova.
Yeah, so yeah, you mentioned that she played against Daulite Cornet Diamante. It is true. And then on the first round, Anna won against. Oh, actually,
That
Anna
was
did,
her
Anna,
first
it was the first round. Yeah,
Daulite
because
Diamante was her first round.
Because Anna Muzychuk is one of the top seeded, so she started playing on the second round, beating Diamante, Daulite Cornet, and then round 3, she defeated the former women's world champion, Anna Ushenina, and then also Maria Muzychuk, both are former women's world champion.
Yeah, and that required some tiebreaks.
Yeah,
she
they
did.
required
She
some
did
tiebreaks.
defeat 2 former women's world champions, who coincidentally are both from Ukraine.
Ukraine, yes.
Yes.
And then yesterday we just talked about her tiebreak against Elizabeth Batts. That was the most dramatic and epic one.
Yeah, interesting. So we have now the tournament road of Nurgul Salimova perhaps a player that, the chess world still needs to get to know better.
Yes, and all the players need to watch out because Nurgül will only get better and better, and she is only 20 years old, so
Wow.
she's still pretty young. So she played against Charlize van Zyl from South Africa on the first round, and second round she defeated Olia Kjolbasa. And then moving on to the next round, she also defeated Marianne Gomez 2-0, almost no tiebreak. The only tiebreak that she played starting when she played against Medina Warda Aulia from Indonesia, and Polina Shuvalova, which we also saw yesterday. It was quite nerve-wracking as well.
So the first, the first higher rated player that she beat was Polina Shuvalova in yesterday's tiebreaks. It's interesting because some people have, let's say, a tougher road than others. Some people, I would say, let's say Elizabeth's road was really quite tough, because she was playing all the highest people in her bracket. She was playing first Asobayeva, then Ju Wenjun. I mean, that's not exactly a gift, right?
Yep.
And then Anna Muzichuk. And some people, they get an easier road because they're playing people who've had upsets against those higher rated players. It's also not easy but still, I think in general, you prefer to play a lower rated player who's had one good match. It's not necessarily that they're 25-50 now, but they beat someone who's that rating. And that's actually been Salimova's path for most of this tournament until she faced Polina Shuvalova.
Right. Yes. But it's
It
also...
could have been actually, I'm sorry to interrupt. It could have been Alexandra Kostenyuk. She could have been facing Kostenyuk because Kostenyuk got knocked out by Inyats, and then Inyats got knocked out by Shuvalova. So there was never actually the match. There was never the match Shuvalova-Kostenyuk, right? So, so her path was a little bit easier, but still, it's never easy to get to this stage in the tournament, to the semifinals of the World Cup.
Yes, I agree with you. But also, it shows that, luck was on her side because there are some games that you could control that are your matches, but also there are some things that you cannot control about playing against those who made upsets, and it's definitely into Salimova's favor. So, I think we will see if the luck is always on her side, because it means that she might be one of the lowest rated players who are in the contested to be the candidate.
Yeah, well, she might not be the lowest rated by the time the candidates happens in the April of 2024. Which, by the way, is going to be in Toronto in the Western Hemisphere. Kind of exciting.
Yep.
We haven't had a candidates tournament in forever. I can't remember. When has there been a candidates tournament in the Western Hemisphere? Good trivia question for you guys. Maybe our YouTube chat can let us know.
Yep.
I see. We got someone there saying Irina is super biased. I guess I wonder against who. I consider this called being objective, guys. I'm trying to give you an objective picture of how people got here and how chess players actually, how they evaluate this kind of stuff and the strength of the field that they had to go through. That's really all it is. It's certainly no bias against, Nurgül Salimova, who is doing a great job getting here, but she's definitely, she had a different road here than some of the other players. But now she's getting a tough test because she's playing very experienced Anna Muzichuk, who has not previously won a World Cup or a World Championship. And I think Anna, as one of the few women who's ever been over 2,600, is definitely going to want to take advantage of her opportunity and get into the final and maybe win her first World Cup.
Yep. Well, and also for Salimova, I totally agree with you. Where if she goes to the candidate and playing in the candidate in April 2024, she might not be the lowest because she's only improving month to month and she's just only getting better and better. So, we will see if the underdog, will be successful in this tournament.
We will see. I mean, it's already very successful just to get to this point.
Exactly.
But But can she keep going? Well, we will see, because right now she's on move. She's down to, I think, 37 minutes, which is not great. And actually, someone was saying in the chat that they think that she's just double checking her lines, and that, of course, she knows all this theory because she's been playing the best move so far. But yeah, I definitely don't think that's the case. I mean, nobody burns, more than 50 minutes going through their theory. I think she's actually just, figuring the stuff out over the board, and it happens to coincide with the best moves. That's good, but of course it's costing her a lot of time, and for later in the game, that could prove important.
Right. I think while she's still double checking her line or what she remembers, we can quickly take a look at the other board.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look. Tan Zhongyi versus Alexandra Garyachkina. Seems to be a nice position for Garyachkina. And they actually had a Queen's Gambit. Again, we're seeing this opening being used by all the top players in the open and the women's section. So she goes for rook e8, knight ge2, c6, h3. Now Tan, it's funny, because Tan was playing the Queen's Gambit, declined against me in the Pro League. So she also plays this stuff for black. Knight d7, queen c2, a5, castles, right? All right, so she went that way. So then we actually got kind of a standard Queen's Gambit. Let me try to see the differences here. I mean, the black knight is on f8. She's thrown in this move, which can be useful for these plans, which are very popular these days. And white has gone for this system, but she also has the pawn here. I don't know if that's harmful in terms of her playing f3 and e4, but she actually did play f3. There you go. f3, because that's the main plan when your knight is on e2. You got to go for the center majority attack. Other than that, you have no real play anywhere on the board. So f3 makes sense by Tan. b5, and this is the new concept introduced to this position in the last years, I don't know, I think 20, 30 years ago, you just didn't really see this very much. Black touching the pawn on b7 and creating the backwards pawn on c6. You just never saw that. These days, it's extremely common because computers have shown that this gives black good counterplay. So Tan goes rook ae1, bishop a6. So when is she going to push e4 is what I want to know. And can she push e4? But every time you push, I mean, I'm sure she was worried about a b4 somewhere kicking this knight. But that's the big question, though, isn't it? It's at which point could white have pushed e4? Let's see what happens. She played knight g3, b4, knight a4, knight e6. Guess she's not going to be pushing that anymore.
Yep.
And here's the current position after knight f5, h5, and rook c1. Wow, quite some developments here. And the problem for white is that she's really not able to push this anymore, right? Because there's too much pressure on the d-pawn. So black, of course, I think is going for, there's a few things I think black is going for. One idea is h4 and g6, but I guess the knight can sort of escape maybe. And meanwhile, I think, what white is going for is this move. By going rook c1, Tan wants to prepare the attack on the rook. The rook is kind of stuck, and you can't really use the queen because of, maybe knight d6 fork. But Garyachkina doesn't take too long on this, and she just goes for g6 immediately.
Yep. So what happens after queen d3?
Yeah, I think after queen d3, maybe the rook just has time to move.
Or maybe just queen a8.
Or queen a8. Maybe the fork is not such a big deal. I'm sorry, not the fork, but just the attack is not such a big deal. And Tan doesn't even really contemplate queen d3. She just goes
Knight g3.
Knight g3. And by the way, on queen d3, I guess that's the main way you want to protect, right? There is a...
Also, you can just play
Yeah.
rook a8, yeah? There's no...
Yeah, rook
yeah,
a8,
rook
and then you
because
have to
the
move
knight
the
has to
knight.
go. And then you can actually reroute your rook to c8,
C8.
yeah. That's actually helping Black's
Yeah,
position.
actually, it's a good question. I mean, I kind of like though the queen a8 that you said, because the queen could be pretty good on somewhere on b7, maybe even going to b5.
And the other rook on e8 will go to c8, yeah?
Yeah,
when
I
the,
mean-
when the knight comes back.
Because
Or-
the knight just cannot come in. That's the problem. Like he gets trapped there, right? So the knight would have to go back anyway, and then I think this idea is actually super typical for these
trapping
positions.
the knight.
Yeah. It just as an idea, it's important. So she doesn't bother with that. She just goes back knight g3, and so here we are. It's how you get winning chances as black these days by using the queen's gambit declined and creating this unbalanced pawn structure. So what move do we like here for black?
I think there are a few. I like this idea with queen b8, attacking the knight on g3 and then possibly putting the queen on b5, like what you mentioned earlier. I also like the quiet move, like for example, bishop g7. Just, you know, it looks a bit more solid and you don't have to commit to anything. Or even h4. So there are plenty of choices here for black.
Well, you
to
would
play.
never believe the evaluation of the engine bar for this position. I don't think it's possible to guess for a human. It's so bad. Like it's minus 3.7. I mean, can you imagine? Like, white's not even down material, but it's that bad for white. So
wow.
yeah. So our job, and even our viewers are asking us, why is it so bad according to the engine? Is it because of the kingside pawn structure?
I think so too. Like you cannot do anything on the king side, and then the materials are reduced. You don't have any bishops to guard on the diagonal, and only black can play in this position.
I think it must be like some specific tactical problems, right? Like there must be something happening. Like okay, knight g7. Maybe we just don't hold these pawns. Like how does this pawn get held? You can't push it.
Yeah, the position is that good for black. You can even afford to allow this knight c5, yeah? Because normally...
You can.
Yeah, because I mean, normally, you know, you don't want to give the square away, but because the position is just so good, black doesn't mind.
Yeah, after knight c5, though.
You can even play rook a7, maybe just
rook
e7.
a7. Oh, that's great. Yeah,
To
because I didn't
e7.
want to allow knight b7. Yeah. Rook a7, and then again the question, so how do we guard that pawn? Let's just try. Let's just try to guard it.
You have to play rook fe1 and then knight f1, because after that, there is rook e7.
Yeah, the problem is this is coming all the time.
Right, and also bishop d4, whichever you choose.
Yeah.
Oh,
so,
that's so bad.
well, basically, so like I go here and you go there. I mean, I think it's even worse that we helped that rook get there, but okay. And then the problem is that this bishop h4 is coming, and we might just be collapsing on that square. Like
And-
we still can't push because they take and the pawn
Yep.
hangs.
Wow. Yeah, Alexander Gorchkina has been playing so well in this tournament, even in the tiebreak yesterday, too. And she's showing quite energetic chess from one game to another.
I mean, just getting a winning position with the black pieces after like 20-something moves is quite impressive. We'll come back to analyzing this a bit more, but first let's take a look at the tournament road of Alexander Gorchkina.
So Alexander Gorchkina played the second round against Ordas Valdez, and she hasn't had any tiebreaks until yesterday's, the match between her versus Harika Dronofali, and it was also a very interesting match to see. And yeah, eventually she prevailed, and now she's in a semifinal playing against Tan Zhongyi. And meanwhile, we can also quickly take a look how Tan Zhongyi got into the semifinal.
Yeah, Tan Zhongyi, she had some more drama in her matches. And she had two very tough opponents, Zhu Jianer, her compatriot from China, that she managed to beat in a dramatic second game, and Bella Hotenashvili. I think she won that first game against Bella, and Bella was not able to make a comeback. So, but here she is, and you know what? The good news for her is Gorchkina missed this opportunity. Yeah, she missed this because it wasn't like, white is not so losing unless something bad happens immediately, right? So the thing is, I mean, knight g7 is a bit of a tricky move, right? And I guess she just didn't really realize like how she could impact that e3 pawn like right away.
Yeah, I'm sure the players, I think they know that black is standing better in this position, but like you and I, we were both surprised at the evaluation of this position. It's already like -3 for black, and it's just like, it feels like it's a little bit too much, but...
Oh, it feels like way too much.
Way too much,
I mean,
yeah.
like, I actually think like there's just no way anyone would, like any chess player would ever look at this position and be like, that's -3.5. And let me just show you something, guys. There's something actually very tricky. Like, I don't think this is that trivial of a line at all. Like, knight g7, I think the reason she didn't really go for this is actually because, first of all, there's queen d3, right? Attacking the rook and protecting the pawn. So you're looking at this and you're like, oh, well, what's the big deal? Like, why is it so bad for white, right? So the rook is actually supposed to go to a7.
And what happened after you take on c6?
Right, and then you're
Just
supposed to
show?
give up this pawn, right? You're supposed to give up this pawn, and then you go and attack this knight. So it's like, it's all very concrete. It's very like move by move. It's not just like white just lost in general,
Right.
where there's like one clean tactic that takes them out. It's more like something like this, and then you go, like, I guess rook a e7, and it's just a great position because white cannot really hold that pawn, and they're going to be going e4. And again, I mean, like, okay, of course, obviously black in this one is doing very well, but still, like, I mean, you have to know that that's the evaluation to like try to even find this line, I think. Yeah, so I don't think this was easy, and like we should all be like so shocked that she didn't play knight g7.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, unfortunately for Grechkina, she played one of the moves that I mentioned, queen b8. Of course, knight g7 is the cleanest option to advantage in this position. But yeah, again, I would always play black in this position because black is just very comfortable. Like I said, black has plenty of choices on how to continue this position.
Yeah, well, she played queen b8. She played queen b8, and that move still leaves her in a pleasant position. But it's actually, the difference is enormous. It's like a 3-pawn difference. I mean, it's actually crazy, this moment, guys.
Yep.
Yeah. But, in her defense, yeah, this move knight g7 and seeing that whole concept was by far, was very not obvious. Right now she's attacking this knight, though, and we expect Tan Zhongyi to move the knight to e2. We already took a look at their tournament roads, so perhaps we should now go back to taking a look at Magnus versus GUKESH. Let's see how they're doing in this endgame. So we saw the position after king e7, bishop c7, knight bd7, and GUKESH did not bother giving the check on d6. He played bishop g3, rook h g8, bishop e2. So that was kind of how we were talking about developing this knight, by first defending this pawn, but he also put the bishop there to kind of block the attack on the g file. Really? King e8? That really got played?
What could it be?
Okay, I mean, I have to admit that, like, that move I find really surprising.
Ah, I see the idea.
What's the idea?
Bishop h4.
Well, yeah, but that's enough of a reason to make you go king e8? I mean, I guess you're threatening some ideas like that. But still,
yeah.
So something about king e8 which looks really surprising. I mean, you just, normally don't want to undevelop your pieces like that. So
let me do some fact checker for you. He just took about 3 minutes to move king e8.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, let's say we go rook c8. It doesn't even seem like bishop h4 is such a big threat because we can actually go for this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you do have ideas of taking, but I just think that with no development, yeah, I mean, you can't really go for this position as white, right? Like nothing moves. So even though you have 2 pieces for the rook, nothing would move. So I don't know. I mean, king e8 I find to be really surprising. I'm as surprised by that move all right, as I was by the valuation in Gariachkina's game, that minus 3.5. Like, that's how surprised I am to see this move. Even though it seems like, you know, it doesn't change the position much, but it's just more like I'm just curious about Magnus's thinking, like why that would, like, what he found so objectionable to something like Rook C8. Like, what's the big deal? Why does the king need to go backwards instead of the rook getting developed? So anyway, that would be a great question, I think, for our for the journalists to ask Carlson, like what he was trying to avoid. I mean, maybe some kind of a check, right? Like maybe knight h3, and for some so actually, like, let's say he goes, let's say he would have gone rook c8, knight h3, and maybe somewhere there is a check on h4, like here, like maybe here's a line that he can't move this knight, because if he moves the knight, well, I think he can still maybe move the knight, but if he moves the knight, there's a check, and I take and I attack the knight.
Yeah, so probably his next move is explaining why he played this king e8. And what's interesting is king e8 is one of the top choice of computer.
It is one of the top. Here's the thing, I know it's one of the top choices, but the question is like why it got his preference compared to the other moves, because I still don't see it. Like, I still feel like even knight d5 here, well, knight d5, my idea was kind of like to go knight e3, but it's a bit sharp, isn't it? It's a bit sharp. I'm attacking a few different things. I mean, it seems like it could work for black, actually. So
yeah. But I think the knight is pretty bad later on g2. So I have to play rook d2, and then knight takes, and then double.
But the thing is, I'm
rook.
taking this guy. I'm taking the center pawn. Yeah, I think it's holding together, actually. But anyway, I mean, like if I was doing a press conference with Magnus, right, at the World Championship, that would be question number one, I think. Why king e8? Like, explain your thinking process.
Yep.
Okay. But, I mean, in a very vague sense, like, we understand, you know, that he's getting away from checks by the bishop. Like, we get that. It's just a question of, like, why now? What's the rush? But anyway, he played that move. Gukesh took on e4, knight e4, and I guess he's happy that there's no check here.
Yeah, I think that he was just preparing for this. So I think it's a very good prevention move by Magnus Carlsen, because you also sometimes you cannot really decide where this rook will go. Okay, c8 is very obvious, but maybe d8 at some point, you know, could be the square for the rook on a8.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you one thing, though. Like, if he would have played rook c8, there wouldn't have even been pawn takes e4, because then bishop e4 would have been very powerful, right? So it would have just been a different line. But anyway, he played king e8. After pawn takes, he took with a knight. And bishop f3 is on the board. Knight takes g3, and Gukesh recaptured on G3. I mean, I suppose he could consider taking the bishop, but
I think you just take on h1, yeah?
Yeah, you take on h. I mean, yeah, I don't see any particular reason why he would necessarily go for that, but I'm just saying, like, he could maybe have considered that, unless I'm missing something, unless there's some sort of, well, rook b8.
Rook b8.
You can always take on g3.
Just take on g3, right.
But anyway, he decided that he wanted to capture back right away on g3. Yeah, I mean, it's possible to consider taking the bishop, but he took this way, opens up the rook. And what can we say about this position? It's, there was a trade of bishops, and here we have it.
Yeah, I think black has no choice but to take on the bishop, because there's no better move than taking. And now, should black keep the pawn on h7 or just simply take the pawn on g3?
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious here that, like, only Magnus can be better. His pawn structure is better. I mean, obviously, Gukesh's opening did not work out for him in any way. I mean, basically, it got him to like, you know, a slightly worse position that actually Magnus may be going to be able to try to win.
Right.
Right. So the issue here is the reason black cannot just capture both pawns is because unfortunately there is rook h8, I think.
And after king e7.
Yeah, king e7 is the right move and actually feels, well, it feels a bit uncomfortable for white, but maybe white can
Knight d4.
knight d4 create some sort of activity. I still would, I mean, I would not like to be white here. There's so many moves that black can try, right? It's knight e5, rook c8. And basically, I mean, black already has a passed pawn and the g pawn. It reminds me a little bit about the endgame that ERIGAISI won against Grandelius. Yeah, out of not so much. But I mean, I can see how things can go wrong here for white. Let's say we go rook c8. So can you create play against my f7 pawn? Let's say you try. I defend it.
And probably now I can play rook e1.
And there's a pin.
Yeah, then you have to move your king or move your rook. Oh no, you have to move your king, I guess. If you move your rook, it has to be the one on
G5.
g file.
Yeah. I could move my rook even, right?
Yep.
But maybe you can do that. Try to make a draw. You know, get some trade like this.
And after takes and rook f5, I think black is just better, yeah?
Yeah, black can also consider this.
Wow.
I mean, it's not... I'm more like showing this, probably like this is just a draw. But actually, you know, by the way, this is checkmate, guys. I got a bunch of pawns. I got 3 pawns for the piece. But, I mean, I think this should be a draw. Because we got too much pressure against f7.
Right.
I just showed this because it was kind of a funny line. But yeah, black will probably just take and be, I
Rook
mean,
f5.
a little better, but I mean, I do think that white should be holding this position.
Also, I was about to say rook g2, but rook g2 there is c3, so that doesn't really work. Although it could be a line, like after here and then rook g2, and you play c3, and then you can just play rook d8 and then goes to d8. D2. And if this, and then you can just keep taking and takes on b2.
Yeah, here you win a pawn, yeah? Okay, well, let's go back a little bit. So I feel like Magnus is first of all, he's in a position to try to make this kind of unpleasant for white. Maybe he doesn't have a lot to work with, but I think he certainly will try, right? So given that this pawn is weak for Magnus, I don't think he can really there's any point in holding on to it.
Or you might actually hold it first by playing knight f6.
Knight f6.
You still have this attack on g3 anyway. That white has to also deal with it, like in this position.
That's true.
How to play?
Yeah, you can try knight f6, guarding everything, and apparently we have to go here, rook h6, and try to get some counterplay quickly. Actually, knight f6 is a good point. Maybe we delay the capture of the pawn, try to hold this. So we can go rook h6. And after rook h6, well, Magnus could actually play rook g6, you know, and try to improve his pawn structure. It's actually not such a obvious idea, like why that's bad, because, I mean, again, it's kind of unpleasant for for white.
For white,
these
yes.
double pawns, you know? So actually, you know, you're I think, suggesting a very good point here, knight f6, starting with that. Because if white starts defending, it gets very passive. Black has time for king e7.
Yeah, but I think I know what Magnus is currently thinking. If knight f6 is happening on the board, then maybe there is rook d6. White will just try to try to find the activity for all the pawns. So let's say if you take on g3, I'll take on b6, you take on g2, and probably just put the knight on the center of the board, or there should be some compensation for this pawn because of the activity of the pieces.
And what if I go, so first of all, what if I go rook b8? What if I just try to defend the pawn and then attack your rook?
Right, yeah, this is also, I think, very interesting. Probably knight e5, you might have to be consistent with the idea.
Yeah.
Because after rook g3, there is knight c6, and your rook on b8 has to be on the back rank, otherwise it's a checkmate on d8.
Right, but let's actually look at that. That's kind of fun. So I go to the back rank, and I'm kind of happy to be there, because my rook is actually pretty good on c8. And then when you try to mate me, right? I think
You have to,
you
can
know, I
play-
could run.
you
That's
can
the funny
run,
thing. I
right.
can run this way. And I think I get away for this. You know, it's interesting because I see why Magnus is thinking here. It's like two pretty good options, actually. Knight of 6, you know, makes a lot of sense to me. And I feel like, in a way, from a human point of view, like, this might be the right move. You know, because he's kind of keeping it more complicated and not
not simplifying the position.
yeah, not simplifying so easily. The problem with rushing in to take the pawn and playing this, it's like, okay, number of pawns on the board has gotten less, but it's still unpleasant, right? So knight d4, and we just got to stop this check. We tried rook c8, which I think actually was not the best because of rook e1. We were doing rook f1, but this actually is a double attack on the e6 pawn and the fork.
So you have to move the king, but is there any good place for the king here?
Well, it's complicated because there's even like knight e6 tactics, right? So I think Magnus would need to try to avoid that and go knight e5. And then if rook e1, then how do we defend this knight?
There's king f6, but you have to think about rook h6. But I think you can just easily defend it, yeah?
There's also king d6.
King d6.
I had this weird idea. No, this one doesn't work. But then they go back, though. And you can't take the pawn because knight of 3 wins a piece. So king goes back. King here. Let's try your way now. King f6.
Yeah, so any checks on h6, you have options. You can play king g7, you can even play knight g6, I guess. That's also another idea. Actually, I like knight g6 after rook h6.
You like, yeah, rook h6, knight g6. I mean, it's actually a pretty tough choice for Magnus, I would say. Not obvious at all because both of these lines are quite pleasant for him. So, yeah, he's thinking here, you know, which path to take to create the biggest problems for GUKESH.
Right.
And, yeah, I would say, well, the opening has worked out great for him. He's in a nice endgame here that I think we can expect to be watching for quite a while.
Yep.
And if he can create problems here with the black pieces, I mean, it's going to, you know, start off his match very well.
Yes, and I'm expecting there is going to be some endgame grind by Magnus on this position because it's obvious that if anyone who playing for a win here, it is Magnus with the black pieces. But GUKESH is, of course, a very resourceful player as well. So I think he might be able to hold this, yeah, to defend this position and force the game into a draw. So I think, guys, meanwhile, while they are still thinking right now, I think this is our cue for our next break. So yeah, stay tuned because we'll be back after a few minutes.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back, everyone, to the third hour of second game in the quarterfinal and semifinal of the World Cup and Women's World Cup. And we have seen some development in the game between GUKESH versus Magnus Carlsen. So let's quickly take a look.
Yeah, well, Magnus here had a big decision whether he wanted to go in for this pawn capture and allow the h7 pawn to be captured immediately, or whether he wanted to take the time to protect his pawn and then make the threats to the pawns on the g file. So we thought this was quite an important decision. Weren't really sure which way he was going to go because both moves are frankly quite possible and still leave him with some advantage. And he decided to go in for rook takes g3, rook h7, king e7, getting out of that check. I mean, I guess the point is you can't really take the pawn because even though this doesn't win the rook, it does force the knight into a very unpleasant position. And then probably knight e5, even threatening some kind of knight d7 or, even just getting the knight here. It's like a lot of initiative for white, right? So he played king e7 instead, and I think knight d4 is on the board. We talked about that, and they went into this line. So Magnus did play, in fact, the most accurate move, knight e5, because he wants to control that square. And if he had started with rook c8, then rook e1, threatening the pawn, and the fork would have been problematic. So he goes for knight e5. And actually, okay, GUKESH is thinking here, but it's very important that on this move that this is the best way to protect the knight. Although there also is, I suppose, you can look at that, but then there's tactics, I think. Yeah, if you go rook g5,
There's
wouldn't
some
this just lead to an immediate draw after this fork? King f6, here, and, well, white's even up a pawn.
White is the one who's playing for.
So you don't want to
win
blunder
there.
like that into that knight fork. So king f6 would be the move for Magnus. And the king could go over to g6 if he gets checked again. And looks, if white just checks him, I don't see how that's productive. White is left with that weakness ultimately. Black, if black wins that pawn, he's going to have two connected pass pawns in the center with a winning position, right?
Right.
And I think, the advantage black's advantage here is that this pawn is a weakness and that white's extra pawn on the queen side is just not really usable for a while. And so basically, but black's e-pawn is actually a lot more useful than the pawn on c2.
Yep, that pawn on a6 is actually holding so many important squares, d5 and f5. So I totally agree with you. And the knight on e5, even though it's a strong knight, it's still looking a little shaky there because only the king is defending it. And now, of course, GUKESH has to find the right move, the right continuation for white here. And probably we can take a look at another game that is currently going on, maybe between Dominguez versus Caruana.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't really updated about the game yet.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of changes in that game because we last saw it in the opening when Dominguez played h3 and Caruana played a6, bishop d2, and only then Caruana offered up the bishop trade and we got into this structure. Dominguez played b4. There was a trade, b5, queen b3, queen d7, rook a2. Okay, so things are getting traded, but eventually some big changes happen in the center. So Caruana pushed the pawn, got off the diagonal, and Dominguez is trying to provoke him to play d4. I think he ultimately does provoke him because this pawn was so hard to protect that finally Caruana had to go in for this. And what can we say about this position? Well, knight g8 just played by Caruana. I don't think he's threatening this exchange sack yet, though obviously you always have to be alert to that. He goes knight g8 in order to go knight e7.
g6, and f4 maybe, yeah?
Right, some kind of maneuver like that. So white obviously has a lot of pressure on this knight and this pawn. But I guess for now, it looks like black is holding the balance. I mean, black has the space, right, with these pawns. White's bishop is not amazing. There's also some pressure against b4. So it's like both sides have their pluses and minuses. Like, I don't really know what this knight is doing on g3. Right?
Yep.
So it's feels like a balanced position, and the only thing that is not so balanced is the time. I mean, I really don't like Dominguez's time situation. I feel like that's something that, you know, he does kind of need to address in his game, because, you know, this game has not been the most complicated or the most tactical, right? And, you know, he's down to 21 minutes for 17 moves compared to almost 50 minutes for Fabi. And it wasn't like Fabi hit him with some incredible novelty that was just forcing him to think, right? So I feel like this is the problem with this kind of time management.
Yep. And definitely, yeah. Dominguez has to play faster now, because otherwise he might be in the time trouble very soon. So, and all the moves on the board have been, well, they're not easy for sure, but they're kind of like natural, yeah? So you don't have to really calculate some complex line, or maybe there was, but I don't see anything yet at the moment. All you have to do is just some positional moves and some maneuvers of the knights or of the bishop. But yeah, I totally agree with you. This could backfire to him about his time management.
And maybe Dominguez needs to actually, like I mentioned, this knight that I don't see what it's doing. Maybe this knight needs to try to maneuver himself somewhere else. Obviously, he would like to go there, put even more pressure on the e5 pawn. But the thing is, yeah, I mean, it's actually interesting, because if black plays h5, then he really weakens g5. So
And he's reaching Queen A2 is on the board.
Queen A2. So let's see, what is the point of that? I think the point is to go to A6 and attack from this side. But obviously he also is leaving this pawn hanging. And I almost feel like this might be an offer, a draw offer, in a way, because let's see, like if the black knight takes, right? The idea is you're going to trade, and well, you might take on, you don't need to really take on c8, or do you? You might need to take on c8. Like, I'm trying to see if white can just get the pawn back with something like queen b3. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Actually, maybe it's not even a draw for, I mean, if he takes that pawn, then he's better, isn't he? Like, then he starts, like, having traded off all the rooks, he starts approaching that pawn. And if Fabi tries to guard it, then losing that pawn, and then you lose, you know, it's like the knights are very dangerous, right?
Yep.
So that's the point. He's leaving this pawn hanging. And now on bishop takes b4, there seems to be a tactic like
Yeah, just take on
this.
c6. Yeah, take twice, and then bishop on b4 is hanging. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you're either going to give me 2 pieces for the rook in this situation, which is should be good for white, or if you take on d2,
Then we have an active rook. You can even take on e6, yeah?
yeah, then we get that pawn, and we're
Or knight
definitely
e5
doing well.
as well.
Yeah. This looks very good.
Yeah.
So black, I don't think, can take this pawn on b4, but he needs to find another move.
What if you take it with the knight?
Yeah, so we just looked at that. Yeah, knight takes b4. Don't worry. Yeah, I was thinking, like, we looked at this line, like, here, and there was I was thinking queen b3, and I kind of either get this pawn or that pawn. Yeah. Or actually, or that pawn. You have a lot of pawns hanging after the rook trade, so I think you don't really want to go for knight takes b4.
So probably
Yeah.
just go knight e7, yeah, according to the original plan.
You could go knight e7, but the thing is that there is this type of infiltration planned, and with the attack on that pawn that you would need to calculate. So probably,
What if knight g7? No, it's okay. And then queen a6,
I
and then
think
rook a8.
what did he play? Did he play knight? I think he played rook a8 probably. Yeah, that's the move. I think that is the most natural against this plan. I'm actually kind of curious, like, what Dominguez is thinking about here, because after rook a8, he's not getting anywhere on the a file. He just kind of needs to go back. He needs to go back, and then the knight comes out. So then the question is like, what was the point of all that? I actually think there was no point.
Yeah, he went to queen b3.
So the queen was on b2. So he basically goes to a2 and then to b3. And sorry, we're going to promote these moves. 1 second. Rook a8. And queen b3, knight g7, right? Yeah, natural by Fabi. So the only thing that's really changed for white is that the queen has gone to b3 from b2. It doesn't seem like a very big difference, but I guess he targets e6, which is a little bit more active, obviously, than just staring into the d4 pawn.
Right.
He's improved his queen a little bit. In terms of like a big plan here for white, yeah, it's a little hard to see. I mean, he could try like rook a2 and start playing on the a file again. So that's an option. Or he could go for this knight f1 idea. Let's say we just try knight f1. Let's just see what is going to happen. But then there could be rook a4. That's the other thing. Is like now you've invited the black rook in, so now the rook could actually go to a4. And I mean, now at some point we have to start worrying about losing that pawn. So I guess this is why we're going to try to go rook a2. Keep your rook out. And probably like all these lines, like where you take and you try to like take my pawn, they are at least not that dangerous for white, because white should be able to get the pawn back. So let's take a look. So let's say you go knight takes b4. Well, then e5 is going to hang, right? Something always hangs. In general, I'm not even saying this is a disaster for black, but in general, black doesn't want to really lose that massive pawns in the center. Although even this looks possible. Like I wouldn't even say that particular position is such a bad line for black. So here Fabiano would have a choice, you know?
And yeah, I think the idea is like a provocation, you know, with that queen a2, just to get the rook on the a file and then try to exchange it. Because to be honest, I don't see what could white do in this type of position, because it looks so close, and it's actually easier for black to continue, because we see this idea with the knight maneuver to g8, e7, g6, and f4. At least you have one idea in mind. But for white, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, in this position, I think it's always the knight that wants to capture the pawn. You don't really want to trade the bishops, though, because, like, the bishops, then you're left with the knight, and it's a little bit less pleasant. Still playable. Like, if we go queen b3, you can have, like, knight c6, right?
And then you cannot take on e5 because d3 is hanging, yeah? Like knight e5, knight e5. Oh, but the rook on f8 is hanging too.
You might be able to take here. And like that.
And queen f7.
Yeah.
But queen f7, queen f7, queen d4, and then just take twice on f2, and then knight d3 and knight c1.
How many tactics with the knights have we seen today?
Plenty.
And actually, black gets into should be a winning endgame in this position. I mean,
maybe.
Who knows if it's winning?
Yeah, who knows?
But it's like, it's certainly, yeah. Who knows if it's winning, but it's certainly not a bad one.
Not a bad
right.
one, yes.
Yeah, probably a decent chance for it to be winning, actually. I feel like, you know, we can start using the king.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the way this game is going, I would say the time advantage that Fabi has and the position, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets some chances in this game. We actually have rook a2 on the board. So linear is trying to keep the rook from going to a4. And if Fabi does exchange here on a2, which is quite possible, since if he doesn't, then rook a1 is going to happen. So if he does trade to at least have the option of taking that pawn, we really might see this position after rook takes, queen takes, and then the big choice, like take the pawn or don't take the pawn, right? I mean, I suppose you could like even just delay taking this pawn and go something like rook c8. Could do that. And then let's say if I go queen b3, maybe then you go rook a8. You know, then if I make this move to kind of guard the pawn, then you can go to the a file and, you know, start claiming some advantage.
Right, yes. Oh, this is interesting because each of them has something to get, yeah?
Yeah.
White has this idea with, the double pawn on a6 and a5. They're not necessarily strong, but they're holding the position. But it means that the queen on d7 has to protect a6 all the time. And meanwhile, also, White has this weakness on b4 that White has to keep an eye for. So, yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Which idea of this player would eventually succeed in?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly give the chances to black just because more of the lines can go well for black than I think for white. Like, I think there's more of a chance for a mess up for white than for black in this position. But objectively, you know, it's still balanced for the moment. Let's take a quick look how GUKESH is doing against Magnus Carlsen. They have made some, there have been some evolution in their game. Rook e1 happened. And actually, after rook e1, interestingly, Magnus did not go king f6 like we were thinking. He went for the counterattack on White's knight, inviting a double rook endgame, which GUKESH took him up on. And then he returns to the second rank to guard things, and rook a d8.
Already threatening for a checkmate there.
Oh, yeah. So c3, I guess, is pretty forced. I mean, it's a kind of a good move anyway. I mean, yeah, black is like a tiny bit better. I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm underestimating it. Maybe it's like more than that because obviously this pawn can still be a target, right? Like, but on the other hand, if you go there, I'm going to counterattack f7.
So probably it's safe to just go f4.
Yes, you're going to go here.
And then probably slowly pushing the pawns. It would be the dream if you could push this f7 and e6 pawn.
Yeah, like you're going to go there. I mean, you can make that dream happen. Now, how does white start improving their pawns? Yeah, rook f4 is like a simple move, right? So white is the one who needs to come up with something here.
Or also for black just wants to play rook d5, I guess, and then you can start doing that. Rook d5 and then sheltering the king to d6 and then push the pawn e5.
Like even just push it like that.
Yeah, even just push it immediately too. Yep.
Okay, so he went c3. Rook f4 is going to happen, and time for white to come up with a plan. I mean, the problem is this is almost like the best that white has, this setup, right? Like he can't, it's not like he can really improve this rook. It's already in the best possible square. Magnus instantly plays rook f4. So let's say we play king c2, right? King c2, just get the king off the back rank seems kind of natural to me. And
rook d5 maybe.
Yeah, so here, you know, you can get like a trade of one pair of rooks. So like if you're black, right? Like if you go for this plan, like let's say you go here, let's say I go there, and you go here, here, you can trade a pair of rooks. Now, who does that favor more? I mean, black is still better. He actually did go king c2. Black is still better, even with one pair of rooks on the board. But is it enough to win? I mean, in a way, it makes it easier for him to push this, right?
Yeah, but I think I would prefer to keep both rooks on the board. Yeah, it will give more trouble. Oh, by the way, he went for this rook g8
he is going for this. So I think there is going to be the trade because kind of the point of rook g8 is really just to pressure this pawn, but then you're going to allow rook f2, and then you're going to have to play rook g7 and get that one pair of rooks traded. I mean, I guess right now you don't have to move the king here. If you go there, rook takes, this is still fine for white. So king b3 is not like the only move. You can kind of think about what you want to do. But it's unpleasant.
It is, it is.
It is definitely, like, if Magnus wins, it's going to be quite an instructive, illustration of why, having an isolated weak pawn is a bad idea.
Yep. And also, black has the pawn majority on the king side, where the battlefield is on right now, not the queen side. So, yeah, it's always a good idea when you understand which side of the board that you are playing right now, to have more pieces on that side. So this is what Magnus is currently doing.
All right, let's take a quick look actually at our women's boards. What do we have going on in Anna Muzichuk versus Nurgul Salimova? I mean, that game was promising to be quite interesting. She's actually kind of caught up with her on the clock. She's only 12 minutes ahead, which is not a lot given that she was like at least half an hour ahead or more, right?
Yep.
So we last saw it after rook f7, rook a d1. We were thinking just b6, but Nurgul played rook c8. Queen takes b7. She gave up that pawn. g5, bishop g3, h5. Okay. Really playing against that bishop. Maybe an idea that Anna underestimated. Very interesting. I mean, look at that pawn chain, guys. 4 pawns long. And this bishop has been kind of buried on h2, and then she took. I mean, I can see why Anna has been using a lot of time, because that idea with h5, h4 has been very creative. And I wonder, if maybe Anna should have tried playing h4 herself. I mean, sure, she was thinking about all of that, right? But it's kind of scary to open up the G file against your king, right? It wasn't so obvious that you go h4 and, and if something like if they take and you take and like that, I mean, there's an open G file. It's pretty scary. So she went h3. I mean, I can understand her, but this position is actually, I think, being handled in a very interesting way by Salimova. I mean, I really like this space that she has taken on the king side, burying the bishop, and right now this pawn is under attack. Well, if you ever push, you're going to run into that.
Yeah, so, but what if in this position I play rook c1? I don't care about that f3 pawn. I just want to get my rook to the back rank.
Okay, you want to go rook c1. Ah, okay. Who wouldn't want that? There's an interesting idea of rook takes c1 and knight b6. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. There could be others. There could be things that I just haven't thought about yet, like knight c5. Like knight c5, I think maybe doesn't work for tactical reasons, because the knight just kind of starts to hang.
Right.
And we don't have time, we don't have time to capture that pawn because the rook is hanging. But let's say I go for this. I mean, I think your question is very good. It might be just a question of like the d5 pawn hanging. It probably has something to do with that. It's a little tricky to defend.
Yeah. Or let's do some primitive way of protecting it by playing rook c5. Is e6 or e5 a move here?
Oh yeah. I'm definitely going to jump on that chance, I think. To e5, by the way, is very interesting.
Yeah, just to cut the bishop.
Buries the bishop, right? Like, that's it. It's not coming back. So I actually think you can totally look at that, or you could try to win this pawn. But then, you have to consider that. Then you just have to look at that. I don't know if it's like a problem for black, but let's just say, yeah, I mean, like, this is already kind of different, isn't it?
It is. And now the bishop is just better there.
Yeah. I think, so let's see. Yeah. After rook c5, e5 is probably the best answer. So that's a big idea, getting the rook into the game on that
Right.
7th rank.
Yeah.
So let's see. Anna is still thinking. And, well, I feel like this has been a good stage of the game for Salimova. She had a huge time disadvantage from the opening. She's almost equalized it. And I feel like she's kind of taken over the playing initiative because, she's posed some very concrete problems to white, right? This, like, whole idea that she just buried her opponent's bishop on h2, captured the pawn on c3, and, like, now she just wants to take another pawn. So we might have to just protect it. Maybe we don't, I mean, yeah, there's rook c1. There's also queen a7. But if you play queen a7, it's actually possible. Right, there's a lot of approaches for white. Then she has to figure out what's going on after rook takes f3. A little bit hard to go for this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you could try to play king g2, guarding the pawn. But then what can black do here? Can black finally start thinking about activating this knight?
That's possible.
Yes.
But you have to also remember a7 is hanging. Yeah. So what could be the move here?
Yeah, it's funny. I can't really activate my knight like this because my g pawn will hang. Like, I would win the f pawn, but the g pawn would hang, which would be a problem. So I can't go that way. So after king g2, if knight c5, you just take. So that doesn't really seem to get me where I want to go. But even there, I was just looking at this interesting line. I know it doesn't quite work. First of all, actually, knight c5 I think is interesting, but maybe there's queen b4 that I'm blundering.
That's right.
I think that's the problem, because this one, actually there's e5 again.
But you still have rook c2 there after queen b4. So I don't think
After
it's a
queen
blunder.
b4, you think I didn't blunder?
Yeah, rook c2.
Looks a little shaky, but maybe it holds. Kind of. It actually kind of holds, doesn't it? Because on rook there, we trade.
No, there's knight d3.
Yeah, there's a fork.
Knight d3 first without actually trading. You can also trade.
Yeah, you can do it either way. So it's funny how this knight is protecting the rook. Do you see that? Isn't that like a funny thing that, like, it guards all these squares so the queen cannot approach the rook? And yeah, that's kind
You
of.
can. I think you can force some repetition.
Oh wait, but
there.
there's queen b1 though.
yeah, queen b1.
And you have to also watch out for that. It's not dangerous. It's not a dangerous check, fortunately, but you do have to see it. And so then you're saying I can force a repetition with something like this, yeah? Rook c4, and then the queen back to b5. What did she go for?
Rook c1.
She went for your idea of rook c1.
Yep.
Yeah, so we expect there to be like this knight b6 move there. Yeah, king g2 though, king g2 was definitely interesting. And there was some line here. Let me just quickly share that with you. After here, we were looking at this. So queen b4, rook c2, queen b1. We were looking at rook c4, but let's say there's also something, because of this, I think it's going to be the same, right? Like if you go rook c4, maybe it's this idea now.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe black is kind of, although
After e5.
after e5, maybe d7. And also there's going to be a sacrifice on e5 at some point, right?
Yeah, I
At
think
some
you
point,
can do that.
At some point, we're going to do that. I don't
Maybe
know if
now.
Yeah,
Maybe now is the time.
now is the time.
Just take twice, and then you have this queen g6 idea too.
I feel like this is so dangerous, actually. Like even d7 is a very interesting idea in this position.
Also, you can put queen b5 as well. I don't know. This takes on e5 twice, and when the rook is on e5, you have this queen g6. Also, you have queen b5 and rook e8 idea.
But maybe we're not doing well here. I don't know. Maybe we sacked. I don't know. Did we sack prematurely?
There, okay, there is rook e3, but maybe we don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Or rook e8 first check, and then you kind of like protecting f3.
But you know, the thing is, like, we gave up a piece, and black's pieces don't look that bad, right?
Right.
I think this idea is important, bishop e5. But you know, I'm kind of fascinated by this, like using that passed pawn. I feel like somewhere we could even sack the rook. There's lines where we give them like a check, and if the king goes there, we even sack the rook on e5. And I don't know, intuitively, my intuition tells me like white must be winning here. But is it because I actually see the win?
You can give a check on g6
A rook g7.
and queen d3 or something.
Yeah, that's one tempting line. Just a lot going on here, right? Like on this diagonal. It's funny, we can check that. Let me just give me a second. Meanwhile, they've made some moves in this position, right? So what has Anna chosen?
So rook c1, rook takes c1, and knight b6. So we saw that.
Yeah, okay. Like, hold on. I want to show you this cool move. Hold on. Let's try to figure this out. Rook takes e5 actually exists here.
Wow.
Yeah.
So let's say we take fe.
Yeah, fe, and then I think it's this to get that rook in the end. You know?
And you cannot play king f8 because
Yeah, maybe. How much are we down here? We're down a lot.
you
Maybe
just simply
maybe
take
just
on
bishop
e5.
e5. I have a feeling like all of our pieces are coming into the game. And after bishop e5, we have so many threats, right? And just queen h8, queen h6 is a big threat. So, well, this position was very rich, and that's why it's actually a lot of fun to analyze. But now let's go to what Anna actually played. So she played, instead of king g2, she played the other move that we thought about, rook c1. And we did analyze this a bit as our first option for white. White is trying to win the black queen, obviously. But there is the move knight b6. So that was how we thought that white holds this. Black holds this, and we actually saw that on rook c5, e5. So Anna needs to make a good decision here. Because right now her d5 pawn is hanging. And the move queen takes d5 is coming.
Yep. So there is an offensive line here. You can just play rook c7. And I think black will just take on d5. And here you take on a7.
Yeah, because I cannot take with a knight because I lose my queen. So you're basically making me take like this, right? But you know what? You might not get that draw that easily.
Yeah, that's why you have to play a7. Queen takes a7.
Because just to point out, guys, like, I mean, white could lose an endgame like this just because this bishop is buried. I mean, it's actually such a cool idea, right? The famous Capablanca idea from, like, you know, more than 100 years ago, if you guys remember that classic game where in some kind of Spanish opening, right, he buried, I think it was white, was it? Yeah, it was exactly this dark squared bishop. He buried it with those pawns. Because, like, I don't know, like, of course, you know, by the way, side pawn, it's a great pawn to have against a knight. And maybe white is not losing this, but he's definitely going to have to play this game without the bishop for a while. So that would be something you would have to give some serious thought about. Like if you're black, actually, do I want to enter this endgame? But your idea is that you're going to take with a queen on a7, right?
Yep.
You're not going to trade. Right. So you're attacking my knight and also my e7 pawn. But of course, instinctively, I feel very good about this position for black because the queen has gotten out. We got rid of your center d pawn. And so I really feel like we're not risking anything here. But however, what move do we want to play? If we play, I get your point. Like if we play there, you just want to take. Although, yeah, I mean, I see where you're going with this. You're going to take.
You can play knight d2 maybe. Oh, but knight d2 you can just give a check first.
You gave me a great idea. Queen d1.
Queen d1.
And then knight d2.
Yeah, the thing is, I give you a check first.
Oh, and then you take, but you know what, like here?
And then d5 is available if you play rook f8.
And if I play king g7.
Take on f7.
Yeah.
And, okay, in worst case, I can put my queen on d3. So queen d5 and queen d3.
Okay. You kind of defend everything. Yeah?
And I think this is better for white, yeah?
Most likely. Yeah, you kind of eliminated all my tricks and you're still up a pawn, right? And you've pinned me, so I can't go there and I can't take and I can't.
And the bishop is now doing well.
Yeah. All right, that was an accident. That was an accidental line that we walked into for black guys with my poor play. Let's go and try that again. So you're going rook c7. And, okay, queen d5 I like. I know that's a good move. So queen a7, and this is like the key moment.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not really willing to give up on this move yet, but I am willing to kind of look at some other options.
There should be some better move for black, but I was just thinking, what do we evaluate the game?
You totally are correct. You told me there's a better move for black. It's this one.
And
then knight d5, and I just gave that square to my knight.
Right. And yeah, this looks better.
This looks at least like not a bad option. By the way, whenever the queen stops covering that square, you can also expect like there could be some sort of perpetual check with this idea you need to watch out for.
So if I play rook d7 here?
Yes, rook d7. Okay. So, wait, this is so funny. This is so funny. You're actually giving me this idea, right? You're like setting me up to be able to show it.
Takes on.
Yeah, now you can't take with the queen because the rook hangs. So you got to take. And
Queen
I do have, just perpetual.
Yeah, there's at least some perpetual.
It's a
there.
perpetual. I mean, like, you know, you can't really escape all of that. I mean, maybe black can even play for more at some points. But, yeah, I'm just showing, like, we're sort of, like, showing at least some minimal lines for black. Black could even try to do better. But my feeling is like, okay, is Anna, she's still thinking.
Yeah, she's still thinking.
They've almost evened out on the clock. And I gotta tell you that, to be honest, I don't like this move, rook c1, too much. I'm not saying it's terrible. From just a practical point of view, it really wasn't my favorite. You know, it's like a very natural move, right? But at the same time, like, I feel like she's forcing black to take, and she's forcing black to play knight b6. And those are really easy moves for black to do. And then once you're here, I mean, the d-pawn is hanging. This is a problem. Like, I feel like, I mean, I see some risk in white's position too, right? Like, and I don't see so many chances for white to play for a win, which is what she, should be trying to do. So I feel like, if she wanted to play for a win, I mean, probably she needed to hold the tension with king g2, just protecting f3.
Yeah, so, I mean, that position is also not easy after knight c5 and what to evaluate after that, right? Because there's so many tricks there. Maybe I could totally understand Anna's decision that she just wanted to clarify this without any threat towards f3. And queen takes a7 is on the board.
All right, so she decided to, instead of going for the fun move rook c7 that we were just looking at, she decided to take queen takes a7, which is very normal, sure, like getting rid of that pawn. And yeah, the interesting thing here is that apart from knight takes d5, which, you know, you would certainly think about, maybe, and probably, I would say there's a good chance this is going to get played, right? But there's also some interesting, there's fascinating idea of like e5, or maybe even e6, but like e5 trying to close the bishop and trying to win this pawn with the bishop closed, and that could lead to a very double-edged game.
Yep. Yeah, if Salimova here plays e5, this could lead to a totally different type of game that we see before.
So what would we do? Like the queen is hanging, she probably has to go to a6 or a5. Maybe a5, right? Just pinning. And then rook to d7, trying to capture like that.
Rook c6.
Yeah, rook c6. I mean, I don't really see her going for this, but of course this position is kind of like the one we were talking about, right?
And here I have queen c5. Yeah, it could be very double-edged, to be honest, because if white doesn't have anything, black is standing better, but white will keep creating problems, and she played it.
She played it. Wow, good for her. Good for her. This game is going to be super exciting. Wow. Okay, I'm definitely impressed with how she's been playing this game, actually.
Yep.
And, well, there are going to be some, I mean, scenarios where white will look at ways to sacrifice that bishop on e5 just to get rid of him, right? But meanwhile, after, let's say, so we go queen a6 and rook d7. No, actually, queen a6, do we go rook d7 or do we take right away? Oh, because
no, there's rook c8, rook c8. You cannot take right away.
Okay, right, because we tried queen a5 and then the knight was pinned, right? So that's a little different. So if we try queen a6, this also has a point. So if you go there, winning the queen.
What about rook c7?
Ooh.
Because I think going to that endgame is in my favor, or black's favor.
Wow, okay. Very sharp. Can't take the knight because hang the rook would check. And you're like confident you're going to win this pawn back, yeah? You're basically wanting to play knight takes d5 next. Like if I play rook c6, you're going to go knight takes d5. So, yeah, I mean, in this position, I guess you just go here and pick up the pawn, yeah? I mean, I'm playing without a bishop, so can't be that amazing. And rook c7 is a very tricky move. I feel like that's probably a good idea because we're also threatening rook c6, right? Yeah, very cool. Let's see. Well, there's also some kind of a move like this here.
Nice. And black cannot take on d5 immediately because there's queen a8.
Queen a8,
and also, queen a6, queen f7.
Yeah. Queen a8, yep. And what if I go queen d6?
But
or queen?
After queen d6, you still cannot take. So you have
queen
to play.
c5. Yeah.
Or queen d8, would it be better? Because you also want to keep an eye on f6.
Let's try that. The problem is here, it's like white's a pawn, I guess, is getting kind of good, right? And they're playing without a bishop. It's a very unusual position. But the a pawn is actually able to go pretty far.
Right.
You know, and somewhere also I'm going to sack the bishop, and you're going to have you're going to lose all your pawns, right? So I at least have that. So I mean, I guess that's a nice. There's also some risk for Salimova, actually. So it's interesting. Her move e5, I kind of applauded it. On the other hand, this might have been a lot safer. Just taking the pawn and just kind of going e6 and getting the rook out. What do you think? Like knight takes d5, and let's say queen here or queen here, right? I mean, I guess she was a little concerned about that. But why? You know, why be concerned? Something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe that was a decent way for her to play as well, and maybe like less
Hang on.
less risky.
After rook d1 here?
Yeah, rook d1.
And
I
now
was
you have to
thinking-
play e5.
Yeah, I know what you're gonna prepare this sacrifice somewhere. Right? Like if I go here.
But I don't think it's enough there. Because I'll play...
Yeah.
What can I play after takes? Just king somewhere.
Yeah, it's not too bad for black, right? I mean, I don't think black is.
King g6. I'd prefer king g6. Just to protect g5. And next move I can play knight f6.
Yeah, black should be just fine here. Well, I mean, e5, more risky option, more ambitious. And let's see, is Anna still thinking? I think that she is.
She plays queen a6.
Queen a6, okay. And that is a tricky move. Actually, it might be the trickiest move because now black doesn't have a way to capture this pawn. And apart from playing this move, maybe the whole rook trade idea is not right because black kind of loses some attacking chances, right? On the white king. Maybe if we want to take the pawn, we got to go king g7.
Yeah, I like that move. It's very safe.
Yeah, because actually we don't want just like queen and bishop versus the queen and knight with white having that outside pawn, right? So king g7, we want to play knight d5 next, or rook d7. And this actually seems quite interesting.
Yeah.
There's some crazy line here with like rook c6, knight takes, and bishop takes.
Wow.
Yeah, the sacrifice. So now, does white have, what does white have here? Is it going to be a perpetual or more or less? Because you could go king f8. Maybe I just, yeah, actually, what happens on king f8?
Queen a3.
Queen a3. You just want to win this pawn or
Oh,
something?
rook
or
d6 maybe. But rook
Oh,
d6, there is rook d7, yeah?
rook d6, rook d7. It's not easy. It's not easy to just sack the bishop like that. And looking at this position, you have to, without the eval bar telling you that like black is that white is okay here, but like how is exactly white okay? There's also rook h6, but that doesn't really feel that right. Oops.
Yeah, I mean, still complicated. This whole sacrifice is still could be double-edged because it's still not clear to me how
it actually
proceeds.
is this line. Hold on, I just checked that. It's like rook h6 here. No, she's not going for this. This is
No,
not
she's not
happening.
going.
You just can't calculate this. So basically, after king g7 is a good move if Salimova finds it. Like this position, I think it would be just, I mean, not easy for Anna to decide on bishop e5. But on the other hand, she doesn't have that many other options. She's playing without that bishop. So that, like, maybe just necessity might force her to find that. So, I think that this game, of course, is still remaining very double-edged and can bring us a lot of cool moments. Let's take a look, meanwhile, at Tan versus Goryachkina. And, well, the position has changed a lot since the last time we saw it. Tan is down to 10 minutes for her last 9 moves. And how do we think that she's doing here? So rook, I mean, it doesn't look like the worst position ever, right? Because this bishop isn't amazing. But he is, keeping the rook kind of passive.
No, black is definitely better here because of that passer on d4. And at some point, I mean, also because of the other pawn structure, the a2 pawn will also be another weakness. So, yeah, black is standing very comfortably.
So what is Black's winning idea here?
Probably just take on f2,
Take on f2,
and rook
go
c2.
rook c2,
Yeah, that's
take the pawn. That's it.
Yeah, that's the direct attack there.
Yeah. So basically, actually, we have trouble holding this. Okay, what if we go rook d2? You might even play d3.
No, if you play rook d2, yeah, there's d3, but
There's
also
d3.
I think you can also try to play takes and bishop g5, because after g3 there's h4.
Yeah, that's kind of ugly, isn't it? Wow. So actually, Goryachkina still has actually a huge edge in this position, right? Yeah. That's right. Just, I guess the open C file, you know, is really what it's about, right? Like, you know what's funny? Is if we can just trade off all the rooks, White would be doing great.
Yep.
You know, if we can just get rid of the rooks, the knight would blockade the pawn, or not, or the king would come. But the problem is that you cannot trade all the rooks. Like, one pair of rooks is going to remain. And it's actually quite hard to win this pawn. Well, let's try again. What if I go knight e2? And then I just lose this pawn, yeah? So ugly.
Also after knight e2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just take on a2, that's all. Yeah.
Well, let me try. Let me try my terrible move. Rook takes a2, and can I go knight d4?
Oh, rook c1. Rook c1,
Rook c1
rook f1,
wins.
yeah?
Actually trying to win a rook, yeah? Yeah, fortunately I still have that.
What about I play... Okay, for example, after that, rook c3 to... Yeah, I think it should be winning. You take on d4 and then take on b3. That's one line, but there should be...
Could be others. There could be something...
Also,
oh, wait, yeah. Why aren't we just... Oh, we're just taking and playing rook d8.
Oh, and rook d8.
That's it. Because
Yeah,
the bishop
yeah.
protects the rook. There's no tactics.
e5, there's tactics there.
Oh, there is tactics. Oh, wow.
Be careful. Okay, bishop e7, black is fine, but not something that you want to have, I guess.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, black should be trying to do better than that. Okay, that's pretty funny. Well, first of all, it's...
There's one funny line, like after this rook a2, and then what did you do? Knight d4. Yeah, here I think you can try to play...
She went with her rook to
What did
d2.
that?
Wait, how did... Okay, right here.
Rook d2
Rook
here.
d2, yeah.
The other rook, I see.
Oh, wow. But so isn't she just going in straight into that line with bishop g5?
That's one idea. Also, I think you can play rook c3 as well. Like, I
You
think
can play maybe even h4.
even h4. Yeah, black has time to do all those things.
Yeah. Well, let's look at the most forcing move, right? Which is just like trying to see what happens with this pin. g3 and then h4.
Then I think you have to take on d4 if you have no choice.
Yeah. Well, this I think is quite ugly, you know? Because how do you even... You can't even hold e3 that easily. And the rook is coming down.
Also, I like
Yeah.
the idea of just play rook c1 first instead of taking on g3, and then after the king goes to the second rank, then rook c2, and then you take on g3.
Yeah, get the rook in there and then take there. Sure. I agree. Wow. So it looks like this is really... She's not going to be holding for too long
No, I don't
in
think
this
so.
position. It's just very unpleasant. Okay. I guess let's do our little tour to Prague versus ERIGAISI. And what do we got here? Prague has the bishop pair. Is that significant in this position?
Because also black has control over the a file, and the rook is better already on the second rank. So, yeah, is this pair of bishop mean anything to White's position?
Yeah, I guess there's no real point for the black knight to go there because it can get attacked by the pawn. The black knight could also go to f5 and try this maneuver to d6. I mean, these pieces are active, and overall, black doesn't really have any bad pieces. So you would think that he doesn't have bad pieces. He doesn't really have weaknesses.
And he's played it knight f5 is on the board.
So you would think that ERIGAISI is totally fine here. actually, right? Because like this is very stable and it's not too open for the bishop. So I see this as being balanced. Let's see though what is going on with Gukesh and Carlsen, because this is our big matchup, and it looks like Magnus is completely outplaying him in this rook end game.
Wow.
So last time we saw it, it was something like this. They still had 2 rooks on the board. Gukesh got those pawns fixed, and then they went for that trade. And unfortunately, he can't really play c4 because there's rook g3, and that wins a pawn. So he wound up going this way, f5, a takes b, a takes b, rook a2, rook g5, clever move. He obviously wants to guard this pawn from the attack. And he also wanted to avoid, I think, maybe the rook trade and the king and pawn endgame. So here we go. Wow. So what was the point of the check? We don't really know.
No,
Oh, wow.
I don't understand.
That just made the king better. And Gukesh is going back. And after f4, well, I see black making progress. And white goes rook c2 because he still can't play c4.
Yep, there's rook g3 still.
Rook g3. So wow, where did things go like so bad?
Actually, on that position, you cannot play c4 because of g2. You don't care about this pawn on c4 because after rook g3, king has to move back, and then you take on g2, and game over.
You know, apparently the key moment here was after they traded the rooks, and he played a4, that was correct. f5, and this was a very big mistake. So he should have played c4, but I can understand, I can understand why he didn't want to, right? Because it's like,
just giving up a pawn, right?
it is giving up a pawn, or at least it's giving black 2 connected passers, right? So the point is, like, I'm sure that what he didn't like about it was rook g3. He has to go for this. Okay, the rook trade is not a problem for him. Pawn endgame is fine, but he obviously didn't really like this position because, it looks like you might be losing here.
And after takes on b5?
Yeah. A rook takes g2, and let's say you take on b5. Actually, maybe what black should do, well, black has a choice, yeah? Black can actually throw in this trade.
Take it first.
Yeah, he can
right.
throw in the check, that way he doesn't lose, both pawns, and then take on at g2. And this is the position that Gukesh was afraid to go for, but that was actually his best chance.
Interesting. Yeah, I could totally understand why he didn't go for this line. Yeah, it's scary to play this against 2 passers, and you have to continue concretely because theoretically this is just losing for white, but maybe there's some concrete continuation that allows white to hold this position and make a draw.
Yeah, it's definitely, okay, we've seen scenarios like, of course, in rook endgames where like 1 pawn, it's like active enough, right? But it's hard to go for this because you have to basically think that you have to actually basically think that you're losing and that this is your only chance. And then you just go for this without even, because there's no way you can calculate out all of this, right? So I think that's the thing. That was the tricky part for Gukesh, is that he needed to know just how hopeless his position was without doing that. And, unfortunately, this is his one idea of counterplay. And I think after he played rook a2, it wasn't ever going to work the same way, right? Because there's no more c4. And this was pointless. And now black is just improving. And there's still no c4. So he just went, rook c2. Last couple of moves, rook c2. Now he got the pawn pinned. He's trying to go here, right? So he's like, and he still can't really go here. This is like so much worse of a version than
of the other pawn push of c4. Yeah. So I think my expectation was proven true because I expected that there would be some endgame grind, and yes, Magnus is very close to win this endgame now.
You know, I want to tell you something funny. Just like looking at the table base, because this is so few pieces left, you can actually feed this into the table base. I think they have table bases that go up to 7 pieces now, not just 5. I think they recently worked it up to 7. But there's 3 moves that draw for white, and there's everything else loses. And the drawing moves for white are Rook F1, Rook B3, and Rook C3. So what do you think about that? Not exactly the most obvious, right?
Rook C3.
Yeah, why would you go Rook C3, right? Why would you do that? And like, for example, I was like trying King C5, but King C5 actually loses. I mean, we can actually look at that. I think it's interesting. I think it loses only to the move Rook C2. So Rook C2, well, let's try it, right? Like King B6, you can play the moves. I'll just tell you what they are. So King B6, and now probably we can go Rook B2,
Okay.
B5, and, well, actually, why should we go Rook B2, right? Does that even make, maybe just King F6. Maybe we just start pushing up those pawns.
Yeah, I don't
King F6
understand
and
why. Yeah,
King
just
F6 and E5, yeah?
And this is drawn, yeah? Or this is
No,
winning?
I think this one it should be winning for black.
Yeah, very obvious, Irina, very obvious.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, basically, so King C5 would have been a mistake. Instead, you got to go something like that. I mean, I guess because the rook is going to get attacked by those pawns anyway. Yeah, I don't know. It's really not clear to me. Like, well, I mean, my point is like it's actually so hard for GUKESH to calculate all of that, right? It's not really possible. You see how he got so low on time anyway, trying to work this out. But really, you go for these lines only when you feel like there's no other choice. And I guess he just didn't catch that moment.
Yep. So now GUKESH is pretty much in time trouble because, well, how many moves have they made already? And no, they only need one more move. GUKESH needs one more move to go to the dam control, but the position itself is, yeah, not so pleasant.
Okay, so King E5 was played by Magnus, King A2, King E5, and King B2, right? So, I mean, the thing is, like, he still can never play C4, right? So, Magnus, is he going to be putting the king on D5? Well, no.
Or maybe this is actually the moment when he's just waiting. Like, for example, if black goes King E4, maybe this is the moment when you push C4.
Or here's the thing, though. On this check, because you can't go here, because there's a checkmate, you actually could go this way, because maybe now is the time that you can do that. Maybe you can finally offer that king and pawn endgame. And I think this one...
This should be losing.
Well...
Oh, there's C4, yeah?
There's C4, so you have to calculate.
C4... you have to play King C3
yeah,
first.
Because we
King
go
C3,
here.
Yeah.
Here we actually win, because, 1 second.
We can just trade all the pawns, because we will be promoting earlier.
Yeah, let's just make sure we show our viewers. We're promoting earlier. And can we force a queen trade here for black? Can black just get the queens off the board? I mean, there could be ways to win the queen end game, right? But I would be happier if maybe we didn't arrive there. But he
played King
D5.
D5.
Yeah, he went for King D5. This might be kind of relevant. No, I mean, this should be a winning end game.
Oh, maybe just Queen C2. Queen C4 first.
Yeah.
And depends on what you move.
I don't know. Let's say I go here.
And maybe... Hang on.
I mean, I feel like this must be a winning position just in general.
Yeah, this is...
I think it's not, like, the king is not very good, and you're probably going to win this pawn at some point. Maybe I could have won it in some better way, like even this, right? There's no checks to the king. I mean, I feel like we're being maybe a little sloppy in how we're trying to convert this, but like even this is like completely winning for black, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, let me see if we can do a little better. So in this end game, so we definitely have to take with the king, right? Because if we take with the pawn,
I have one idea. Oh, probably doesn't work. Okay, let's take a look at
we can't take with the pawn because the king stops the pawn, and then who knows what's going to happen? Probably black even loses.
Yep.
So he has to take with the king. The only chance is the breakthrough. And now we need to think. Well, taking makes sense. B5. Well, you also said no, but king c2 doesn't work because
King
the
c3.
king c3 you said, yeah? Well, that's an important line. Yeah, that's a really important move because who's stopping that that b pawn?
Yeah, if you're play king e4, just take on c4. Yeah.
Yeah, if you go here, just take, and white even makes a comeback. So I feel like, okay, hold on. Should we just go back for a second? So he went king d5.
There's also another line that after king e4, rook e2, you play king d3.
Yes, that's, I wanted to say, like, yeah, maybe we should look for alternatives other than this. Because this one might just be easily winning. I actually think it is.
And takes on e6.
Yeah, because takes on g2, and I think
king
the
b3.
f pawn. I think the f pawn should be able to decide, but maybe actually still requires some work, right?
Yeah, but just push f3. Yep.
Push f3, but
And rook f6. Oh, you want to give a check first?
well, I want to figure out a way to play c4. So if I can do that, but then somehow, sometimes when my king gets there, you have a check and you can do that. So I have to be kind of careful. Like, just to show you my concern. Like if I go there, well, I can't go
You
there.
cannot. Yeah, you have
But
to
like-
give a check first.
Like if I give the check and then I try to push, you know, I am going to lose because,
rook g4 check.
you know, I'm allowing your rook to kind of block things on the fourth.
So maybe give another check then after king e3
Yeah.
and see where this king goes.
So just kind of keep checking him. Well, I don't know, king d2.
And now play c4.
c4. All right, so Gukesh did go for rook d2 check. So we're going to see where Magnus is going to move his king. I think it's going to be e4. So if we go... Oh, but here we win because of f2.
Ah, you have rook g3, but does it work? Okay,
so.
rook f6.
Oh, but here... So if I give a check...
King b2.
I want to force your king back. Yeah, it does work, I think, because I go
And king
here.
e2, yeah? My king is too far.
Your king is cut. Now you have to give up the rook. But this king is not in the right position, and so black easily wins. So, okay, hold on. I feel like let's try to clean up this line a little bit. So king e4 is what we're expecting Magnus to do. He's made time control, or he hasn't. He has one more
Gukesh.
move.
Only Gukesh made the
Yeah.
time control. But yeah, Magnus has plenty of time on the clock.
So king e4 here. So basically, it looks like the rook e3 move that we were looking at is maybe actually not the best way to go. And he really should stay in the rook endgame going for that. But it's interesting that rook e3 is could be such a mistake, right? Going for this king and pawn endgame as well. That's why people should always be very careful about entering king and pawn endgames.
Right.
Yeah, because this breakthrough and then followed by the move king c3, suddenly, you know, white's b pawn is just so dangerous that white would actually hold on because, you know, they're not, black is not like fast enough in this race. Like he'll make a queen, but white queen's first and probably white can win that pawn and it's going to be some kind of a draw. So
Yeah. I just have to quickly note that Gukesh was waiting for Magnus Carlsen to come back to his chair before he goes himself. Because, yeah, it's just, I always find this as a nice gesture, not to leave the board completely empty when both players are not on the chair. So he was actually waiting for him to come back, and then...
Yeah, I never thought about that until I saw those empty chairs in Astana.
Yeah. So
Like I probably would never even think about that. Like if I needed to go, I made my move, I would just get up. But I see your point.
yeah. So
Yeah.
it was a pretty nice gesture by Gukesh. Anyway, so
Or it could have been a complete and pure accident, right?
no, but I've seen I'm very observant, and I've seen these boys playing. They're very
Polite.
respectful, very
Yeah.
polite to their opponents, also to the organizer. Yeah, I mean, such gesture it's actually a little gesture, but it makes it sweeter, to me.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. You're the observant one of us, Irene. Me, when my parents like change cars and get a completely new car, usually it takes me like a few weeks to notice they've got a new car. Yeah. But okay, I think there's certain things I pay attention to more and certain less. So yeah, Magnus was kind of reaching to bring his king to e4, but then he decided to give it a little bit more thought. So I think what we are going to see, guys, is this position and king d3. Magnus will go there. We will go for this end game. And basically we just, I think we won it like in quite a decent way. We just simply push the f pawn, right? Maybe that's all we really need to do.
Yeah, I don't see any point of other moves. And Carlsen, yeah, he's played it. King e4 is on the board.
Yeah, I mean, if he wins today with the black pieces, I mean, he's really going to be in the driver's seat.
Yes.
And we're going to get a little closer to that final that I want to see. Yeah, well, I feel like, I mean, I know Gukesh has a lot of fans, and personally, I like him a lot as well. He's a very nice boy.
Yep.
And we were on the same team in the Global League. Okay, I'll tell you my story later. But meanwhile, what do we have here? This is Magnus Caruana, and my story will have to wait until we take a look at this board. Wow! So we see some changes here. Dominguez is actually up a pawn, and he's about to win another one. He's about to.
Yeah, he took it. He took on e6.
Okay, so rook takes e6, and
Before.
somehow this would be amazing. And but how is it that Linear Dominguez still has 10 minutes? Didn't he have like 20 minutes the last time we checked in with him?
Yeah, and now he's
still at 10 minutes, and he's
yeah.
almost at time control. That's
and
incredible.
he's ahead on the time management against Fabiano.
Yes, I mean
So,
something amazing happened in this game because.
Let's see what happened. Oh, we have a result on the game between Anna Muzichuk versus
wow.
Salimova.
I don't even
and
know what happened in that one.
I
Was
think
it a
it's
draw?
a draw. It might
It's
be
a
a draw.
draw.
It is a draw. So they agree
Wow.
for a draw.
So we're gonna have to take a look at that one
After.
a little bit later, guys. We'll figure out what happened when they agreed to a draw, because it was, still an interesting position. They got to move 30 and agreed to a draw. I don't know who was the correct one there to go for that draw. But let's go back to Fabiano's game.
And see what happened after that move. Queen b3 we saw on the board. And then knight g7, that was very natural. And rook a2, we saw this exchange on a2. Queen takes a2, and then bishop takes b4. So this is the critical position that occurred on the board. Like we discussed how to take this b4 pawn with the knight or with the bishop.
And Fabiano took with the bishop. He took with the bishop. Yeah, we were really thinking about taking with the knight. Like, we actually kind of said that, like, the bishop is probably not the way to do it. And if you're going to take the pawn, then take it with the knight. And kind of going for this position, which seems absolutely fine for black. Honestly, like, the bishop could even come to c3 if you want. So Fabiano did it in a different way. He took with the bishop. And after the trade, queen a3.
Yeah, and here things already gone very uncomfortable for black, because how would you protect the knight on b4 if you play knight c6? There's also knight takes e5.
You know what he might have missed? I mean, do you think that, maybe he just kind of missed the power of queen a3.
Maybe he missed that rook f8 was hanging.
Yeah, maybe he missed that there's like the knight cannot go back because of rook c6.
That's possible.
Because that's definitely something you can miss, right? Like first you have to actually see that of all the ways they're going to move their queen, this is the square.
Yep.
Because I mean, there's a lot of squares, like, right? There's, I don't know, there's other things they can do. I mean, I guess queen a3 is pretty natural, but still, I could see how someone could miss this tactic, and then he loses a piece, or he loses the two knights for the rook, right? If he takes like that, then he loses the two knights. So then he was forced to kind of put himself in a pin. It's hard to imagine that that was really, you know, his plan all along, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Very hard to imagine, indeed, that this is the case that he was planned beforehand, because after queen e6 there is knight takes e5.
Yeah. So first he threw in knight e2.
Knight e2 first, yeah.
Rook d8. Black tried to get out of the pin. Then he gave up this pawn. Knight c6. And yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like after losing the e5 pawn, your pawns are a little bit weaker. It still doesn't look very clear, but yeah, you can feel like the weaknesses of these pawns, right? So he went f4. Trade. Okay, and then he just decided to give up this pawn. Playing, well, I don't know, he doesn't really have that much of a choice, but I guess playing, I'm not sure why he didn't like rook d8.
I think just rook b1, yeah? Because
rook
you have to give
b1.
up that pawn anyway.
Yeah, I guess there's no one to guard it, right? You have to sort of give it up. Okay. So then he played rook b6. And after knight takes d4, knight g6, rook c6. Huh. You know, it's really funny because I see that the engine liked this move, and this is really subtle, because I think the point is after rook a6, here, at least if I go here, you have a check. A really important check before taking that pawn. I think that's the point.
I think that should be the point. You just want to get some activity for the rook to compensate all the pawn loss.
Yeah, instead he goes here, and then he doesn't have that activity, right?
Nope.
And he doesn't want to go into the knight endgame where he's down a pawn and he's going to probably be losing. So he goes rook b7, gives up another one, and kind of pins all his hopes on the b pawn. Knight b3, rook c7 is on the board. Wow, so things have gone quite downhill for Fabiano. But he's hoping he's going to get to play rook c3 and maybe, you know, win a couple of these pawns.
So what could be done here? How to handle this situation? Rook c3 is coming.
Yeah, rook c3 is annoying. So if we might have to win this pawn. Here, and of course black kind of looking at this hopes that he has drawing chances here, right? I mean, because these pawns are doubled, but there are two of them. And it's not so easy, like, you know, the rook cannot just get behind it.
Yep. And the knight is coming to c5.
Yeah, knight is coming to c5, and it could be, you know, the difference could be like this. There's two pawns. It's so annoying.
Yeah. If there's only one pawn, maybe it's easier to handle and then hold for a draw. But here, two pawns. Okay, so if the rook goes to c6 now, you can just simply protect it on b5, and then it's time for the king to come. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the two pawns is making the big difference. Even though they're doubled, it's actually adding a lot of power. Wow. So, you know, maybe Fabiano was correct that his match with Dominguez was going to be a toss-up.
Yep, and good news for Dominguez is that if he wins this one, as black, he just needs to play some solid openings, but okay, it's also good just for Fabiano, yeah?
Yeah.
Playing with white pieces is easier if you're fighting for a win, but again, it's never easy
Yeah.
actually.
No, this was a very tricky game, and I really think that like the moment he got himself into trouble was actually like this capture. You know, that's kind of where things started to go wrong. It wasn't obviously like a losing mistake, but he created some problems for himself. So
Yeah, but I'm very surprised that Fabiano has been doing this a few times in this World Cup. This type of I would say amateur mistake maybe, because he also missed a winning continuation on the first game against Yilmaz Mustafa, and he almost also lost on the second game where he drew both of the games eventually. And yeah, we haven't really talked about this game between FIDE and Abbasov.
yeah, so this game, we looked at it in the opening, and we're way past that. We've been in an end game, I guess, for a while now. It's still 5 pawns versus 5. Of course, Black's dynamic chances have sort of, you know, they disappeared a long time ago, I guess, once there was a trade of the queens. I think this position is on the board, rook e3, rook f8. On the other hand, maybe it's not so bad for Black, despite the ugly bishop, despite the double pawns. White also has double pawns. Black is the only one with the passed pawn, although
Right.
he can't use it very well. It's not like a fun position for Black, but I mean, on the other hand, like, what exactly is White doing to break through here? Has White tried offering a bishop endgame? I don't think he's had a chance yet, right? Like, I'm just curious, like, looking at this, I'm like, well, what about rook f3? But rook f3, there might be even e4.
Yeah, or you could just simply play rook h8, and your idea is to play e4 next move.
Yeah, you could just go back. But I would be always interested in this thing, and just to take a look, just to understand the position, I would want to know the evaluation of this bishop endgame. Right, like, on the one hand, Black has really improved this pawn. On the other hand, White's pawns on these light squares are perfect. And maybe White is still better because they're attacking that pawn, and they can sort of blockade any entries by the Black king, and maybe still try to make progress. I mean, it's not obvious to me how to evaluate this bishop endgame. Like, Black has only one pawn here
Right.
that will be stuck in a dark square. Is that like sufficient for Black to really have a problem?
I think the pawn on e4 compensates it. Yeah, so it should be fine for Black in this position.
Unless we have some really weird idea. Like, let me just show you like some concept, because you're kind of frozen defending this, right? So, I mean, I don't know. You can't even go anywhere with your king. So let's say you go here. Could it be like that I will have some maneuver like that?
That would be nice.
I mean, that is really unusual, but I'm thinking like maybe that's the reason that this could be in favor of White.
Yeah, but that takes so much time. And meanwhile, I can play my king d6, bishop f6, and bishop d4. Let's say, yeah.
Well, but okay. So like you're saying, if I go here, you're gonna like eventually start.
I can play bishop f8, bishop e7
Yeah, so
first.
you're
and
gonna
then-
wait for me to like, let's say, go away. Right. Let's say come here or something. Or you want to start this a little earlier?
And maybe here.
Here. Okay.
Yeah.
Here. And
No, king d6 and then bishop
king
to
D6.
the other side.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bishop to the other side. And
And
check. And then you have that.
Or I can just wait, and until you reach
Yeah.
b2, I can just give a check. The king just stays
Yeah.
on e6. So
I agree. And you might even have this.
right.
Too. I mean, you could just
Yeah.
stand that diagonal. My king's going nowhere. Yeah, I don't know why this would be so bad for Black, but of course, Black doesn't have to go for this kind of. Black doesn't have to accept the bishop endgame, but it's a very interesting question. If White would offer what Black would do, but White did not offer. White played bishop g3. And after that, I mean, they're still not threatening anything. So I suppose, you know, we can just stay in place and go rook f7. Just hang out on the f-file. They've made time control. They're actually way past the time control. And I still think the draw is the most likely result for this game. But let's take a look at what is going on in Lanier Dominguez versus Fabiano.
And they also made their time control.
So Lanier did play rook b6. And instead of rook c3, which was one of the main options, Fabiano preferred to get rid of the e-pawn, giving white a chance to keep two connected pawns. d4, knight d3, and they are they have made the time control at move 40.
Yep, and there's only one game that hasn't made the time control yet. That is between PRAGGNANANDHAA and ERIGAISI. So, wow, the position is very interesting.
Wow, well, their position has blown up completely. I guess we gotta go here. Hold on. They've
What's
got
happening?
3 more moves.
And it's a piece up for white.
Black,
But
our ERIGAISI has sacrificed a piece. Wow, that is dramatic. So after f takes d3, I mean, I guess he has some beautiful ideas of queen b6 to f2.
Definitely.
And then, you know, queen c5, d2. So that's the threat on the board. And I have to ask the question, my first thought is definitely queen b6.
And they have to make 3 moves to the time control, and both of them are about 1 minute. Yeah, what happened after queen b6?
Queen b6 is like the most natural, because the point is that after queen c5, I just win with d2. I mean, I'm making a new queen, and I'll be up in exchange. So he went for it, and if ERIGAISI wins this, I mean, it's gonna be a little tough for their friendship. But queen b6, yeah, it's a nasty move. It's nasty.
It is. You cannot allow, but if... Oh, PRAGGNANANDHAA is allowing it to play queen f2.
Yeah.
But after queen f2, then there should be what? Rook g1?
Rook g1 is the only move, right?
Yeah, queen f2 is played on the board. Wow, we might be seeing the end of the game very soon.
Yeah, so rook g1 is forced. I mean, there's no other way to stop the checkmate.
Then you just play d2, right?
And then you go d2 and you threaten d1. And I'm pretty sure that that's going to be very hard to stop. Or you can even go, yeah, rook g1 is on the board.
d2, because you want to take on g1 and then d1. So after d2, queen d6 or queen b1, either one.
But then, yeah, maybe, so you can do d2.
Oh, you have to play queen b1, otherwise there is takes and then rook a1 check.
Yeah, you might even want to, like, throw this in and then push the pawn, and then even go, like, rook e1.
Yeah.
And he did it.
And he did it. Rook e2
this is actually quite a precise move. Ugh. That's it. These pieces cannot move. d2 is coming, and then rook e1 is coming, and that's over.
Yep, and PRAGGNANANDHAA has about 45 seconds left on the clock. Wow, can he handle this? You know,
Well, losing with white like this is, like, especially from the position they had, we really have to go back.
We will.
This is
Yeah,
done.
once this
we
is
will.
done,
Once
we will
this
go
is done,
back.
I know.
Yeah.
You know, I always want to get to the details, but I guess we need to just see what's actually happening here for the next few moves, even though we know that black is winning and it's kind of an unstoppable force.
And PRAGGNANANDHAA just checked his score sheet whether he already made 40 moves or not. But this is his 40th move.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, like, when
9 seconds.
only one of your pieces can move.
7.
Yeah.
Come on, you have
Count
to move.
down. All right.
Okay, queen e7.
He's trying to, like, at least have ideas of queen f6. Okay. All right. Arjun has to make a move, and I think, so queen f6 is an idea.
Yeah, because takes, and rook d1.
And
bishop
he's still
f3.
going for d2. Okay. Well, now I think Prague has to go queen f6, because otherwise rook e1 or even queen takes g1 is coming, right? Queen takes g1 is the next move. So they've made time control. And Prague,
It's just double checking.
yeah. Well, this is, you know, what's really fascinating is that, like, I think this is the road we're going
Yeah.
down on. And look at this. This would be highly unusual. So now I'm threatening that.
So you have to play rook d1, but on that position, you play king e5. Yeah, I think this is winning endgame.
Yeah, I mean, most likely you're just going to get dominated, right? Like this and like this. And wait, hold on. It's still, well, I mean,
Oh, there rook e1 check.
and then rook e1 wins, so I can't even move my king.
You cannot even move your king.
I can't
That's
move
true.
my king. I can't move anything. And this looks quite ugly.
Just king f4, yeah.
Quite ugly. Wow. And even when I like try to open the bishop, it just you're just gonna ignore me.
And rook
Just gonna
e1 is
ignore
coming.
me like I don't matter.
No, you cannot.
Oh,
That's
you're
still in a
pinned.
pin.
You're still pinned. Oh man.
Yeah. Wow. That is a very interesting, I would say,
Here- or
sacrifice.
Here's how we can win too. Maybe like this.
Oh, that's true. But you don't need to go for this, yeah?
No, I kind of need to because you're gonna play bishop f3.
Ah. That's true.
I mean, I might actually need this. Which fortunately seems to be winning, I think, for black. Yeah.
Yep. And
He's
after
up
that,
a
just
pawn.
g5 maybe,
Yes, yes.
yeah. Or h6 now.
Yeah, exactly. Just maybe
Yep.
stop the king from coming in. Wow, that's dramatic.
That's dramatic indeed. Yeah, but it was a very, you know, like usually when you sacrifice something, you want to get it back within like a few moves. But Arjun, for sure, he saw this much ahead, and he didn't mind having like a last piece endgame. But in the long run, it's a winning endgame for him.
Yeah, no, this is very cool. And maybe now we can go back and see what happened. Okay, I got permission to do that, guys. Thank you. I mean, in this position, this is when we last saw it. So
Yes.
think about it. In just 10 moves, the game took such a dramatic turn. Like, it seemed like the most solid position. We were predicting a draw. We said, okay, white has the two bishops, black has the bishop and the knight. So how did this blow up into something so crazy? So bishop d6. Well, he decided to allow this imbalance in the pawn structure. Obviously, there were other ways to do it. I mean, I suppose you could have considered maybe like something like that. But then there's rook a3. I can even see how this is feeling slightly uncomfortable for white. I can feel that. All right, he goes here. King g7 by Arjun. b5 by Prague. Okay, I'm not so sure what that move is meant to do. Maybe he just wanted to get that pawn to b6. But there's not, of course, there's not much in the position here for white to do, right? It's very solid for black. So he goes b5. Queen d8. Queen b4, d4. Oh.
And
Oh, this
the
is so
sack.
brilliant.
Yeah. This, wow.
Because it's not really that obvious,
No,
right?
it's not obvious at all. I think for me, it's like the sacrifice came out of nowhere. Like suddenly there is a good sacrifice here, knight g3, fg3,
Wow.
and d3.
I mean, I could sort of, and what's interesting is, okay, this move, I guess you defend with queen e1. So Prague must have been counting on that. But then it's just like the quiet d3, right? Opening up b6.
And
And also threatening that,
yes,
because then there's d2.
and if queen c5 here, you just push d2, I guess, yeah?
If queen c5, let's see. Well, first of all, I want to know who kind of defends that pawn. So if I go queen g5,
Queen g5. Yeah, that's
know,
true,
it's
that's
not-
true.
not easy to even guard this guy.
Right.
Wow. I mean, this is really impressive. Like it just took a few moves. I mean, I think actually his move, bishop d6, was very, very interesting because the sacrifice landed on g3, the square that the white bishop was no longer around to protect. So this move was quite tricky, bishop d6. Of course,
Yep.
I don't think that white should be losing this position. And actually, now that I think about it, I'm sure we could come up with something a little bit better here for white. First of all, we need to consider there is a possibility of just a queen trade, right? Which is not so crazy at all. Let's take a look and see if maybe we could have just made a draw here. This is not really a threat. You could play rook d8. Could play b5.
So if g4,
or g4.
bishop
or,
f4, and then takes on f5.
Yeah, that one is just a draw. So is there like knight e7? But, you know, knight e7 we can just play. Actually, knight e7 is a move because you want to play bishop takes b4. Yeah.
And they've made a few moves there.
Yeah, they're going into that end game that is kind of forced for Prague, but it's kind of going in a straight line there. You know, there's not going to be like a whole lot of alternatives, I think, from what we looked at. So knight e7, is that a problem for white?
I think it is a problem because now I might have, okay, let's say I play rook e8, and then you took on b4, and I might play g5 here.
And then we suddenly get our own play.
Yeah, and if you play knight at c6, I might have bishop b5.
Well, that's definitely interesting. You want to take and just mate me, or at least get a very important pawn off of me. Yeah, I agree. This looks like really good counterplay, right? Well, like, I think this queen trade was certainly a big, you know, Prague just didn't feel the danger. That's the thing. Sometimes you lose your sense of danger.
But he also was in time trouble for quite some time prior to making the time control. Probably 10 moves before the time control. He's been like about 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and at some point, like 5 moves before that, he's been in under 1 minute. So, yeah, not only that, maybe he just didn't have time to sense there's a danger.
Yeah. And there was also maybe even just g4. Just kind of like you're actually forcing them to take, and then you take, and this does actually look like a draw. I mean, you can always, you're in bishops of opposite color, and you can always get a queen trade. So I think that Prague was not actually in any danger at all. And instead, you know, this bishop e5 move, actually it was probably a mistake.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because it gave black these ideas of d4, and now you can't get the queen trade after king g7. Game stays more complicated. And then ARJUN finds the beautiful knight takes g3.
Yeah, I think this could easily be move of the day.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful, beautiful, and it's amazing how from move 30 to 40 that we had like this incredible transformation in the position.
Yep.
So guys, yeah, there's a lot of action on these boards. We still have almost all the games in progress. Actually, even Magnus, he's still playing. So we're going to take a short break, guys, and come back to you to look at the end games.
Yep, so see you in a bit.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Hello, everyone. And in our most anticipated matchup of the day between Magnus Carlsen and GUKESH, we have a result that happened over our break. GUKESH resigned in this rook endgame after the move e2 by Carlsen, and this pawn is unstoppable, as after rook to e8, king d3, we're going to be threatening rook e3, and after the checks will eventually end, and also the constant threat of rook e3, right? So these white pawns are not nearly fast enough. I mean, you can't even really try giving up the rook for the pawn, because there's also a g2 pawn that can be taken, and then the f pawn becomes a queen. So it wasn't really close. And I would say this is a really big win for Magnus. I mean, he just played this game really confidently, meeting this kind of new opening, well, a surprising opening play by GUKESH, I think, with his own creative play. And we had like a skirmish in the opening where Black captured on c3 and, you know, captured on e4, and then like White tried to break through the center, and they got into an endgame pretty quickly. But this endgame turned out to be more comfortable for Black because he's better developed, despite White's bishop pair. And I would say, well, yeah, Magnus had that surprising king e8 move. I hope someone asks him about it. Just going to repeat my request. And they got into this position. We spent quite a lot of time trying to figure out this end game. I mean, we knew it was more pleasant for Black, but it was still, you know, quite a long way for Black to convert this. Magnus went for rook takes g3 and king e7, and actually just went into the double rook end game, another important moment. I guess he was really just counting all along on his pressure against that pawn and on the fact that he had the e-pawn. And kind of his win in this endgame was surprisingly easy.
Yeah, he made everything looks easy, but in fact, it's actually not that easy.
There was really just one big moment in this endgame that GUKESH needed to take, and it was this moment when he had to go for the sacrifice of the g2 pawn immediately. So he just needed to get that pass pawn, allow the check, do the block, and then go for this position with something like rook b3, you know, putting the rook behind the pawn to push it, and in case like he gets checked, he goes here. But this is, unfortunately for him, this was a very difficult decision to go for, something that cannot really be calculated all the way. And like, obviously when you look at it from White's perspective, you're like, wow, I only have chances to lose. I mean, these two connected passers are so dangerous.
Yep.
Right, and so you only do this when you're quite confident that you're in desperate straits, and you know he delayed that a bit, and then there was just no more chance to even get that past b pawn. Magnus just, you know, well, he put the rook there. He's going to go f4, and the difference between the two sides is that Black has a pass pawn and White cannot get a pass pawn. So, you know, now Magnus is already in a winning situation, just making progress. White still cannot play c4. And still cannot play c4. I mean, the Black f pawn is too strong. And let's see how Magnus converted that. So after we go back a few moves, they played king d5, rook d2, king e4, king b3, e5, king f5. Still can't play c4.
Yep.
I mean, he just let that e pawn go.
So I think for the past like 15 or 10 moves, it's only Black who's making progress.
Yeah, he finally won the b pawn, but it was too late. So in this position, I think the game ended. So yeah, really nice win by Magnus Carlsen, and kind of, yeah, I remember in the beginning we were talking about who's more motivated. Well, Magnus is motivated to win this tournament. That's what I feel, at least watching him over these matches. He had this close call against Vincent Kamer, but I think that was also like a big wake-up call for him, and now he's not been blundering in these last few matches.
Yep, and now he's like the walking beast, I guess, because now he's been playing according to his level again. No blunders, no mistakes, just very precise, almost in his every move. So we will see tomorrow. Magnus Carlsen will be playing with white pieces, and surely it has some edge for those who are already ahead in the score. So let's see.
You know what I find interesting in that situation, Irene? Like, most players, when they're white, will want to do a game like Caruana did against Wesley So. Like, you know, when you got that advantage in the match, you just want to just kill the game and very clinically, you know, get that draw, right? But the thing with Magnus is that I actually wonder if that's going to be his approach, because he's got this surplus of confidence, right? You know, being the longtime #1 player in the world. And for him to play for a draw with white, it kind of goes against, I think, his whole like life philosophy. You see what I mean? It's like, remember I told you, like, I had a feeling maybe even against Tari, he was allowing the guy to get a game, you know? And I wonder if tomorrow, do you see, like, what will be his approach? Is he just going to try to trade up the pieces and get a draw? Or is he going to be like, hey, I'm white and I'm the #1 rated player in the world, and so what? Let's have a game.
I think he will go for the latter one, because I think he's also thinking about some rating gain, you know, that if you could win some rating from that game, and especially he's playing with white pieces. So, yeah, I don't think he'll be trading pieces. I think he will keep some games alive, but not taking any risk. That's important. Yeah. He doesn't have to take any unnecessary risk. He just has to keep the game alive without opening, let's say, opening the kings or anything.
All right, well, it'll be interesting to see how big of a fight he allows Gukesh tomorrow, right? That's going to be what, you know, what I'll be looking out for, because you can tell right away, right, quite early in the game, like how much of a play you want to allow your opponent. Like, we knew exactly what Caruana was doing against Wesley So, right? You know, but Magnus, I don't know if I see him doing that. On the other hand, that's sort of the practical thing to do when you just need to advance, right? I mean, it's like he's also a practical person, so we'll just see. And by the way, we have a couple of moves in the game between Prague and ERIGAISI. So we had that queen trade that Prague was forced into, because otherwise that queen was going to sacrifice itself for the rook and promote. So he had to trade the queens, letting the king improve, giving up a pawn, letting the king up there, king g1. Okay, so let's see what his idea is. The point is on this move. There's bishop f3.
I like a little move like b6 here, not to allow any counter attack with e5, let's say, something like that. But I think any move wins still.
So basically you're saying, like, white doesn't have much to do here. I mean,
bishop f3 is there, but there's rook e1. Oh, but there's king f2.
King f2. Maybe I actually have a couple of moves I can make, right?
So what if in this position you play king d4, but still there's rook e1, king f2.
King d4. Well, the problem with that is, let's say, well, I don't know if it's a problem, but let's say I go here. But you know what is really funny? Oh, I don't know. I can't go king here, unfortunately. I can almost go there. He actually went king d4. Yeah, bishop f3 is on the board. I was going to say that it's almost like my position is so strong that I can almost give you my rook too. I can't quite do it, I think,
because
right?
there's always some pin.
Yeah, because you're kind of like...
king d3, king d3.
Yeah, you're kind of trying to give me...
Oh, this is winning.
Maybe that is winning. Maybe
yeah,
I can actually win. Maybe
and
I
then
can
king
dominate.
c1. Yeah. This is maybe the way to win. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. That would be quite spectacular too. Like after sacrificing the knight, to also sacrifice the rook like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think if he's gone for king d4, he's definitely thinking about this move. Just to play king e3.
Because if he doesn't go there and he moves the rook really, well, then the game kind of keeps going, right? It kind of keeps going, and there could even be, yeah, I mean, there could be even just king f2 here, and then you kind of force the trade, and maybe don't get the win so easily. So I think it's actually important for him to keep that king out from f2 and to go king e3, and also giving us something very attractive to look at.
Yes, and meanwhile, in the women's section, between Tan Song-yi and Gorchkina. Gorchkina won the first game with black pieces, and tomorrow she's gonna play with white pieces. And we already saw that game. It was quite a dominant game by Gorchkina, yeah?
Yeah, it took a while for her to wrap it up, but in this final position, actually the promotion of the black B pawn cannot be stopped.
Cannot be stopped.
Yeah,
And there was no perpetual with the knight and rook because of the bishop on b4.
Yeah, the problem is the placement of this king. You can't take the bishop because this is still promoting with a checkmate. So let's see how she did it. They'd been in this position.
Oh,
when we
yeah,
last saw it.
they went to the line that we talk about.
She actually went for this, yeah, G3 and H4. Oh, wow, all the way down here.
King H2, okay.
Yeah, so she hid the knight, but lost that pawn. Well, black is certainly winning on the queen side. White was desperately trying to get some sort of counterplay on the king side. And king f8. I mean, the problem is, I guess, just the knight and you cannot really move the knight, right? So she's even letting her get like this pawn, still not worried because of that, right? And the pawn just moved. The pawn got all the way there. And at which point did she just play bishop b4? I'm sure she just took the pawn.
Oh,
And
after knight
yeah,
f4.
once the knight moved, then she used that beautiful little trick because now
Nice.
the rank is open. And it didn't really matter that she was losing g6 with check, and white resigned. So could we look at alternatives instead of 30 e4 from Tan in this game? 30 e4 right here. Okay, so this is when she wasn't doing so badly yet. E4 happened, and I guess that's when the invasion of the rook took place, right?
But the other alternative should be taking on d4, right?
Yeah, you would think so. It's not like there's a whole lot of choice. I wonder why she didn't do it. Why didn't she take this pawn?
Yeah, interesting question. Probably there is another rook c2.
Yeah, there's one of these rook moves, right?
I think rook c2 is more precise. You just want to get that a2 pawn. And if king goes to f2, there's rook e1 check. And then
Okay.
you'll win the pawn anyway.
So you would still go there, and your point is on rook f2, there's rook e1. And then you still win the pawn. Yeah, it still doesn't look like a lot of fun for white. This knight is really getting dominated by this bishop. Maybe, what do you think? And every time we move, there's rook e2. Gosh, that's annoying too. Because I was trying to like get a trade of the knight for the bishop. And even that is hard to do. I mean, I see that the engine bar doesn't like absolutely hate this for for white, but I also struggle to kind of find a move for white, right? We can try d5, we can try to promote this pawn, but there's even ideas, I would say, of that. Like even bishop,
Yeah, just bishop
Here?
g5 and rook e2 maybe.
looks quite unpleasant. You could also like drive in the pawn just to like completely take all the dark squares. I mean, and maybe it might help like checkmate the king at some point. What else could we do? Well, we could take the pawn in a2. Right? We can just take this pawn. But there's some move here which is stronger than everything that we have looked at so far. And what move could that be? I mean, it's not g5 because that hangs that pawn with check.
Maybe bishop moves.
I was almost like, I'm almost ready to look at this because I was like, you know what, maybe we should go for something crazy, and we're like threatening some checkmate with the two rooks, but obviously you don't get it because the knight is going to cover h2, right? I was willing to look at that line, but there's no rook h2. So
I like the idea of bishop d8 and goes to b6. And maybe that way you can play g5 without giving up your bishop.
Interesting. Well, I mean, attacking the knight makes a lot of sense, right? Like, one of these moves is, do you think maybe bishop e5 is stronger than bishop g5?
Yeah.
Because there's no rook d4 even, or, I mean, both of these moves look kind of killer, right? Maybe this one is
the one.
just maybe even more precise than bishop g5. Because, well, you can't go pinning me in any way. Because of bishop d4, your knight's almost trapped, so you basically got to go g3.
And h4, or even takes and rook e2.
Yeah.
Either way, I think wins. h4, I think, is better. I like putting pressure like that.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very powerful. So either of these moves look quite good. All right, so let's keep going, guys. But basically, the final position on the board was this one, and Garyachkina was promoting her b-pawn, causing Tan's resignation. So we got a win on one of the women's boards and a draw in the other one. Maybe one day we can even look at Anna's game more closely because it was so interesting. Even though it ended in a draw, I think a little prematurely.
Oh, in the game between Pragnanandhaa versus Arjun, yeah. He went for this king e3, like we talked about.
Oh, wow.
But Pragnanandhaa didn't take the rook on e2, and he played bishop g4.
Bishop g4. So what does that change? Well, I mean, basically the king here is super powerful.
So does it mean that he's provoking h5 or f5, you know, either of those moves?
I mean, yeah, I think h5 would be my first question. Absolutely. Like, why not just h5?
Yeah.
I don't really see what's wrong with that.
And after bishop f3?
Well, you can think about how you want to win. But rook e1, there's rook e1, but then what do you even do here? Like, how do you actually save this bishop?
Bishop d1, yeah?
Oh, bishop d1, you go. And then I just go here.
Yeah.
Same idea. It's always this idea of sacking the rook and winning this pawn versus rook position.
Exactly.
H5 is like, seems so intuitive.
Or even rook d1 immediately. Like, what's wrong with that too? Right?
Like rook e1 right here.
Rook e1 immediately, yeah.
Yeah. I really don't see anything wrong with it because white can barely move anything.
Yeah, this could be almost the end of the game. And
yeah,
h5.
But he went for h5 because it's kind of a nicer feeling to attack a piece.
Yeah,
it's more forcing. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't see how this bishop g4 changes things.
All right, but so we expect this game to be over fairly soon.
And
so he took the rook.
He took the rook. So what's the difference between taking it immediately and playing bishop g4 first?
Yeah, I don't think there's a big
maybe
difference
he's
here.
hoping that there is a route for the king to go to the pawn. But okay, so rook f2, rook king d3. He has to protect.
He has to go rook f1.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook f1, king c2.
And maybe e5. Maybe that's his idea.
There's still going to be g5 somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can try that. So he went king c2.
Yeah, king c2.
So now e5. Let's try that. And d1. I mean, I guess we could wait with that if we really wanted to. By the way,
let's go for it.
You want us to try it?
Yeah, let's try it.
Let's try it. All right, let's just try it.
I think this still wins too, but just
yeah, because I have to go king f2,
and then king d2. I think we can do that.
And then I go king d2, king f3, king d3, and basically, I mean, I'm targeting that pawn, so it's over, isn't it? That's it. His opponent, his plan is something different.
And after d1, and then go back to f1. But this wins too, right?
Yeah.
Because the king is more active in this pawn endgame. Materially speaking, it's
He
even
won.
now.
Okay, so did he went like this,
No,
right?
he
I
went
think
like that. King
He
C1
pinned him,
and then takes on
he did
F7.
that,
Yep.
and then he allowed the promotion,
And he did E5.
E5.
Yeah,
and
such a
that's
nice
it.
move. Yeah, that's it.
He's gonna win this pawn.
Yeah, there's no entryway for White's king, and yeah, it's a reasonable position soon.
Yeah, it is a sad moment for Prague, for sure. Basically, it's gonna go like this, guys, like something like that, like that, like that,
And then just
and
skip
like
a
that.
position. Yeah.
And then you just kind of go to D4, and White is in Zugzwang. I learned that pronunciation yesterday from Elizabeth, the right German way to say. It's not Zugzwang,
But-
it's Zugzwang.
Sukswang with the S, yeah? Not instead of the
Zugzwang.
Sukswang.
Yeah, so hopefully I'm saying that well now, and she won't be embarrassed by me. But yeah, and like, you know, Black is not up any material, but Black is winning here. All right, let's take a look. And what is going on between Lanier Dominguez and Fabiano? Lanier is getting lower on time again. They made time control at this point. After knight D3, we saw this position, D5. Rook C4, D6. So Lanier is just trying to promote those pawns. Knight E5, Rook B7, Rook C3. Obviously, you can't quite promote it yet. So he took that one. That's nice to get rid of it. Knight D4, King G6, Knight B5. All right, Rook D1, King H2, Rook D2, Rook A4, and King G5.
And knight D4, king F6. Yeah, done.
Okay, so this is our current position. And yeah, it's a little tricky for Lanier, right? Because this knight's sitting here blocking one of the pawns and like not letting that pawn advance. And also there's not so easy to move this knight because of the D pawn hanging. So he still has to work, I think, to win this position. His rook is a kind of tie down.
Wait, is it a smile on his face?
Oh, wow. Yeah, Dominguez is smiling about something. What has made him so happy with 6.5 minutes on his clock?
Or maybe he's just seeing some funny line in his calculation. That could be the reason.
Oh, that's really sweet, though. Yeah. And this is not like one of those cases where Anand and Carlson were like smiling at each other. Like Caruana's not smiling about anything, and he hasn't looked at Dominguez. So this is really all in Dominguez's head. He saw something that made him happy.
Yeah.
What did he see?
I'm curious to see what
another
he's seen.
question for the interviewer. What was Dominguez smiling about after Black's 49th move? Okay, so he's simply bringing out his king. Yeah, makes sense. So what's Fabiano gonna do? Is he just gonna give a check with the rook?
I think that's yeah. Why not? Because it could be a checkmate if you go to F4.
Yeah. Maybe that is he smiling about that? He's like, yeah.
Oh, meanwhile, we have a result. I think, ARJUN ERIGAISI won the first game against PRAGGNANANDHAA with black pieces, and tomorrow ARJUN will be playing with white. And yep, ARJUN definitely is ahead in score, but I would expect PRAGGNANANDHAA to make a really good comeback and force the match into the tiebreak.
Yeah, well, right now they're not talking to each other yet. I mean, I do think Prague needs to take a little time.
No, they will talk to each other very soon.
Very soon, once
Very
they're
soon.
out
They
of
will
the tournament
analyze
hall?
together. Yeah, they will
Okay.
analyze together. I knew them. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have 2 wins with the black pieces today. Actually, 3 wins.
Almost.
It's incredible. Black
3
is
wins, yeah.
doing better than white. Has white scored any points today? Well, actually, only Lanier Dominguez might be scoring a point for white. So he's the. Oh, actually, we still have another one going on. We have Vidit versus Abbasov, and not much has changed. They're now on 76 moves, and they're still in this rook and bishop endgame. That I guess Vidit is trying to win, but he does have a lot less time. They've been maneuvering around for a while, so I'm sure we can come back to that when they get to like move 100. And meanwhile, yeah, let's take a look, because this one I think promises to be the most interesting, the one between Dominguez and Caruana.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, White really needs to work still, because it's not very clear to me how White should proceed and exploit the fact that White is very much better in this game.
Yeah, it's interesting. So let's take a look at, let's say Black plays G5. Kind of makes sense. How do we make this move D7 work here? How do you see this working, Irene? Look at this. Like D7. I mean, is the point of this move just to win that pawn? Or like, because like if they take, we check. Now the king can't really go up. And kind of most places he goes, maybe our knight just goes here, or maybe even knight F3, I don't know. Like, let's try something, like king F7. Well, king F7, knight F5, right? Maybe we need to change the D pawn for the H pawn, but that's kind of like a hard thing to really believe, right?
Actually, I like knight F3 better instead of knight F5.
You like knight F3?
Yeah, you just want to hit that pawn.
But I can go rook E2.
Yeah, and that's I think I will play rook A7.
Just like that, yeah?
Or maybe king. Yeah.
You're going to pick up that pawn. And then also pick up that pawn. That's important, because once we take one, the other one becomes weak.
Yeah, actually, rook E2, I can just take on H6. That's true.
Yeah, maybe
G5 is
like
hanging.
that, we can just do this move. So he might need to actually realize that he needs to kind of change gears here. And in case he gets a chance, obviously it depends on Caruana playing G5 or not. But if Caruana does play this move, it does open up this D7 opportunity. It's not easy to decide on that in a way, but you know what? The pawns are kind of stuck, so he might relish that opportunity. So if he gives a check on D3, we're going to go back. If you give me another check.
Can you leave the G2 pawn? Let's try it.
Can I leave that pawn and kind of win without it, yeah? That's a good question. Can I just get rid of your knight somehow? Is there like any way?
Be careful, there's knight C4.
Yeah, I just wish that I could do this idea. Or maybe I should do something tricky like rook A6 to try to play D7.
No, he's played G6.
Okay. G6. Well, Fabiano is very resourceful. And he's definitely going to try to make it as hard as possible for Lanier to win this position with 6 minutes. But Lanier does have, the increment, and he just played H4 pretty quickly, which is nice that he got to make that move so fast. And probably, if G5, he'll go H5. And then the H6 pawn will be weak, so okay. And the nice thing is that, what's funny is that after this, he still gets mated by the G pawn if he goes up with the king, so he can't do that. He has to go back to F2. So what does Fabi have here? He just kind of has to stay in place, right?
Or maybe after rook D3, we still haven't finished that line. Maybe we can go to the rook endgame by playing knight F3.
Knight F3.
Because then after rook takes D6, you kind of like force into the rook endgame by playing rook A5.
Right. So like if I go here, you go there.
And then rook A5.
I make you take me because otherwise there is a fork.
So if you take, I'll take it with my pawn. And this could be what Lanier has in mind.
But it could be. That's right. But it's like a little tricky, I think, for White to decide on this, right?
Because otherwise there is no progress in White's position. I think White has to sacrifice a pawn to clarify
to get here and get rid of the strong knight. Wow. Yeah, because, you know, it's like you're kind of winning by some details. Well, first of all, there's that. And I guess the point is, like, I can't really leave to activate my rook because you just start pushing me back. Yeah, that's possible, you know, because...
Here, just king f4, yeah?
Yeah, and if you stay, what if you stay?
You can make an inclusion with h5. That's a nice inclusion.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely don't, I can't trade.
And then king g4. And Fabi has played it. Fabi played rook d3.
Ah, he's giving him a chance. All right,
So
well,
let's see if Dominguez will play my idea with knight f3.
knight f3, yeah.
I think you have no choice unless you want to go back to h2, which is not tempting for me. F2.
king
He's
f2.
played f2.
Yeah, well, okay. I mean, I'm not surprised by that either because, I mean...
Check again. Or probably he's just gaining time. Because I don't see him leaving the g2 pawn.
Oh, you don't see him, like, going here and...
King e3.
King e3.
And takes on
And
g2,
takes on
yeah. It's just
G2.
giving some counter play for Fabiano.
Yeah. What would we even do here? I mean, I was thinking about this move, rook a6. Is that just crazy? Probably. It's not crazy. Like,
No,
rook
it's
a6,
a move.
I think,
It's
is a move.
Uh-huh.
Actually. Because I want to go d7, and whenever you stop me, I win your knight.
Mm-hmm.
How do you actually deal with that? Because my point is, like, if you give me a check, I attack you.
And rook d3.
Yeah, and I still am... One second. I think I'm still... 1 second.
No, it's a cool move.
Well, no, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Let me figure something out.
Okay.
Let me just see if I can see something here. So, like, if I go d7, you go here. If I check you, you take.
Yeah. So don't check.
So don't check.
There's rook d6, yeah.
Oh.
That's my idea. That's so cool.
Oh, that is pretty. And then knights, like...
Everything somehow is protected.
Oh, wait, so your point is like this,
And then rook d6.
and rook d6. And what happens on knight d7, though?
Knight c6. Oh,
But I
knight
take-
f5, knight f5. It's important. Knight f5 and takes on d3. Sorry.
Look at these
I
beautiful ideas, guys. Knight takes d7, and now not this one, because that loses the rook, but this one. But the thing is, I mean, how clear is that? Like, are you, like, absolutely winning this? Because
I think so because it's rook versus pawn. You'll win this e4 pawn, and then the h6 pawn is kind of weak. I think so.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
it's not even like bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it was bishop endgame, it'd be a little
It would
tricky.
be harder, yeah.
I guess this one more clear, yeah? Is that really what's got me? Is that what's got Dominguez smiling? Rook d6?
I have no idea.
You know, I really want to know what made him smile like that. It's such a rare thing.
Yeah. So I think with this king e3, I have a suspicion that he's just trying to gain time, because he has no risk at all. That after rook d3, he can go back to f2. Oh,
Fabiano took it.
took on g2. Yeah, I think he
Okay.
should, right?
Yeah, well, Fabiano is just trying to keep things a bit complicated and see if Lanier can find the win. But I think this rook a6 move is very cool. Are there other ways to win, though? I mean, rook a6 is really the main thing to me because you just can't push this pawn,
Okay, let's
you know,
say
without it.
let's say after rook a6, knight d7, just to stop it like that.
Okay.
Okay, by the way, if rook a6 happens and then, what did we see before?
We looked at this one.
The rook g3, rook d3,
Yeah.
yeah? Yeah, it would be interesting if it happens on the board. But yeah, I think what happened after a simple move like knight d7,
Knight d7. Okay, I'm kind of intuitively thinking,
knight f3.
actually just rook a7, isn't it? Like rook a7.
Yeah.
Knight f3, yes, also, but actually I think it's just the attack on the knight.
You're right, yes, I agree. I like this move.
Yeah. And, I mean, if you move back,
I think just push, yeah?
so I push And then, okay, I'm going to use some of your tricks, okay? I'm going to use some of your tricks.
Yep.
You know?
And after knight there, and then you can play knight c5, yeah?
Yeah, that's the idea. So you can't take my knight, and when you take
Knight c5.
knight c5, it does win the knight, and I should be able to win this endgame because I also have a pass pawn. You can't really use your rook to guard the knight. No rook d2, guys. So there's some pretty nice lines in this endgame, and they really start with this rook a6 move.
Yeah, I like it so much now.
Yeah. I mean, it would be quite story if we have, I mean, so many decisive games, right? Magnus winning, ERIGAISI winning, Dominguez winning. I mean, who knows and what's going to happen in Vidit's game. That game is just going on endlessly. They're already on, well, let me see what move they're on. Well, 77. But, you know, Vidit might win that game. And 4 decisive games in the Open would be quite a way to start
That's something
the
new.
quarterfinals. Yeah.
Yeah, that's something new, especially in the open section, to have all the games decisive. So,
All right, I really hope that, like, Dominguez is going to find rook a6. I just like this move, you know? Do you think there's some other way that white can win this?
I mean, rook a6 looks obvious to me now.
Yeah.
But of course, during the game and with such a time situation, it's not easy. But maybe he already sees this in his calculation, because why else would he sacrifice the pawn on g2?
Yeah, for example, rook a7, by the way, blunders
Blunders the
something
pawn.
over here, and yeah, like king f3, rook d2. Yeah, that's not really what you want. So, I mean, in a way, given that he can't push, given that there's always a fork, I mean, he will find this move. I guarantee it. I would bet I bet a large amount of money on that. What do you think? How much money would you bet on this?
I'm not gambling.
All right. I'm going to put, I don't know. I would be willing to say, okay, he's reaching for something. Come on, Lanier. Don't disappoint me. Oh, no. Thank
92.
God. I was going to say $100,000 on that move.
Oh my gosh.
But I thankfully saved my money. All right. Well, Lanier played 92. Maybe that's good. Oh, but no, it's not as good as rook a6. How is it that he didn't play the move that was like, you know, this one came to our minds in like 2 seconds, right? Like, it really was that natural. You know why I thought about it? Because of the Goryachkina game. Because we had just seen the Goryachkina game, so we
pin,
knew
yeah?
this idea of the discovered check with the pawn. Like, it was really prominent in our minds. So he goes 92. Really weird looking move.
I have a feeling Fabi will make a comeback on this game and manage to draw the game.
Wow. Well, he has his chance now. He just needs to not play king e6 and blunder the rook. So what is that even about? He's just trying to stop the check on g3? But, you know, the knight is getting to a more passive position. I mean, how does he want to promote the d-pawn when his knight is going backwards? Sad. Okay, so now it looks like Fabi's kind of free to do whatever he wants, but since he can't move the knight or the king, then he has to move the rook out of that fork, so he should go here.
Free the rook, yeah?
Free the rook, and maybe even have ideas of rook h3. Oh, I really hated that knight retreat. I just didn't like it. It was just the wrong direction, Lanier. Okay.
Yeah, but it's still a game. It's still a game.
Still a game,
Yeah.
but, you know, but white's going the wrong way, though. It's like, how can we win if we go the wrong way? I don't know.
Yeah, so maybe Fabi is just getting lucky again, because his game against, like I keep mentioning this game against Yilmaz Mustafa, where he was just like, I think, -7 or something. Like he was
Really?
he
Was that bad?
Yeah, he was almost lost
Wow.
that, and then Yilmaz just blundered.
Yeah.
And
No, I just truly am surprised. I mean, I don't know. I feel like, what could he have not liked? What did he...
yeah, rook h2,
Yeah.
and now rook a6, a little bit too late, Linear.
And then he goes rook a6?
Yeah, instantly.
Okay. Well, he's trying to win the knight. I see his point. You see the point? He wants rook h4, and then
D7
d7 and rook e6. He wants this trick. But of course, Fabi is not gonna blunder that, right? So if there is a defense to d7, he's gonna find it. Now, what could the defense be, though? Well, there could be a lot of things here, actually.
You could just play knight d7 now because the king can go to e6. That's the
Knight
difference.
d7, yeah.
If rook a7, king e6, and then if there's any check, you can take on d6.
Yeah, knight d7. And then you basically want to just take that pawn, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And if there, then there. And then if there, then there. Rook a7, king here, and then you just get that pawn, yeah? I guess there are lessons to be drawn from this, which is like, don't take your good pieces out of their positions, right? Of course, all the good players know these things, but it's amazing how in a chess game you just lose sight of these basic principles.
Right. Yeah. I think Linear realizes
I just
that
would be really disappointed for him to mess up this position. He was so close. All right, well, on the other hand, I did have this dream, Carlsen Caruana final, so I do need Fabi to draw in order for that to be more realistic.
Yeah, if Caruana survives this game, and he will be able to regain his confidence back, because I'm sure he also felt it, that he's so close to losing this game. Then with white pieces, I think I will not be expecting any tie break if this game ends with a draw.
Yeah. All right, well, let's see. Let's see what Fabi's going to come up with. So we are expecting knight d7. Are there other ways that he can try to play this position? Like knight c4, then king d4.
He might actually thinking of giving a check first.
Like, there's an interesting line. Here we go. What about this check? And then what if I actually go in for knight d6? Can I do that?
You could.
I'm going to say I'm going to feel like such a genius if this works out.
But then you have to get all the pawns. I mean, rook d6
Yeah.
and then take on g6, take on h6,
all
and you're
right.
losing actually.
Yeah. I was planning this, but I guess you're getting a few too many of my pawns.
No, this is not the check that I was talking about. Rook h3. I mean, which happened actually on the board. That check, because white has to think where to go with the king.
Okay. Yeah, he can think about that. How about that one? He gets to, it's rare that you can get checkmated in two different ways.
Yes. Three. No, it's not three. I thought there's knight d3,
Oh, yeah,
but then
knight
you can go
d3.
back to
Yeah.
to.
Then you get exactly. It doesn't work. But two ways to get checkmated. So Linear went king d4, obviously. Rook
d3 and then king c5.
And I mean, Linear really has to ask himself, how is this knight on e2 contributing to him winning this game?
And now knight d7 check.
I mean,
Ooh, there might be just a draw here. Like king c4, knight e5, king c5, knight d7.
yeah. Well, I'm sure he's gonna. Oh, and he can't even go there.
No, he
'cause of
cannot
knight
go
d8.
in. Yeah, he has to come back. So king c4 is quite likely now.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh, this is so disappointing. So disappointing. It's not every day. It's not easy to like beat Fabi. By the way, like on knight e5, let's say king b4, right? How we just go like king e. Oh, we don't go king e6 because there's a fork. So where do we go? Do we go rook here? I think we do.
No, rook d2. Just keep an eye
Rook
on that.
d2?
If you wanna.
But the funny thing is, I think this probably works too. You know, because I mean, on this move we just go back, and yeah, it's a draw. It's a draw.
It's
and
not,
I can
because
take
there's
the
knight
rook.
c6. Yeah,
Well,
there's
this
knight
way we even
c6.
found a way. We even found a way for Fabiano to win.
Oh, and they're repeating the moves.
Yeah. Oh,
So-
that's dramatic. That's
so-
dramatic. What a save. What a save by Fabiano.
So my prediction will be another proven. Yeah, it
Yeah.
will be proven true. So this game will be a draw. Tomorrow Fabio will win. You know, after escaping, in such a game, yeah.
You feel like when someone gets a reprieve like that, you know, do you feel like luck just goes to their side? And then
Yeah, I think so too.
And that's the meaning of that. Yeah.
Even though the score is split, but it's not. It's almost like 60-40 or even
Yeah.
65-35 to Fabiano's side just to draw this game. So, yep.
So sad. All right. All right, what can we do? That's chess, right, guys? The basic lesson is, here we go. This was the key position.
Right.
The knight move was way too passive. It wasn't helping this pawn promote at all. Lanier just needed to go rook a6, set up a lot of tricks with the pawn, and he would have won.
He played king b5.
King b5. Lanier decides, oops, went to the wrong game. Lanier decides to avoid the repetition, so he goes to b5. Okay. But I mean, of course he knows that he spoiled this. Now let's see what Fabiano is going to do. Right, well, if he goes rook d2, there's at least like some sort of knight f4. So if he can do rook e3, I think that's not a bad idea. If he can do that.
Yeah, but now the king is on b5, so I think
It's
I
not
can
a check, right?
So I think I can play knight f4. And if you take, and I'll just play d7.
And you're like, what's happening here? Knight d5 is happening.
Nice.
Oh, and there's tricks. There's tricks involving forks. So there's still some ideas.
g5, Fabiano played g5.
All right, g5. Okay.
Maybe he sees that there's nothing going on in the center, so might as well just improve my pawn and
stop the knight from going to f4.
exactly. So yeah, I think I like g5 now.
Yeah, actually, oh my, did I say something about this knight earlier? Do you realize that he can't move anywhere? Like anywhere, like not even one attempt at activity by this knight. That's how bad this move knight e2 was, guys.
Activity, yeah. Yeah, that move, knight e2. I think there are also better moves than knight e2. If you don't see this rook a6 and thinking of any other move, knight e2 wouldn't cross my mind.
It wouldn't
actually.
cross my mind either. It's not just that knight move backwards. Just feels wrong. Okay. So should we try to take a look at some of the other games still in progress? I think there's only one other one, but let's take a look at it actually. It's Vidit versus Abbasov, and Vidit is now up a pawn, but they're finally out of the bishop endgame. They're in the rook endgame, and it's not that easy to use that extra pawn because white's pawns are doubled as well. And here the question is, do we just go rook d2? Or is there a tricky king e3 there?
Yeah, you cannot take on c2. King e3 takes and king d3 check. So rook d2, king e3, and then let's say you stay on the second rank by playing rook h2.
Yeah, I mean, there's still chances to lose, of course, for black, right? So, like, let's say he goes with rook d4, king f3, then this rook either comes in there, or the rook comes in from the back. And then there's so many weak pawns to win, right? So, actually, black needs a lot of precision here, like, despite what the engine bar is saying. Yeah, black has to be very alert. So the right way to do things is probably to go to this direction. And that way you keep your king kind of protecting your pawns and also, you know, threatening that.
So you
that
have
probably
to play,
will work.
What do you have to play here?
Well, here, I don't even know what you play, because like if you go king d3, king d6, I mean, giving up this pawn is risky, right? Like if you go rook e8, I go in for the pawn, you go in for my pawn, I take, you take. It's like you got two pawns, but again, they're double, they're a little bit hard to use, right? So I'm not really sure that white has any advantage here, because my rook is super active and your rook is stuck on the side of the board.
Mm-hmm.
And I can actually just give you bunches of checks.
And you have to hide on b2, but then the king is not participating to the game.
Yeah, if you hide, the g-pawn gets to be kind of annoying.
Okay, but I think there's some concrete plan for white here. White just wants to play rook a8 and rook g8 and push the a pawn.
So you want it like, let's say, how should I do it? It's actually kind of interesting. Like if I go here and you go there and I push.
There's one move. Instead of rook a8, I can play b4. Just using the fact that the rook is hitting on c6.
Because you're going b5.
Yep.
Yeah, you kind of win more easily. Okay. So, Basov played rook d2. Is that going to be enough for him?
So I think FIDE will immediately play king e3.
He went rook d2. Wait, that's one of the bad moves that we were looking at, right? We didn't like rook d2.
No. King e3, yeah?
Yeah,
That's
king
it.
e3.
And if you go rook h2, I think I have rook e2.
But maybe now rook d4, though. Maybe rook d4. King f3. And king d6.
And rook goes to e8.
Yeah, rook e8. Because there's no rook d2 even. Because of rook d8. So you're like ahead in the race, yeah? By quite a bit. Yeah. So what is he going to do after king e3? What other move did we not see? Obviously, you cannot go there because there's the other discovery on the rook. So, maybe rook h2? Maybe just go further? Maybe just like stay like that and keep your attack on the pawn for later?
Yep. Oh, there's also one idea that a little bit counterintuitive because usually you don't want to release this doubled pawn, but b4, what about that?
Well, because you still cannot take my pawn, yeah? But you're trading the pawns.
Yeah, I don't like it too.
Yeah, you're trading these c pawns.
But is this just an idea? What did he do?
He went king f3, so he went for the check right away. Huh. Okay. Now the big question, which way is this king going to go? I think it's going to go towards d6. Just intuitively.
And then rook e2, yeah?
Yeah, but the problem is with going this way is that I'm going to go rook e2. And then eventually I'm going to do that. And I think I should be winning that one. So like if you move your rook away, I come here and something like that. Like I'm kind of the first one to take your pawns. So I think he should be going with his king to d6.
Yep.
It's a bit of a, I would say, tough game for Abasov because I think he's been defending this worst position for a really long time. So something probably went a little off in the middle game because we had thought he was going to get at least an interesting game, but then he eventually got into this end game, which is just kind of suffering.
Yeah, he went for king d6.
Oh, by the way, let's go quickly to Dominguez versus Caruana because I feel like is Dominguez trying to lose? Maybe not. He can still take that pawn, right?
Yeah, he took it.
He took the pawn. Okay, because I'm like looking at where this is going, and I mean, Black getting a passed G pawn, and no, I still have to say that I feel like, well, I mean, with this passive knight, you just never know, right? Even though White's still up a pawn, but the king is so irrelevant.
And he played rook e3 and knight d4.
Okay, at least, so he lost the extra pawn right away.
Took the pawn.
But, I mean, what a turn of events. Like, what has Dominguez been doing, right? I mean, why he could have just taken the repetition, too. Instead, he's like, I mean, because he's only got a minute. Like, you never know. things go wrong. Maybe you lose the H pawn, then you got to sacrifice the knight and defend rook and knight versus rook. I mean, probably it won't get to that, but I mean, obviously he shouldn't really be in this situation, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, it's quite a luck for Fabiano, because he was already like very losing, yeah. And I think this game could end very soon.
You think it's going to end? So you think Dominguez? Okay, so he has actually a couple of minutes. I thought he had even less than that, but he still has.
He has 2 minutes.
Okay, well that's not so bad. That's not so bad, but it's unpleasant. Oh, I guess you can go. Wait 1 second. Go knight e6 though, and there's a fork, so they can't even push the pawn. Oh, he didn't do that.
But you can also play knight f7.
Yeah, well, he went king c5. Okay, that's totally fine. Also, the black king is kind of going to have to go to the back rank. Yeah, I don't think the black g pawn is really going anywhere. White is active enough. Yeah, okay. It should be a draw. It should be a draw, but his clock situation, I thought he was under a minute, made me kind of nervous. All right. Well, Fabiano is going to be feeling certainly very fortunate today. And meanwhile, let's go to the end game where I guess there's more at stake. Is Vidit versus Abbasov. Let's go back to that. So Abbasov did go to d6 away from the check. That's the better direction, and rook d1. So here they are. And what did Vidit play?
King g2.
King g2. I wonder what that's supposed to do. Not really sure. And then the rook went to d4.
And king g3.
Okay, so Abbasov is just going to be playing rook d1, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's any better move.
It's not like he has a whole lot to do. So Vidit is the one who needs to find the winning plan. I'm not really sure how having the king on g3 helps him do that. But, I mean, at some point, basically, white has to leave these pawns, right, if he wants to win. Should we go ahead and look at just rook e8?
Rook e8, yeah, it looks tempting.
Let's look at rook e8. And by the way, we're threatening rook d8, so maybe rook c1. Okay, he went rook f2 instead. Perhaps king e6. King e6 apparently is not a good move. Maybe? Wow. Well, maybe rook g1? And then king f3,
back.
maybe king e5?
Wow.
I mean, it's funny that black needs like so much precision in this position, right?
Yeah.
I think this actually is the right move, like rook g1. Abbasov needs to find that.
King f3 and king e5, yeah? And
Yeah.
king goes to d4.
Wow,
After rook e2.
maybe. Oh, wow. That's some unexpected activity
Yeah.
from black.
Let's come back to this game, but let's quickly take a look Dominguez versus Fabiano, because that could end anytime now.
Okay, so...
Or maybe not. This is so funny.
So
Like,
you thought they would be getting some...
I know, after rook e7, I thought
They would just trade?
they would just trade and shake hands.
Wait, are you serious? Like Dominguez is the one who played rook h8?
Yep.
Wow. So, I mean, he didn't even want to go for this endgame where it's definitely a draw. Huh. Well, I'm surprised. I'm surprised at that. Okay. All right. Rook h8 on the board.
Rook e4.
Rook e4. So he thinks his h-pawn is better than Fabi's g-pawn. That's what he's saying.
But then you have to repeat, because there is this knight e6, for example.
Yeah. Knight e6, knight e2. They're threats. So maybe he should just play rook h7, yeah?
Mm-hmm. And maybe he changed his mind. And after rook h7, rook e7, now it's time to take.
Yeah, I mean, okay. It's kind of funny that someone could play for a win in this position, yeah? Fabi still has 7 minutes. But Dominguez, 1:40.
Yeah. Could already tell from the facial expression that there is nothing on the board. King C3 and
I
a
think
draw
he offered a
offer. Yeah, he
draw.
offered a draw.
Yeah.
And instantly accepted by Fabiano. So the game just ended with a draw.
Yeah, big miss.
Big
for
miss by
Lanier.
Dominguez, yeah.
Yeah, we could have had all 4 decisive games, and we might actually only get 2 or 3, depending on how Vidit does against Abbasov.
Yep, this is the only game that is currently going on right now.
All right, so Vidit he's right around 5 minutes. And did Abbasov actually play?
Yeah, he played Rook G1.
Rook G1, he did. Okay, let's update that. He played Rook to G1. 1 second, this is our position. Or is he still thinking? Wait, he did play Rook, no, he played Rook G1.
And then King H3.
King H3. Ah, okay.
And I think you can play Rook C1 even.
I mean, the king is so passive on
Yeah,
H3, right?
yeah. Yeah.
You don't really need to, like, further check him because he's in the worst possible place on the board.
And he did, Rook C1.
Okay, very nice. Just tying down this rook, right? And I mean, there are these ideas always. So what if I don't know, what if I cut your king for now? If I cut your king with rook e2.
And now your king cannot actually go to f5, right? So I can also probably play... What can I play here?
I don't know, pawn to a5. You can certainly throw in that move. I don't think that hurts you at all. I think it's a perfectly good pawn move. You can throw that in, see what I want. And let's say I go here, then you start checking me, right? It's always the checks.
No,
but
he
he's
did
doing something
Rook
different.
F6, Rook F6 check.
Oh, okay. So with the king there, he's going for rook f6. Okay. Big question for Abbasov. Does he go back to d7, keeping the pawns protected? Or does he go for that?
If king e5, just take on c6, yeah?
Yeah.
And the king d4,
Yeah, I mean, this one,
just take on c6.
take on c6 and then, you know, just play. Well, you can take a lot of stuff here, right? Maybe even like that. Maybe just take an a6, actually.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, or you can throw in this check, going here and then going like after these pawns. Maybe taking g5, and then that one, and then you win with the g pawn. So Abbasov is facing an important decision here. You know, it's like funny how his life in this tournament is going to depend on whether he can hold this rook endgame or not. Because I mean, losing it puts you in such a tough spot. But if he can hold on here, he'll get the white pieces. He'll have a chance to keep going. So I think, you know, this is an important decision. So he's got to go king back to d7, keep the pawns guarded. And probably Vidit is going to go for the g pawn.
Yeah, I think Vidit already feels that he must do something.
Okay, good play by Abbasov.
King d7.
And he continues to hold like at least a nice time advantage.
Do you think Vidit will come back to f2?
You know what I want to find out is like how old is Abbasov? And we should probably know this fact for our viewers. Okay, wow, he is 28 years old. So he's not, I mean, yeah, he's been around for a while. I'm certainly aware of his name, but, you know, at 28, he's not like, it's like a newcomer to this stage of the competition, but he's not actually like so new to chess, right?
Exactly.
So interesting. He has been number 3 in Azerbaijan, and his peak rating was a few years ago at 2670. So, okay, well, some people are, you know, late bloomers. He actually became a grandmaster 12 years ago. Wow. Actually, before me.
Before you.
Before me. Yeah, I just realized a couple of years before me. All right. So, rook f6, King D7.
Rook F5.
And Rook F5. Yeah, he's going after the pawns.
And Rook C2, Rook G5.
Yeah, he doesn't really leave Abbasov much of a choice. He's got to take the pawn, lose this one, and, well, I mean, you think that Rook C3 and just taking these pawns is kind of forced. I really don't see what else he can do. I mean,
I think you have to go for it, right? Just Rook C3, King H4 takes C5, and
yeah.
takes A3.
Rook C3, King H4, Rook B3, and just kind of take as many of these pawns as you can. This one doesn't matter too much. Take this one and
then back to A1 and
Yeah.
then guard it from the back rank.
I mean, it's definitely still going to be tricky, right? It's going to be tricky when white pushes, and obviously white's pawn is the more advanced one, and so even though the engine bar is giving this as balanced, I mean, obviously white is still pressing here, right? I mean, there's a lot of calculation involved. Thankfully, he has like more time, but because he's going to need it. He's going to need it because he's the one who has to do all the calculation. But yeah, I'm kind of rooting for Nijat to save this endgame.
I think he's going to save it.
I would like to have this be like a super competitive match, you know. And, you know, here's the thing. We've got 4 Indian players and only 1 Azeri player left, right? So you kind of feel like we don't really want to lose the 1 Azeri player.
Yeah, some even say that this quarterfinal is like India versus the rest of the world.
Yeah, that's right. You know, it used to be Soviet Union versus the rest of the world, right? And now we have India versus rest of the world. Yeah, how things have changed. You know, back when, you know, chess was not like popular in India at all, and India was not considered a chess country, you know, we had, you know, yeah, the Soviet Union versus the rest of the world matches. And now India really could play
Yeah, it
match
is
like that.
It is very, you know, it is a blessing indeed to have such a great role like Viswanathan
Yeah.
for any country. Yeah, he is such a great role model, not only on the chessboard but also off the chessboard. So that's why, yeah, all these youngsters, they are just so inspired by him.
Yeah, I mean, to have a career that is lasting, like, I don't know,
How many decades?
almost 40 years already.
Yeah,
Right?
it's
Yeah.
amazing.
I was reading some recent article by Gregory Serper. He writes very nice articles online, and it was about the rivalry between Vishy Anand and Vasily Ivanchuk that began at the World Junior Championship in Baguio. Did I say that right?
Baguio.
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 Yeah, Baguio.
It's in the Philippines,
Yeah,
right?
Baguio in
1996?
1987. Yeah.
Oh, 7.
Yeah. So can you imagine that, like World Junior Championship? And I think Serper was third in that one. And the first was Anand, Ivanchuk, and Serper. And Serper was happy, you know, that he got third place behind these 2 geniuses, you know, but Ivanchuk was not so happy.
Obviously.
Yeah, because I think he lost his game to Anand in that tournament. Yeah, that was quite a generation, you know, such players with so much longevity, you know, staying in chess for, I mean, they've both been, you know, since that time basically, and they're both still playing.
And still playing high quality chess as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's not so many left, right? I mean, Kasparov retired when he was like, I think he was, I don't know, 42 or 44. It's quite young, actually.
Right.
And Kramnik also, like, at the same age, right?
Yep.
So when these top players play into their 50s, I think it's pretty cool.
I agree. Yeah. I kind of wish that I would still be playing chess when I'm 50 later.
Oh yeah, well I'll tell you how it is. You know, I'll hit that age soon enough. You know?
Yeah, tell me how it is later.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know. I still feel really young at my age. I'm gonna be 40 this year. Can you believe it? Yeah. But I still feel like a spring chicken.
Well, I think chess will make you forever young at heart, because I think chess is kind of like a selfish game, right?
Oh yeah, there's so many narcissists in chess. It's
Yeah.
incredible. We can talk about that all day, guys. Okay. All right. By the way, guys, since as we're watching this endgame, okay, let's take a look. What has happened? Abbasov has begun capturing the pawns, and actually Vidit decided he didn't need this doubled pawn. He just went for rook e5, cutting the king. Okay, very understandable. Look, I feel like Abbasov just has to take this pawn. I know he's thinking about it.
Or maybe king d6 first.
Or king d6. Wow. You know what? It's like in this kind of endgame, this is where I feel like the most lost. It's like where it's like brute calculation, and you can't just use your
Understanding.
Your understanding, yeah, in general, like how things go, right? So king d6 is possible, but like, why? Why is this so bad? You know? And it seems also like you can throw that in, and then what? Like g5, I guess. I mean, white's trying to promote the pawn, and then we have some big decisions to make.
Yep. So the idea is if you go rook a1 and g1, it's going to be g6 and then rook g5, yeah?
Yeah.
Or so maybe you can just
go
give a check first,
but
then the king will just go and
yeah,
move
king
forward.
goes up, and this is kind of what's scary to me.
Yeah.
It's kind of scary. Like isn't like couldn't this position be winning for white after king g7? So he played king d6.
King d6. He played king d6.
He's playing so well. Hopefully, he feels more comfortable in this endgame than I would. So he goes king d6. So sure, I mean, it's not a bad idea to try to get the rook to move because basically the rook is on a perfect square, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But what if the rook just moved to the back rank, e8?
All right, let's take a look. If he goes to e8, well, I think we're going to take the pawn.
Take the pawn, g5
Yeah.
and rook a1, yeah? And at least now there is no cover with the rook on g5.
Yeah, I mean, there doesn't seem to be a bad inclusion. So we go here, let's say
g6,
g6 and
rook g1,
rook g1,
king h5.
king h5, and
You might just play king d7 and try to go to the other side.
well,
Or
king
a5.
d7.
Or a5. But a5 we have to calculate
A5,
actually.
yeah,
King h6,
A5.
g7.
Also, like, what if you just try to win it? What if you go here?
And then the king
And
crosses
then
over.
crosses, and where exactly is it crossing?
Good question. Probably just e7.
Here?
e7.
It's fine.
e7.
Don't worry, it's all
e6
right.
okay too.
Don't worry. We just go in a straight line. And if I go here,
King f6. You can give a check on h1.
and okay, so he manages to make some draw like that.
And
Oh,
then come back to
okay,
the other
now I
side.
finally can breathe a sigh of relief as I see the draw in position. Okay, not the easiest lines to calculate. You do have to use some intuition, I feel like, in these positions, right? As
Right.
well.
But he didn't take it. He played king d6, rook e8, and rook c3.
Yeah, that's also interesting. I thought about that. Like, does he want to drag this pawn back here? Because, I mean, the rook back to e4, because he has two pawns here. So I can understand his move.
So
rook c3.
Fidit play rook e4,
Oh, interesting.
and then rook d3, planning to play rook
Wow.
d4.
That is,
He's firing back.
oh yeah, that is quite the attempt here
Yeah,
by Abbasov. Like, not taking the pawn on a3 and just saying, hey,
I don't need that pawn.
yeah, I'm going to force, like, I'm going to stop you from going g5. Because if you go g5, I mean, of course, that requires some precise calculation. I mean, hold on. I'm not really sure what's going on here, but I think it works. Yeah, I think it works for black. Because,
Oh, what is going on?
yeah,
Like, no, that bar. I'm just looking at the e-file bar that this is just winning for black.
yeah, because I think on c5,
Just king e5.
I think I'm taking.
You're taking it?
I think I'm taking. I think I take g6, and I think I win your queen at the end. I think,
Yes, yes,
I think
yes,
that's
yes.
how it's going to go down. And I luckily win your queen with that and that. And
Yeah, but this is white to move.
wait. Oh, yeah. Hold on, it's white to move.
I mean, it is a winning endgame.
But it's winning, but it's not because I'm winning your queen.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
not-
forget that, guys.
because you're going to win another pawn,
Yeah,
and you have to
because I have an extra
pawns.
pawn,
Yes.
and yeah, I guess I can always go for queen trades here. All right, but that's a cool idea by Abasov, because he's basically not letting Vidit relax. He's like,
Also,
yeah,
maybe after g5, rook d4, you can play rook g4. How about
that's
that?
a good point. Oh, that's a good point. That
But
would
then-
worry me.
But then there is king e6. King e6, g6, and then just king f6.
Oh
yeah.
man, did he calculate all of that out? King h5 and king h5. There's king here. Is that his point? It's a little crazy.
But no, it's just pulling back to g1 maybe. I think you just have to stop it with the king. King f7, king
F7.
g8. Yeah,
Oh, that's what he's doing.
yeah, just
Just putting the king in front of the pawn. Okay, that I can understand. And then the activity of this rook, which can never be taken. It's actually quite a cool idea.
It is clever.
Yeah. No, I can see why Abasov is in this tournament, defending the endgame
So
so
f-
valiantly.
Yeah, so Vidit played king h5.
Yes, after what?
After rook d3, king h5 now.
Rook d3, he played king h5. Okay.
So after rook d4.
instead of g5.
Instead of g5, yeah.
Got it.
So after rook d4, what Vidit has in mind actually?
Yeah, I have no idea. Well, he might be giving up this pawn and
Yeah,
just
he
going
has to.
g5.
Yeah, he has to, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he can't trade anymore.
no,
If he trades,
no.
the black d pawn is actually going to promote first. So now he's going to drop the pawn.
So probably to e1.
E1 seems reasonable. Okay. He's going to give
Takes
up
on
this
c4,
pawn, and he's going to
g5.
go here.
Yeah.
And then we're going to be in another race. And what's going on here?
Take a rook c2. You have to cover it from the back.
Right, but you can always play rook g1.
Yeah, rook g1. Now the king goes to e7.
Then the king
Stopping it that
goes.
way.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the king is just in time.
Yes, you get there just in time, and you're very happy. Okay. And I mean, now he also has counterplay with these pawns. At some point, you can even sack the rook for one of these, for this guy in g5. Okay.
Yep. The c pawn is definitely the counterplay. So he should be able to defend this. But Vidit has been playing very quality chess as well. So I know that he's been having slightly better position. But again, it was not really obvious how he could win it.
Yeah, I see there's a lot of discussion about what I said, that India is new to chess or something. What I meant was, I mean, obviously, if we go back to like the 1950s or 60s, when the Soviet Union was like the powerhouse in chess, like India was not really playing in these competitions, right? You can't, just that's what I mean. Obviously, I know that the game of chess originated in India and all of that, but in terms of playing, competitively in the international events, this wasn't really happening. And I think the first, it was actually quite a milestone when there was an international master in chess. I think it was Manuel ARJUN from India. I can't remember exactly when he got his title, maybe somewhere in the 70s or 80s, right? So that's what I mean, that as far as, like the chess of the modern era, you can call it like that, right? Once we got the World Chess Federation, and there began to be international team competitions, that to that stage, India came relatively later. That's hopefully you guys can just understand that. I don't think anything is controversial about that. Vishy Anand was India's first grandmaster, and that happened in the 1980s.
88, yeah.
Right. So was it 88 or something? Or
I think it's 88.
88 or. So I mean, yeah, obviously that is coming to chess later than countries like the U.S. or the Soviet Union or Yugoslavia, who had lots of grandmasters by that point. So okay, that's all I meant. But yeah, I mean, Vishy started this whole wave, right? The whole wave of Indian grandmasters.
Yep.
started with Vichy. And it's amazing that now we're up to like, what is it like? It's like 70 or something. At least 70, I think, in India.
I think 71 maybe.
Yeah. All right. It's amazing that people like, you know, they take offense at every little thing you say, even when you're saying completely innocuous things. Wow. Okay. Guys, by the way, I should tell you that India is one of my favorite countries. And I'm actually going to be going back there later this
Very
month.
soon, yeah.
I just got my my visa, and it's I'm always happy to go there. So, all right.
So this position is still on the board, and we've been talking about Rook C2. But let's see if Nijat will come up with something else.
Yeah, we were looking at Rook C2, but
Rook C3
Rook C3. Does he want
to get
yet
the
another
pawn.
pawn?
That's possible.
We do have 1 second Rook C3 on the board.
And also, it's a very clever idea because you just want to eliminate this pawn, and with the possibility of just trading your rook with that G pawn, and then continuing with the king and the pawn.
So you think he just wants to take?
Yeah,
He's not scared of anything.
No.
And like he's not scared of Rook G1 because probably
But there is Rook H3
Rook
and then
H3.
H8. Yeah. Or even after here, if King G4, then you can there is Rook H8. But if King G5, you might actually play King E7.
I like that. I do like using the king to
Yep. So in order to force the rook to go to H8, you have to play King G4.
what is it? Yeah, go ahead. King G.
Yeah, instead of King G5 after Rook H3,
Yeah.
you, before this move, yeah, King G4,
Yeah.
and then you're forcing Rook H8. And yeah, this is another alternative to play. And if
Yeah.
G7, Rook
G7,
G8,
Rook
King
here,
F5,
King
and King
F5.
E7.
Yeah, or I think at some point.
Or you could even play like
I think,
C4.
I think at some point you might want to just even go like King D5 and maybe
Just
just take your
C4.
chances
Yeah, yeah.
with this, because we do have like a lot of pawns, right? Like C3. Seems like I'm way in time. All right.
He's pushed it. He's pushed C4 instead of taking on A3.
Okay.
Interesting. C4 here. Sorry, after... What did he do?
So what, he said he didn't take the pawn? Okay.
He didn't take the pawn.
On A3. So, wait, so it's turn. It was hard for us to see from this angle what Abbasov did. He played...
Oh, A4. That's why he couldn't take it. There's A4.
Because white defended
A4
it.
and then
Okay.
C4.
Okay, so basically, in this position, instead of Rook C2, he went Rook C3 and A4. And if he really wants this pawn, he could take it, but how much does he really need it? Maybe he should just go Rook G3.
But he
Wait.
played C4 there.
Oh, he played C4, okay. That's fine. And King G4. Vidit is getting pretty low on time. I think he's got like 35 seconds.
Oh, wow.
So maybe
He's
that's
in
why,
some trouble.
Yeah, that's why he played this King G4 move so quickly, and maybe that's why Abbasov was, it's been. I mean, I can't really say that he's like playing for a win, but who knows? With this little time, what can happen?
Yep, and all you need is calculation, and to calculate you need time. So, yeah, Abbasov has been pressing his opponent's clock. This is pure calculation. So let's calculate some line. After this King G4.
All right. Well, what about just Rook C2? Rook C2. I mean, what are you doing to stop that?
Rook G1.
Rook G1.
But then
yeah.
King E7
Yeah,
again.
well, then you can do your idea. I mean, the question is, are there other ideas, right? Like, I mean, I actually think at this point, like, you could probably just, you can do other things as well. You can go Rook E2, and you can let G6 happen, and you can just go, King D5, And, well, this one, actually, maybe you don't really want to, maybe you don't want to do this one. Maybe this one is a little, I don't know. It still feels like maybe I can do it, but maybe I've walked into some line where black is losing, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see what's on the board, because Vidit doesn't have a whole lot of time. And Abbasov played, what did he play? He played rook b3?
He played rook b3, yes.
Rook
and
b3
then g6.
and g6, okay. And should we just go c3? Can we go c3?
I think so.
I feel like
Why
we
not?
can. c3.
Yeah, g7 and rook b8.
Rook b8. And yeah, I mean, my king will support my pawn. I don't really see what black is risking here. I can see why Vidit is looking a bit nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, there's a chance, like, if like Vidit goes and tries to win that pawn, loses that one, and he's going to be down a c-pawn, he could even lose. So he's going to need to be a little accurate here.
Mm-hmm. And Vidit just played his 100th move.
Wow, it's a marathon. So g6 and Abbasov is thinking. He's still got a lot of time. He went king d5. Okay. Yeah. So he is ready to go back to b8. And I really feel like, I mean, wow, Vidit has gotten himself into a little bit of risk here.
Mm-hmm,
You know, I mean, there are chances like for black, because black has two c-pawns, right? And if black gives up the rook for the pawn, starts going with his pawn, I mean, it's actually Vidit who has to calculate stuff, not so much Abbasov at this point.
Yes. But I think it's a calculated risk. So I think both players know that this might just end with a draw. But of course, one has to prove it. And rook d1 is on the board. Where will this king go? King
Maybe
e6
c5.
King e6 would be safe. But
Yeah,
I think Abbasov at this point already
Yeah,
looking for a win.
He's going to go for king c5, I think. Or even king e4 wouldn't like surprise me. I mean, any of these moves, but I don't really see him moving backwards, even though that's like a safe move. Because I think he's going for more. Vidit has like no time. Vidit has 38 seconds.
Yep. So, yeah, even a move like king e5 also gives the flexibility for the king, either to go to the g-pawn or to go support the c-pawn.
Yeah, so what do we think? King e4, right? I think that. Because the king is just kind of coming towards the pawn if he's given the chance. Like rook e1, I'm moving closer. You know, and the thing is, though, for Abbasov, it's actually kind of easy now to play all these moves. Right? Like king c2, I don't really need to think much.
Mm-hmm.
And like hopefully, you know, like here's some chance, like even,
Just c3 here, I think.
you know, even for white to lose.
Because you're not making any progress with the pawn.
Yeah.
Because we're in the pawn race and then that pawn has been stuck on g6. So at some point you have to push it and
Yeah.
come back to the race.
No, this could be,
Funny, rook b6 doesn't even work.
yeah, rook b6 doesn't work because I just take and I promote my pawn. I mean, yeah, there's scenarios where white loses. This is why I don't really like how this is going for Vidit. And it's almost like the Dominguez game, right? Because like Dominguez was the one trying to win, and then he was actually kind of overdid it a bit. But I think Vidit is maybe like, well, he's overdoing it even more because I feel
Right.
like he's in more time trouble than Dominguez was,
Yeah.
and he's got more work to do here. So, yeah, I mean, I hope I hope you know, I hope he doesn't over push it too much. I mean, he's obviously not pushing at this point. He's just trying to stay alive, but hopefully he hasn't overdone it because it would be quite tragic for him. Okay, but I think king e5. Okay, well, the black king stays flexible. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't want to just go to e4. Maybe he just wanted the flexibility to go to f6, but so what to do now for Vidit? It's like black's play is so clear, right? Like you can go g7. Now
Oh, he's played.
he's played g7. Okay, rook b8 is going to get played instantly.
I like that king e5, like what I said earlier. It gives the flexibility for the king to go to each pawn to G pawn or C pawn, and now Rook G8 is on the board, and
I mean, should he go King G5? Oh, he's going
King
back.
F3.
King F3.
I think he
okay.
realized that there's no point
Yeah.
on supporting that pawn, and it's better to just
That's a
guard
good
the C
move.
pawn.
I like that move. Maybe that's why Abbasov should have tried King E4. I don't know why he did King E5.
So now what's the idea? If, let's say, Rook G8, what do you do?
Oh, that's a good question. But actually, I can also just play
Rook D7, yeah?
Rook D7. Actually.
And then you're actually stopping that pawn with your
Yeah.
king. Now the
Yeah.
idea is reversed.
Right, Rook D7 and the king is coming. And actually, yeah, Vidit is completely fine then. Okay, now that I see that, I feel like more satisfied with his position. But it could have been trickier, you know. If Abbasov had played there, then you don't get the king in so easily. So this tentative king move, I mean, I think at least makes Vidit's life a bit easier, right? Yeah, because yeah, once you see King F3 on the board, like you know your king's not becoming good.
Yep. So we had a rook endgame on the game of Magnus versus Gukesh, and well, a rook and one minor piece, rook and a knight on the game of Fabiano versus Linear Dominguez, and also now another rook endgame on FIDE and Abbasov. So lots of rook endgames coming.
Yeah, so what do we have on the board right now? Okay, it's Abbasov's turn. He's thinking after this King F3 move, yeah?
Yep, and he has all the time. So
He has all the time. Well, I mean, he can win the pawn on G7 if he so wants, and if that was sort of the point, he can just go and win it. Maybe that's what he should do. Because, I mean, certainly he's never going to lose this position. Right, so maybe that's the point of King E5, because I don't really see, like, if you don't win the pawn, you can't really use your rook, and you're not really using your king. So I'm a little lost as to what his idea could be. I mean, I guess he could play C3, but then we just go King E3, and then we make it back in time. So I still don't really see, like, I see this game ending in a draw, actually, in a kind of, like, not dramatic way in the next few moves. I feel like it could have been at least a bit more interesting if he hadn't played King E5, but just to look at it for a second, like, just to see the difference. So
King
had he
E4.
gone here, like in the same line, right, he doesn't have King F3, he can go here, but, you know, it's a big difference. I mean, it really is, because, like,
no
the-
C3.
yeah, the white king is not coming here. So I just feel like at least Vidit would have had to, you know, look for a different solution to this position. So yeah, very, like, I mean, Abbasov has played this endgame great. It's just like that one little thing that I didn't understand, and it made it easier for Vidit to handle this.
Yeah.
So what do we have on the board?
King E5. Oh, Rook G8 and then King E3.
No, the rook is not on G8 yet.
Oh, it's on
something-
D1.
C3.
Yeah,
King
C3, King E3, and C2.
Okay, they're heading for some draw. So rook C1, I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
Rook C1, he'll attack the pawn, I'm going to
Take there.
take, you're going to take, I'm going to take, and it's a draw after like 100. And I don't know, they probably won't even, I don't know, will they make it to move 110? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't see any other move here. What could you possibly do to stop this? Or maybe Rook G1, trying to force C1. But again, after Rook G1, you couldn't. Yeah, Rook G1.
Rook G1.
Yeah, if you play Rook G8, then King D2 maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, like, this is still such
Of course.
a draw. Like, I just get your pawn, you know?
No, because Black probably wants. Yeah, he played it. He played Rook G1.
Okay. And here, actually, maybe I just go here and I
Yeah,
come
just
in, get
keep
your
the rook. Yeah,
pawns.
it should be just draw.
I mean, by the way, I don't know. I might be able to make a draw at taking, but then I actually need to think, right? I mean, this requires me to actually think. I might even make a draw in the king and pawn endgame, which would be pretty hilarious. But I feel like even this position is a wait, maybe not like that. Maybe King B5 first, yeah, and then still a draw. So, I mean, okay, it's going to end in a draw. I would say this is a very nice effort by Abbasov to just keep afloat in that worst rook endgame. Vidit definitely did everything he could, and I think he even kind of overdid it. But now it's heading to
A draw.
a safe harbor.
Safe harbor.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, King F6 is on the board. You could already tell from their gestures that they're kind of like relaxed. They already know what's going on, what's happening, compared to, like, let's say 10 moves ago when both are like
So
thinking,
tense.
so tense, yeah.
Oh,
because
Vidit
things
just offered a draw. He
Did
just
he?
took the pawn. Yeah, he offered a draw.
Ah,
yeah.
okay.
And Abbasov is thinking, well, Abbasov needs to think, if I take this pawn, well, this move, I mean,
Yes.
there's really not much. It's not like he's not holding on to that pawn. So he can, in good conscience, agree.
Yep.
But yeah, the tension has certainly gone out from their game.
Yep. So what can we summarize from today's matches? Because I think we will see a shake hand soon.
Yeah. All right. Well, what can we say? Today was a super exciting day here at the World Cup. We got Black doing very well. We thought we could see 4 decisive games in the Open, but as it turned out, only 2 decisive games. Caruana held on in a losing end game against Dominguez. By the way, I think Abbasov, he just, for formality's sake, he decided to decline the draw, so he played rook g7. Now we're going to see, is Vidit going to calculate the king and pawn? No, he's obviously not going to bother. He just played rook b1. And we're seeing Najat, defend this end game for, like, it's going to be over 100 moves.
Yes, I think this game shows a great quality of both players. Actually,
Yep.
I know that Fidit was missing some chances there because he was better, but Abbasov, on the other hand, has been playing very well as well.
It's a marathon game,
it is,
more than
yeah.
5.5 hours, more than 100 moves. I mean, this is a real test for both players. And I mean, I think, of course, it's a big deal that Abbasov managed to hold on. It looks like a draw is coming their way.
Yeah, and they agreed to a draw. And
Yeah.
their match will continue tomorrow with Abbasov playing with white pieces. And what can we say from the women's section?
Well, in the women's side, Geryashkina winning with the black pieces. I mean, yeah, just 3 wins with black today. It's kind of
Right.
amazing. No wins with white. No wins
Right.
with white. So black is better than white, guys. Don't get sad when you choose more black colors in a tournament. Okay.
Yes.
So, and Anna Muzichuk having a very interesting game against Nurgul Salimova, but somehow their game ended in a draw. Like around this point, we can actually take a look at it. We haven't gotten to it. Yeah. I know, I like chess, so we're just going to analyze it for a minute. So at this point, after queen d7, queen c5, I guess Anna is the one who offered a draw. By the way, let's take a look at the tournament table. Well, it's basically everything we've talked about. Magnus Carlsen getting a big win with the black pieces, and ARJUN ERIGAISI also winning with black against Prague. Other 2 games finishing with draws, but could have been decisive. And the women's side, 1 decisive game, and Anna Muzichuk drawing versus Salimova. And if we just take a look at the, we'll take a look at the position on the board soon. But it was still a complicated position, actually, when they agreed to a draw. And White's bishop was locked in on h2. I mean, I can see why Anna offered the draw.
Yeah, it looks quite double-edged for both sides because the bishop is locked, but on the other hand, White has a pass pawn on a5, so it compensated. But also, not sure how to continue, right?
Yeah, it's not like obvious, of course, for Salimova, like how she should have played. And constantly you have to watch out for these sacrifices, right? As soon as you move your knight and the bishop and the queen connect on that square, you have to look at that sack. Wow. And yeah, and there's issues with the king for both sides. I mean, it was a sharp position. Yeah, she could have continued to play it. I mean, you have to look at the move knight e7, I guess. I would consider that move. Maybe I can get my knight to d4 attacking that pawn. I don't think you have the sack. Yeah, you don't have the sack just yet because probably, nothing, nothing too threatening is happening yet to black. But yeah, I mean, it was double-edged, so I don't know. I think if there was no draw for allowed, we would have seen more exciting things in this game, but somehow both players, felt uncomfortable enough that they thought this was a good moment to end things.
Yeah, that's probably a wise decision, seeing they had quite a day on the tiebreak day yesterday. And I think that summarized for today's matches. And yeah, don't forget to keep watching this live broadcast tomorrow at 3 p.m. Because the battles will continue to the second game of the quarterfinal in the open section and semi-final of the women's section. So thanks for watching and see you again tomorrow.